for the YouTube side of things. Okay, so today we're going to be jumping back into our No Man's Sky permadeath run we've got going. We're about 14-ish hours into this run now. This is not just going to roll credits as fast as we can. We've done that in the past successfully on the channel in this past year. And instead, this is focused on treating it the same way as a forever file. I also noticed on the bottom left there, it briefly showed the stats of the planet my other character's on. Sorry, I had the mouse cursor for Windows showing up over top of the game. That happens sometimes. Alright, so what the heck were we even working on? So, if we go to our log, the things we got going on is we were working on our settlement. We needed to harvest the Gravitino hosts. We need to acquire a circuit board. We need Vakine daggers. I thought we already did that, but we'll do that again. Alright, well this is right here, so let's go do this. Which is just talking to the guy up here. Oh wait. Oh no, you require additional components. We'll see. Because it's highlighting him, it's telling me to talk to people, but also that I need 3 parts. Ah, I see. Okay. Do we find you well, Portal Adept? Explain Tethys' plan. These drones are not malicious force. Some imagine them to be, Portal Adept. I believe the Sentinels are a vital, life-preserving function of the cosmos. I am heartened that Tethys begins to see sense. I will gift you this phylactery. It holds a whisper of ether that flows within the portals. Tethys will understand how to make use of it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got that one. Yeah, so it looks like we're doing a bunch of dialogue-y stuff. And what we'll probably do is once we get through that, I will probably pop by the settlement to, quickly with the settlement, set up whatever the next thing that needs to be set up to keep it working the entire time. But pretty much the way we're approaching this is we are treating this as a forever save, despite being permadeath. That way it hurts as much as possible when I do eventually die. Adrian's face seems to swim as they stare at them. I shake my head and clear my vision. Focus. Henry may have things Tethys needs to restore the drone. Explain Tethys' plan. Why would I have anything like that? They begin to cough. They seem ill. Apologies, I'm not myself lately. I do not think I can help you, like Traveler. But, we're treating it for like a forever save, and just working through everything, trying to upgrade our ship, doing all that stuff, going to run down literally every quest line. And so I think this will be much harder than the just, let's rush the core. Because let's rush the core is pretty much, get to the point and get to the black holes, and you have a way of getting warp fuel reliably, and then you just jump, and then keep going there. Or you cheat and just use the teleporter to go right there, which is not what we did. We did it the other way. The other downside is when you get to that, you get to the point where everything's stable, and literally it's just watching for like 1 or 2 hours as you just jump across the galaxy, go black hole, go a bunch, black hole, go a bunch, black hole, go a bunch, till you reach the metal. Gemini nods thoughtfully, seeming lost in some strange calculation. Reveal Tethys' plan. Tethys doing what to a Sentinel drone? My friend, this is madness. The robots are not our friends. Explain the drone might be rescued. My eyes long for beauty, Traveler. But these Sentinels are unthinking parasites, tearing down anything that may elevate us. But you are, I suppose, building something new, taking that cursed shell and constructing something better. I will help you, but please, keep safe. Take my nanite filament, that your drone may remember me when it awakens. Alright. Hesperus smiles, happy to see me. Reveal Tethys' plan. Oh, Kindred, be careful. Even with the best of intentions, we can make such mistakes. The blood of the Sentinels, it brings only lies. But Pollo, does Pollo know what you're doing? It would be both considerate and wise to let them know.
Take a sip.
What's the worst? So they're just being introduced to a whole lot of people as part of all this. You're building something new, friend? Yes? I recognize it in you. Explain about the drone. You are brave, traveler friend. You always have been brave. You may tame the little robot, you may not, but it will always be made of glass. It cannot exist in our home. Take these beads, yes. It will help you bind them to you. You will be a good robot master. Okay, so we got all the MacGuffins. Love how the game pays respect to Saber Hangings are new. I don't know that one. There's a lot, like, it doesn't surprise me. The game does nod at so many different pop culture and sci-fi things. Some of them subtle, some of them more overt. But you will notice I'll be like, wait a second, is that a Star Wars reference? I mean, the fact that, like, our expedition, we got the, like 2 or 3 expeditions ago, we basically got the ship from, Mandalorian. When do I retrieve our, you wonder why retrieve my little first ship when you build your Corvette? You need to take back some technology. Did anyone know their way to choose which ship they want to call? Yeah, so if you hit, I believe it'll be X on most, like on a QWERTY keyboard, and you go to summon vehicles, you'll see switch dock ship. You can choose that, and you can switch the dock ship to whichever ship you're looking for. And then from there, you can take whatever it is off your ship, and then, you know, switch dock ship back to the Corvette. But yeah, so it's under this navigation here. It's the one that looks like that. Summon, switch dock ship, and do that. You can also do it on the planet as well, but they will consume some fuel when you do it. That is deep in thought. No problem. That is the one complaint, I think, because the other day someone was mentioning that, like, hey, I think the UI is pretty bad. And I'm like, and they're going, what? And then they pointed out, I was like, oh yeah, no, you're right, the nesting in there is pretty rough. Yeah. You need to add a fleet manager for players. It says deep in thought, they fix me with an inquiring stare, hand over the components. This handful is junk is what they gave you? No help at all! Well, I can make it work. This takes a damaged Sentinel shell, and my components. With them, the strange metallic being is reconstructed. Just let me... Here. Nearly. Aha! It's alive! Or, I'm fairly confident it would be, if it weren't for Polo's suppression fields. Its system readout just keeps repeating the word glass. You'll have to take it away from here for field test. Traveler. Take care of it, won't you? A specialist device created by the iteration Tethys. Its primary function is to hail your reconstructed Sentinel drone. Select the device and use the activate flare to signal the drone. While this flare is active in your exosuit inventory, the drone will stay by your side while planet side. Cool, so we got our own little pet drone. Yeah, also, right, if you're also on your freighter, to a certain degree, all of your ships will show up on your freighter. Have you had the pet drone before? I know I got a later one. I don't remember doing this one. I mentioned the other stream that, I've done just about everything in this game on other saves. You know, most of it on stream too. With the exception of the settlement thing. The settlement thing, I would always start the settlement, and then very quickly get distracted by something else, And so it is just one thing that I never did see through. So I'm actually very happy that we're doing it on the save. That way I can get 90% of it and then die and then forget to ever come back and do it again so that that trend can continue, except more painfully this time. You love the ship design? Oh, this ship, I'm literally just hobbling together what we can. Because I had like the from the expedition, the one that like rolls around and does stuff. Okay. Better design than what yours was? Okay. So first, before we get distracted by that, let's finish this upgrade. Alright, we're going to reopen this building. So I bumped up that house to an A class. And it weirdly had silent fireworks. Alright, and it said there was something going on that needed my intervention here. Because I'm going to try to focus on actually keeping the settlement stuff moving forward, since a lot of it has timers. Alright, we'll resolve the citizens' dispute. Let's see. Dispute resolution, new opportunities. Two settlers have competing businesses, both wish to acquire a nearby building plot. Pioneer Ortav plans to donate all the profits to a charity for aiding black hole refugees, but Colony Lafille wants to reinvest them in Greater Ambuska. Well, right now, we are absolutely desperate for money, so the person bringing money into the situation is our thing. Alright, so let's check on our status here. So we are currently 700,000 in debt because our maintenance costs are astronomical due to being built on a fault line, but we are slowly increasing our productivity. Eventually that should overcome our maintenance cost, and then we'll have some good stuff going on. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to build a new building yet. What we're going to go ahead and do is just run around these buildings, looking for anything we can upgrade. I didn't check what the cost for upgrading the fishing pond was. 5 mealworms. I don't even know where I'd get those. Habitat unit. Alright. So, pure ferrite. We should be able to make that happen. Let's go to a refinery. That's for glass. I'll need you. Alright, so I'll need way more ferrite. Okay. You know, played some No Man's Sky since they had the town. The thing is, the settlements I actually recall were one of the first expeditions, if I'm not mistaken. That's part of the reason it stands out to me. That's like, oh yeah, I never did really go in depth with this. I want to say they were they did this the same time they introduced the first, like, new wave of the Sentinels. Because I want to say the Sentinels back in the day, you had just the little ones that flew around. And I think they maybe had, like, the dog-like ones might have been the biggest ones. I can't remember. Well, I thought the wrecked freighters in space you went to, I think that was, a little bit after this. Okay, they did have the walkers since the start? I mean, I know I did all this stuff, but man, it's really hard to remember, like, what showed up when and all that stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That is one of the things that makes me curious about some of this, like, going back to it. Oh, I should probably pop that. we're looking for the ferrite dust. We should pop that geode. Okay, now give me the pure ferrite so we can upgrade this home. The thing that always killed the game for you, did they ever give us a way to automate gathering of basic resources? Yes, to a certain degree, so you have the autonomous miner. But the catch is what you have to do. I don't think I actually have it yet on this character. You've got another scanner that's kind of like this one, but it's got, you know, looking for electrical resources, looking for concentrated gas, and looking for that. So you have to kind of find a spot, and then you stick it down on it. And then there is also your freighter, can kind of pull stuff just passively. There's a more advanced one? Yeah, I thought the more advanced one also needed to be on a place that had the resource. That the idea is you'd make your base, and then you'd go to where the resource is, and you'd plunk it down, and it would give you a lot of that resource. So you kind of like revisit it to collect the goodies, as it were. But that's those things I don't honestly remember that well. Okay, so we're good there. So now I can upgrade this house. And with that started, we can do this thing. Fault detected. Reverting. Core cognition functions available. High process disabled. Fix of the glass. Input required. Select restart routine. Defragment file system. File system access denied. Local update signal acquired. Sentinel pillar node detected. Coordinates locked. Awaiting networking proximity. Download coordinates. Okay, that's going to be rough. It was a constant carbon, silicon, sodium that always got you. Yeah, you have a, so you can refine carbon from oxygen, and there's also a thing that lets you put carbon in it to get oxygen back out. So those two can kind of be interchangeable. But there are ways to get some of those resources in really big amounts. Because one of the things that did help is they did... Did you just say beep boop to me, drone? Okay. Can I make anything to improve our weapon situation before we do that? Because a Sentinel pillar is a pretty rough time. We got a module for... Oh, I need to get... This is perfect. Did we get those, like, right at the end of stream yesterday? Okay. Only 1% more damage. And I'll give it 2% more damage. And then the other module we had was the Scatter Blaster, which I don't have built. Nor am I sure I have the recipe for. Oh, right. We talked about that I was going to go for the Pulse Splitter. Granted, I don't have the Deuterium yet. I want to say the Deuterium was something we made. It wasn't out of the... Was it the dehydrogen? Let's check that really quick. No. Okay. Well, that is a significant upgrade to our weapons. The battle scope requires a wiring loom. Yeah, because we were talking about maybe going with like the pulse splitter setup for weapon-wise, and going for the damage over time effect on it. I don't have any idea how good that is. I'm mostly looking at, I ran the shotgun as my main weapon before, and I've run the bolt caster, and I would like to... this is one I just found. We had the one we started with, and then eventually I found one that was that an A rank? Yeah, I found like an A rank at one of the space stations for like 3 million. I've deliberately not been using the things to expand on its capacity, because I'd like to go out of my way to get one that's a decent model and then start upgrading it. Which will be more than likely I'll probably do the Dissonant Staff, because that to me feels fun, and the last time I already had such an extremely good weapon that by the time I got the Dissonant Staff I was like, okay, well, that's whatever. That's just seeing if it's plainly visible. Alright. Dissonant Staff? Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. How many expeditions are we up to? Is it like 13 or 18 or something like now? And pretty much every expedition added something new to the game. You know, some were more significant than others, but they were all, you know, something. Okay, so, oh, there it is. We can already see it. Alright. I'm not feeling great about this. We might be starting a new run in not a whole lot of time. Taking down the Sentinel thing here is not a minor thing. If I remember correctly, I got to destroy the 3 outside nodes and then access that terminal. I am going to try to access the terminal directly to see if this storyline thing makes it less of a battle. Because I'm not worried about the little ones flying around, but the little walker over there is not great. We fought one of those yesterday. Filler control nodes operational. Boundary node secure. Alright. Where's the walker? Stop this train. Alright, so give me a moment to get away from that. So I'm gonna draw them closer to me, so I can go for that terminal without being right under the walker's guns. Okay, operational. Boundary node archive secure. What? Oh, I can't climb on it. Okay, give myself a second to recover my shields. Then I'll try and piece that. Gotcha. So for this one, I have a different thing that I have to kill that walker. Oh, give me my shields already. Okay. Okay, so that one worked a little bit different than they normally do. Boundary node exposed. My exosuit begins integrating directly with the terminal, its AI flooding with data. I see flashes of schematics, glass structures, language files. Permit the integration to continue. My exosuit completes its valuable work, though I'm unsure exactly what it was attempting to do. Words flash before the Hive's terminal, suddenly legible. Status: Open access. Download hard-framed blueprints. Confirm download. The terminal transfers data to my exosuit, a set of Sentinel hard-framed schematics. I feel a great sense of relief. Hard-frame right arm Minotaur limb replacement. Neat. Suddenly, I hear an alarm beginning to sound. New words swim forth upon the screen. Local anomaly detected. Category: Drone imposter. Attempt network reconstruction. Initiate remote memory purge. Restoration packet broadcast. Awaiting remote response. The terminal attempts to broadcast the data to the Sentinel, but something is wrong. I hear a voice in my exosuit, but none of the words make sense. The terminal screams noiselessly. The screen flashes to black. It's probably fine. Okay. Oh, creatures we haven't discovered yet. Okay. So now we can get back to our ship. I like how there's a teleporter here, and it's clearly landed over there. Cool. I guess you just found the closest spot you could work with. I keep always going to the back because every single of my ships up to this one, the bay was in a straight line from where the rest of it was. The reconstructor drone needs to be checked for damage to proceed to... Oh, that's fine. What I'm still going to do is go to my settlement, and we can do it over there. I just instinctively thought I had to go back to where I came from, because that's most of these quests. You usually don't get to bring the quest giver with you. Alright. Didn't mean to land, but we're already committed, so that's fine. Remote memory flash complete. Program deploy. The Sentry. Vocalization established. Initializing Traveler ID elect. Greetings. Hello. Hi. Give a friendly greeting. The Sentinel is delighted. It has never said hello before. You wear a mechanical suit, living clothes, with a voice, yes? Must upgrade. Hard frame, suit. Synonym, Minotaur, yes. You now wear them. Go? Good. Goodbye. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What do I have showing down here? Alright. So, we have where it wants me to install the Minotaur arm, which I don't have the Minotaur right now. We can probably make that happen soon, though. Okay, so that puts us on a standstill on that one, because I need to install the Sentinel hard frame in my Minotaur exosuit, which I don't have yet, but that's okay. Search the base archive, so we'll need to do that. So it looks like we're going back to our base for right now. All right, let's go teleport back to our actual base, because this building is going to take a little while longer. So we're going to go back to Bluegrass Hills. And I missed stuff in all that because of fighting. Oh yeah. So popping open the suspicious packages and all that. Yeah, no, it's worth checking all of those things. Like all the geodes, all those things you can break that they'll give you resources. But any of those like equipment upgrade module things that you can get out of them are a pretty good source of nanites if you got a good reliable way of getting them. Okay, so now I need to grab that. Okay, so now I need to check in yours. Update quest, thank you. I know that sound anywhere. You carry a Gravitino balls, do you not? Hand in a Gravitino ball. Ah, it is like greeting an old friend. Let me see them. Truly wondrous work, traveler. So we got a weird cactus thing. We have seen much of life, frost, heat, nuclear winter, toxic wastelands. You should know by now that no world is truly barren, friend. Even if they seem to be few signs of life. Take the Ichino cactus, for example. Found on only otherwise barren worlds, waiting for their moment to thrive. Just think of what they could become in this superior environment. Underling wishes us to cultivate the Ichino cactus as part of the usually that only grows on barren worlds. I look forward to the results, friend. Okay. So what do I need to grow you? I need pyrite and cactus flesh. It's interesting that they skipped a bunch of these. So we've got the solar vine, we got the gut rot, we got the gravitino. So we basically got all of this top row except the venom urchin. Is that correct? Yes. And then this one also. So it seems like the ones I have to leave the normal systems and get the more rare materials, those ones will have options for later. We did get the electrical cloaking device, so I'm going to do that immediately. We're going to tuck that right over there, because that makes all the wires disappear. Let's see what else we unlocked that I want to set up. Okay, we did get the Minotaur Geobay. So let's go outside here. And plunk you down. And you're going to take some more materials. Okay. So that's to summon it. So I could recalibrate it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There. We'll have the orange and that. And it looks like we can only paint it for right now, but that's okay. Okay. Before you're particularly useful, we gotta do some modifications. Alright, so it wants me to get the hard frame rate arm. It's a dedicated combat limb. It deploys high velocity stun projectiles. It serves as an excellent support weapon for the primary weapon. We also have the fuel improvements. We have the cannon. We have the bore, which is a terrain manipulator. We have the precision laser. Amplifies the power, increasing the mining speed, enabling processing difficult to mine raw materials. So that's your mining advanced one. We can get the Gravitino balls pretty straightforward. We have the regular laser. Minotaur AI pilot. And the teleporter. And almost all these. So we're going to need a hydraulic wiring. And several wiring looms. So 1, 2, 3. All right. So let's pop back in here real quick. Exocraft. That's still set to the Minotaur. Checking a little rover here. Because that one we also got stuff for. Yeah, so this one, we have a flamethrower, we have a mounted cannon. We've got a bunch of environmental protections and all that. Entirely prevents all damage or energy drain while inside the exocraft on the various planets. So we've got one for fire, one for this, each of them requiring a wiring loom. We are going to be spending way more money than I necessarily want to. 2 life support and a chromatic metal for the mining drill. Okay. Do I happen to have more copper in my inventory? I do not. That's fine, though. Okay. Flamethrower is overpowered. Yeah, no, it's, there's definitely gonna be a lot of stuff we're gonna need. So we're gonna need wiring looms, that's one thing. We're gonna need a bunch of other goodies. We do have some hard frames and all that. We will find a bunch of more of these more exotic materials. We have the starship still has stuff that needs to be done. We need more inventory space in the starship. Oh, that's interesting because I guess because I don't have the higher class, I can't make that expanded. That's fine too. That's for a B tier ship. Yeah, so we got a lot of work to do. A lot of the stuff is just not built out yet. Alright, well let's not get distracted by that. So you want me to get the cactus. So we're gonna have to hit a cactus world for that. We have a visitor we'll need to check on there. And then the rest of that's all waiting stuff. Oh right, we also have to search the computer archives. Keep everything moving. Automated recovery in progress. Archive for user iteration lost unavailable. Possible remote terminus backup available. Download coordinates. Follow the coordinates. Okay, so it's off-world. Alright, so things we gotta do here is we can track down these coordinates, and we also need to keep an eye out for a planet with cactus on it. and all that stuff. Now my luck is letting me go to that same system just above us. No, actually. Oh, no, it went to the same system over here. That is the one downside, is it does seem like our base stuff is continuing to have me go back to the same 2-3 systems. So we haven't had much opportunity to explore working on our base stuff. It's one of the reasons I also have not been grabbing that many agent missions right now, is that same issue of they keep taking me back to the same handful of planets. So I'll do a quick survey, see if any of these have cactus on them. That way, if we do leave, or we do finish the objective, oh, this is perfect. We have cactus on the planet we're going to. We'll have to double check to see what we needed with the cactus to plant them. Alright, we got someone who wants to trade. We don't know, like, any of the language. You don't know exactly who the pilot is. Trader, historian, grave robber. Either way, they appear to be peddling trinkets. Okay. I will bargain for the relic with a bunch of phosphorus. I accept the trader's offer. I'm sure I'll find good use for this relic, or he'll find use of me. Okay. We're not actually locked in, but that's okay. So go find the archive. We'll have the cactus on planet. And like I said, there was some other ingredient we'll need to plant it. We could just check that the moment we land. It should show up on my build list. Well, I think I know where the archive is, considering I see it just to my left. Magic beans. Yeah, so if we go here, check you, for the cactus. Alright, pyrite is the other thing I need. Let's clear up some inventory if we can. Okay. So I'll knock this out first, and then we're gonna go looking for cactus and scanning things and doing all that shebang. Okay. Learn a couple more words. Alright. I have reached the terminal location by the base computer. The remote archive terminus hums, awaiting my input. Access memory. Attempting to read memory at... Did it know that I had done it? Was it angry, upset, alone, afraid? Could a sentinel feel such things? It hovered before me, its light catching upon 1,000 crystal shards all around. And as I moved, it traveled by my side. That night, I dreamt of a warp cage, but there was no more pain within. The drone looked at me and knew that I had been forgiven. I had fixed it. I had answered for my sin. I shall call it Laylapse. Alright, we'll search the physical cache. And whoever recorded the message left a piece of technology, which we'll get to see once. A Boltcaster Module A. And we'll take the goop. Okay. If right now, we'll just make our gun a little better. We wanted to go here. Go to refinery. Toss the goop in there. And give it a recharge. Nothing like a little bit of living goop in our pockets? I know, right? You look utterly terrifying. Okay, so how many things are we looking at on this planet? Only 6. We have... The other ones are on the ground. So literally everything is on the ground, and that leaves... 1 more. What is that symbol? Memory stone. I don't remember that one. Let's go see what the memory stone is, because I sure don't remember. Something's making Fawn look terrifying. But run away like little chihuahuas. Yep. Well, their disposition, I believe, is completely detached from what they look like. So it can be anywhere on, like, the spectrum of threats. Absorb knowledge. New building part learned. Ruined gate. Interesting. There's a memory stone over there. I guess is what we're doing now. Is running between different things of interest on the planet. Okay, was that the last animal? It was. So give me my big old stack of nanites. Here we got another memory stone, which is taught us how to make a ruined column. We got another memory stone and the cactus. So go to that memory stone, we'll go to the cactus. And get those. It doesn't seem like this is a particularly inhospitable planet either. All things considered. Like the only thing we're draining is our oxygen. That's more because I'm running around using my jetpack than anything with the planet itself. Okay, we learned how to make a ruined monolith. We go on a limb here and guess those are the cactuses we're looking for. Make sure I get inventory space. I have plenty. Okay. Cool, we'll grab the knowledge stone to at least improve our language a little bit. Got another memory stone over there. Just checking. That one's closer. Alright, I guess we're just gonna keep bouncing between those. Until either stop to gather resources, find something better or whatever. Alright, ruined archway. That one's over there. Also trying to be on the lookout. So we got pyrite about 500 that way. So we don't find another thing I want this way. We'll head towards the pyrite. Ruined slab. So we've got a memory stone over there. Alright, so we got a settlement over there and a memory stone kind of in that direction as well. So you're 450, you're 430. So we'll go hit the settlement to see what it is. And then get the memory stone. Because at this stage, I'm kind of just running around checking out what we can find. So it looks like it's an observatory. So that might point out another wrecked ship or something like that for us. Okay. The life form clicks their heels together in an authoritarian fashion. They display a series of holographic image, a reptilian figure, a taller life form in metal casing, before gesturing aggressively with their weapon. Interloper. Vakeen. Vakeen is all we got of the whole thing. The warrior snarls at me, and their fingers twitch over their weapon's trigger. They demand an answer. So we could attempt to intimidate them because we are an accomplice or above. I stand tall and I bark at the warrior as fiercely as I can, attempting to resemble a Vakeen of high rank. The officer looks astonished. Conditioned by years of obedience, they become cowed, apologetic. They hand over their own multi-tool as tribute. Okay. Compare. I will be taking that for free, thank you. Why is yours so much... Ah, because you already have a scatter blaster in it. I will take it for free. It's mine now. Making sure I still got mine equipped. I do not. So I'll switch back to mine. Because there has a much higher damage potential. Transmission readout suggests a long ago distress signal went unanswered. The sequence of numbers has been repeating itself for so long that its imprint is burnt into the screen. An input box flashes at me incessantly. If I crack the code, I could find the ship. So we have 92. So it's -7, -6, -5, -4, so 77. Alright. Coordinate solved. So you are a hecking trek away. Alright, nearby here was another, no, first let's hit these side areas. Alright, grab the goop. And the nanites. I don't need it, but that's fine. Alright, and somewhere near here was another one of those things that we get the blueprints from. Right there. And I figure we genuinely start heading towards that crashed ship. It's over an hour away, so we definitely don't want to hoof it the whole way there. But I'm kind of figuring we head towards it until such time we stop seeing a bunch of the memory stones, or the memory stones stop giving me stuff I want. Or otherwise, we're just like, okay, it's time to go. But as long as we're running around the planet, we might as well run in that direction. Ruined Dome. It starts like one right next to us. Ruined Monument. And there's another one right down there. Okay, so nighttime this place actually gets cold enough that I have to worry about the cold. We're still looking for pyrite. We've seen it, I just keep chasing down everything else. We need to take a second to go for the pyrite, because that is one of the main reasons we're here. Alright. Hey, a keen dagger. Alright, we just need one or more of those for our weapons person. That just give me nanites? Are we already done? And our unknown building. So it looks like we might be done with those. But it does look like if we can get the Vakeen daggers on this planet, it might be worth my time. Sodium, sodium. There's one right here. See if it just gives me nanites in this one as well. Okay. Now, the good news is those things are giving me 100-something nanites a pop. I don't think we're gonna run around and farm them. I mean, almost 200. I don't think we're gonna run around and farm them, but that is not inconsiderable. So it almost seems like if you're looking to just farm nanites, just find a planet like this and then just go for a jog and start scanning everything. Okay, nothing we care about too much. And another thing we just scanned for. Alright, so we need to get the pyrite. I'm not going to go out of my way for those things anymore. We already got all the blueprints it seems like they're going to give us. The miner settlement is 1 hour that way. You're 2 hours this way. And you're 10 minutes that way. Let's see, pirate. There we go. Let's get that pirate before I get distracted and forget about it. Because it is something that'll absolutely happen. Okay. A giant nightmare beetle thing? Could you... not do what you're doing right now? Oh, it looked like, it looks like it truncated your sensor lord thinking it was a link. But you're saying you farm nanites to get your berry starter ship upgrade to an S-class. And I'm assuming you said not the best idea you had. I mean, one of the nice things about it is very genuinely, really all that matters, unless this has changed, is what type category the ship is. If you take the time to upgrade stuff to S tier and do all that, I want to say within their category they'll hold up relatively well. Okay, very dust. Just making sure I wasn't burning anything good on it. Actually, wait. The silica, not ferrite dust, please. Like, so you could get yourself an S-tier fighter and all that. You love first ship that has so much visual seeing? Yeah. Like, it didn't used to be that way. I think when the game first came out, I don't remember if there was a way to upgrade your ship's class. I think you literally had to go around till you found an S-class. I could be just misremembering. Because I remember that was a big deal to just go from system to system to system to not only find the ship category you wanted, but of the right class you wanted. And I know you could add more inventory space to it. I just don't remember the details, it's just been too long. Alright, so we'll get our pyrite. So I'll take care of that. Okay, so check our inventory and see how we're doing now. I have... looks like just one stack of pyrite, which is probably fine for right now. Ow. I'm going to work vaguely towards my ship. I'm actually going to be looking out for the containers like this, the cargo drops, because we got a Vakeen dagger from one of those on this planet, and we've been looking for that for a while. So we are hoping to find more of those. But I'm going to try and vaguely move towards the ship. You seem to recall you had to spend an inordinate amount of time waiting at a trade post for the tier and design you like to buy it. Well, and it's not every system. There used to be these entire things that people put together that were guides of like, if you want this clap, this ship, whatever, here's a place where it's been spotted. And so I had like this whole database of that kind of stuff. You start a new save, you have no mission to repair your ship. You haven't been introduced to the Atlas path. Do you do something wrong or overhaul the start of the game? If you chose to turn off the tutorial stuff, it will skip a bunch of that and you'll just already have a bunch of your earlier stuff sorted. You'll still ultimately get the Atlas path and all that, but you'll have to kind of find your way onto it, kind of thing. Yeah, so you're basically skipping the tutorial that's like, here's how you do your very, very first thing and all that kind of stuff. You'll hit the knowledge stone on the way back. Yeah, no, when I chose to do the skip the tutorial, my ship was already functional. I still had to get to it, but it was just working. And that's where when we started, we're like, oh, hey, do we reset? Like, this is just fixed. And ultimately, I'd already put enough time that a bunch of people were like, nah, just continue. Like, it's not that big a deal. Because the planet we started on was also a very tame planet. Like, not by choice, it's just what happened. Where'd the knowledge stone go? Oh, it's underneath me? Okay. Yeah, which if we do die in this run and decide to do another permadeath, I will be turning the tutorial back on. It's kind of a shame that the tutorial skips you fixing your ship, turning that off. It's not how any of that used to work. But that said, the thing I fully expect to be my undoing in this game is probably getting into a space fight I'm not ready for, or having to do an encounter I have to fight sentinels, not just, you know, kill a couple of them, but, you know, kill a walker, kill that kind of stuff where it escalates more and more until we reach the point that the escalation becomes properly dangerous. Cargo drop there. Keep accidentally getting myself hit by things. Yeah, no, space battle is a very strong contender. Because the space battle, when you get into it, sometimes it can be just really hard to get yourself back out of it. Where's my ship again? Versus the mechs a lot of times are not too bad to get back out of. Like, you can usually just dig down and get away real quick. The problem with the mechs is sometimes those tougher ones can hit you like a sack of bricks and not really give you enough time to come up with a response, so you just get caught out. Okay, so we finished processing those to ferrite dust. Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of the space battles in No Man's Sky, but this is coming from, I've played like hands-on throttle and stick style space combat games for like ever, so it's very much one of those things that kind of the arcadey floatiness of it really is frustrating to me. And then on top of that, like, it's just really hard to have the kind of control I want over mouse and keyboard for that. I prefer mouse and keyboard in most games, but this is one of those times where, like, nah, I'd really have a much tighter control schema for the flight. Like, the ground stuff's all fine. I do know there's a number of people who, they like playing that on the controller a lot more, and they will literally keep a controller right there and then switch back and forth. Yeah, exactly. Exactly as AVD is talking about, that they'll switch back and forth. I know there's a number of people who do that with this game specifically. Stop giving me the Gek relics. I'm going out of my way for these things. Because I got a Vakeen dagger. I'm just really hoping to make the second one happen. Because that's been keeping the weapons person stuck for a while. And I've got one taking up an inventory spot. I'd like to lock in the other one. Okay, ship's over that way. It's kind of ping-ponging. They let you mix up shape parts? Yeah, so you can destroy ships to tear the parts off of them. And kind of build your own custom ship. The only catch is, before you get too excited, exotic ships, their parts cannot be ripped off. Because usually they're just like too customized kind of thing, that they're really not modular. Okay, we can go ahead and process you. There's a shipbuilder? Yep. Used to play Tekken years ago, your hands would get so sore. That was like 25 years ago though. Oh yeah. Well, it's the classic like games that require you to, like button mash or do like the circle on the D-pad kind of thing. There's certain specific motions that have been like known for being notoriously bad for your hands. It's a buried cache. That's fine, we'll hit the buried cache. I'm just gonna zigzagging my way back home. Or back to the ship, I mean. Yeah, it's actually, I really like Dave the Diver, but there's a lot of that kind of stuff in Dave the Diver that I'm like, you know what? I really wish with this like mini game they've got here, it wasn't just mash the button, that kind of thing, because that's another one that'll get you in trouble. Is it like a mini game where it's just slam the button again and again. Inventory full. Alright. We'll figure this out. Silica powder, get on my inventory. A bunch of platinum. Two knowledge stones right next to each other. And the ship's over here. Okay, there's a building nearby. The cargo drop that's closer. You got an incoming firestorm. So I'll deal with that in a moment. No, that one's gonna do us no good. Yeah, this will be a dissonant spot. You can usually tell because there'll be the dust kicking up all around it. That's okay. Okay, so we got full inventory issues again. I really don't need that, so I'll clear that out of here. Grab you. Surprisingly, for us being in a firestorm, I'm not really getting that hammered by this. So I'm gonna have to clear up inventory space to make that manageable, which is a problem. More silica powder. So we'll start by going here, dropping the nanites in, grabbing you out. Now we'll go here and grab the slime out. Alright, we're almost back to our ship. And that's the base we came in at. Alright. So, let's take a quick peek at our starship inventory, which is super full. We can get rid of the silica powder off of you. And that'll help a little bit here. For right now, put the Vakeen dagger over there. Sorry, I just had to tab out and tab back in. The game was doing that thing where I had the Windows mouse covering my screen. Yeah, for the record, I am not using a controller. Instead, you can have a thing where it auto-lock on and auto-track stuff. It's really, honestly, pretty suboptimal. It really doesn't work great. But I think that was deliberate so that, you know, because it felt kind of cheaty and all that. But with as bad as the flight model is, I don't feel any guilt whatsoever using it. It's one of those things, I could get all salty about it, but yeah. Okay, so I can grab you out, drop you in here. That'll be fine. Okay, so we got a minor settlement and a wrecked ship. We're gonna want to check both, but I don't have a strong... Hello, you. You're a pretty cool design. Assuming that's a frigate. Do you have any exocrafts? Yes, I don't have any of the things to summon them easily to any planet. We actually don't have our freighter yet because both freighters I got were literally in the worst you can get. They were both not well set up and C tier and not particularly exciting models. So I opted to hold off for either something over a C tier or for like a model I really like. Or if it happens to come with a good upgrade. But they've both been kind of like the worst you can get offered. But, so while I do have the Roamer and the Minotaur pads at my home base, I just don't have a good way of getting them to other places without setting up their pad, doing all that stuff. I also see that just next to me here was a ruin. Okay. Okay, we will compare. And I will add it to my collection. And then immediately neglect its entire existence. To be money someday later. I'm greeted with the stench of rotting flesh as I enter the derelict vessel's Spartan interior. A huge beast dressed in what appears to be military uniform lies where it died, mere feet from the escape hatch. Behind its partially smashed rack of military multi-tools, secured by a sparking alien locking mechanism. The cockpit door hangs slightly ajar. I can see operational equipment inside. Let's enter the cockpit. A pilot lies slumped across the control panel. I wrench the ship tech from beneath it. The stench of decay forces me to leave. Okay, we won't worry about that right now, so let's go to our options because it'll be like, here's your pattern for making it. Okay, we can grab the slime, drop that in my inventory. Grab the metal. That's the minor settlement in the distance. That's probably the ruins. Alright, so you get to these ruins because they are saying right here. It's a good way to learn like 3, 4, 5 words all at once, depending on the type of ruins. We have a cargo drop right here as well. Alright. Stop giving me microprocessors. I have need for Vakeen daggers. Okay, so let's grab all these. You learned the word for alert. Looks like the other ones are up top. That's not unusual. Okay. The memories of a long-deceased tribe of Vakeen warriors flows through the stone marker, forming a ghostly essence that fills me with wisdom. The Book of Herc speaks of the rise of travelers. They shall ascend, delving into the boundless void. The Vakeen shall not impede their ascent, for the travelers must prevail. So decrees the word of Herc. I would like to know your language. My knowledge of the Vakeen increases. Learn the word for here. Got a knowledge stone on the way up to my ship. Okay. There's also more cargo right next to it. Come on, give me my second dagger. Nope, hydrogen gel. Okay, nothing else right here, so I'll just pop on right down. It'll go over to the minor settlement. I don't expect to find much there, but that's fine. Your dog jumped to the comp, and that is what she wrote on your keyboard. Yep. That sounds like some, looking for food or something. That sounds like some very dog-coded messaging right there. Alright. So then we're done here. We can check back at how much time the settlement has till it finishes its next thing. And when that's sorted, we can go back to the base. Well, actually, let's probably plant the thing at the base first. You believe that translated says, woof. Yep. Oh, stole a Snicker bars? That's not good. dogs and chocolate and whatnot. Granted, it was just a portion that might not be that big a deal. But definitely one of those things, always be careful with dogs and chocolate. They cannot digest it. Eat bad. We can get a word real quick while we're standing right here. Yep. Nah, it's bad for him. Like, I know it's one of those things, and obviously don't try this. I know it's one of those things they get, like, very small amounts. It's not a huge thing, but it's definitely one of those things that, you know, you're not going to realize you've given them too much until it's too much, and you just generally shouldn't eat things that are literally toxic for you. So you'll have people be like, oh no, the dog can have just a tiny bit. It's like, no, it's literally poison to him. No, a little bit's too much. It's more like if a dog manages to get a hold of a tiny, tiny little bit. Probably not the end of the world. You used to use liver treats for your dog in place of human foods for snacks? Yeah. Oh no, there's definitely lots of snacks. Every once in a while you get one of these that you just can't quite find the spot it wants to scan. It's what it is. Luckily, most of the time you're not losing that much, just like a salvage data. But yeah, there's definitely lots of treats you can get dogs that are perfectly good for them, and the dogs will absolutely go ridiculous over the top. Dogs just don't have much of a filter in regards to what they eat. The classic, if it hits the floor and the dog can get to it before you do. Well, that's a nightmare weapon right there. Mm-hmm. Cool. It's terrible. The warrior looks up from their screen, flashing alerts. They bare their teeth at me, quivering with barely contained fury. Pathetic interloper. Warrior with death. Alright, we didn't really catch most of it. It's clear that my presence is barely tolerated. The warrior's hand reaches for their weapon. I'm gonna stare at them. I stay where I am, staring at the warrior. My continued presence unsettles them. Eventually, they offer me a handful of nanites to leave. If I leave. Refuse. Loses patience, barking, they strike me with their weapon. Oh, well, I guess that was deserved. I was curious because of them being like so much like standing up to each other and all that, if that would be a thing that would get me a better reward. No, it's saying I got backhanded in the mouth. Alright, 1 second, just trying to delay the ad break for as long as possible to try to better line it up for when Tomb gets home. So that when I have to take my break, it... You know, the ads happen at the same time versus ads then break kind of nonsense. Go there, get dogs to take meds by pretending to drop it on the floor and then scrambling to pick it up so the dog thinks it's forbidden treat. I've seen some pretty fun strategies that people come up with for getting animals to take medicine. I've seen people do that with kids too. There was like a video where, you know, you're trying to get your kid to take medicine, but they're being difficult about it. So what these people would do is before it came time to like take medicine, they put down this thing like a cover and they put a little cup in it that'd be full of like fruit juice or whatever, and it'd be, you know, they'd lift the cover and then the dad and the kid would go for it really fast, and of course, you know, the dad having long arms and everything else would have all the advantage and would get to it first and, you know, drink it down and be like, do that like 2 or 3 times. And then like the last one, it would be the medicine. And just those things, you know, lift the cover and the dad would just like kind of motion for it. The kid would get there first and just slam down the medicine. You know, and when you do it, you're like gonna drink it that fast, the taste will barely register in how fast you chug that thing down. You won't realize you took medicine until afterwards. Peanut butter is OP for dogs. Smear it on the shower wall, the dog. Keep the dog in place during bath. Your dad used to just press the meds inside a cocktail sausage for his dog. She thought it was the most awesome treat. Never got given human food. Yeah. For us, we had there were treats. I think they were called milk bone, whereas like it wasn't an actual bone, but it was like this like bone-like thing with like a little spot in the middle. So you know, it almost looked like someone just took a bone, like took a slice out of it for a treat. And they would shove the medicine like into the middle part because the middle part was soft. And that usually worked. Once in a while, just because of how the dog ate it, you know, it would crack apart and that'd get away. But most of the time, the medicine would be consumed. Dogs tend not to be the most cautious or careful of eaters. They're definitely in the I got a hold of it, send it kind of eaters. Just, I am ruining this whole thing. Okay, so let's reevaluate what we're working on. So that is just waiting. I would need to make that. I still need our dagger. We can't make the circuit board quite yet. We have a... Alright, so these two here, I can go back to my base, and I can go to the settlement, and both of them have something for me to do there. You put worming tablets in meat and Zoom. 19-year-old went, will just eat it. Ruby 3-year-old Chihuahua will eat the meat and then spit out the worming tablet. Yep. Yep. And then you have the people who, when they just cannot get the dog to eat it by, like, sneaking into their food, and they have to do the whole thing where they hold the dog and they get it to swallow it, do the whole thing where they pet their neck and all that. Which, of course, really upsets the dog. But it's one of those things like, you don't understand, dog. You're gonna die if you don't eat this. Do you like it? No. Do you understand what's going on? Not really. But... taking your freaking medicine. Okay, let's pop over here. Ooh. So, we're not going to prioritize that one, but I'm sure we're going to end up fighting sentinels here and there, so getting a multi-tool expansion slot is a really good reward for that. The other ones I'm not as worried about. Now, granted, this would double dip, so go ahead and take that anyways. You had to do with your sister's cat's medicine? Oh yeah, no, and a cat, and the whole time it's scratching the crap out of you because it is not happy with anything going on. Like, don't get me wrong, the dog will go and get you all bruised up too. Potentially bite you if the dog is like really upset, caught off by it. Oh good, you'll give me a free sack of venom. Cool, I guess. Let's see here. In the neck or things like that, yeah. And or you put the basically you put the medicine in their mouth, you hold their mouth, and then you kind of start petting their neck. and the idea is that'll cause a swallowing reflex. It's just really hard because sometimes it's really, really hard to see, like, tell if they actually swallowed or they're just like sitting in their mouth. There aren't many people wrap their cat in towels for such situation. You can't imagine that being particularly comfortable. I hate it when you're treated like that as a kid, but I guess it's just so much safer for them. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things though, like, if it's something that's not a big deal, like, oh, it's just like some minor cough medicine, there's not a reason to like go to war with your kid over it. You know, if you don't have to. You can be like, hey, it'll make you feel better, but if you can't get them to do it, you can't get them to do it. It's like, alright, there's only so far you should be willing to escalate that. But then when it's like a very important, serious medicine, you know, someone's got some type of like really bad infection or something. Then, you know, it's like, alright, this isn't up for debate. You're taking your medicine. Like, yeah, you need this. Alright. And that's when you start getting to some more unpleasant solutions for dealing with trying to get someone to take their medicine, is when it's, you know, hey, we can't have a discussion. This needs to happen. You know, obviously you should start trying to, like, negotiate, be fair, but, well, I mean, if I can just buy that, I'll just buy the thing. Because I end up needing that. You know, obviously you could just, like, discuss it kind of thing. That's far better if you can get them to do so willingly. Okay, and we could take the nav data, or the salvage data. Alright, I'm gonna have to stop and get some stuff sorted soon. Okay, let's go to our settlement. There's apparently a visitor waiting for us. But it's the same thing with anything, like, that's a whole juggle whether you're parenting or pet owner. Obviously the stakes are different. But, you know, picking your battles, which, like, how much do you want to escalate something? Is it something that warrants that level of escalation? You know, what battles should just be like, you know what, this may not be my favorite, but it's also not really a big deal, so I'm just going to frustratedly sigh and let it keep going. Alright, greet the settlement visitor. Alright. New arrival, unexpected guest. Newcomer, Scout Gek, Irked, seems relieved to have found a shelter in a settlement. They wish to stay, if permitted. They humbly offer their services as a biologist. Okay, so we'll add a professional biologist, but it will increase our maintenance cost by a pretty decent amount. Yeah, sure, that's probably a terrible idea. Let's do this. Okay, there's not another thing going on right now. Okay, so where was the house we just did the upgrade on? There you are. So let's get you. So reopen the building. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's that whole thing. It's not always older animals, but usually that's more of an older animal concern. Alright. And I'll upgrade the building again. The time for that is 20 minutes. Wait, what was the other thing I need to do here? Oh yeah, that's fine. Meanwhile, let's see how you're doing. So we got more people. So our maintenance costs have gone up. The good news is our productivity has gone up a lot. So considering we started at about 149,000, we're getting closer to the point that the cost of continuing to operate this place should start fall behind the money we make doing it. So let's now go to our base at Bluegrass Hills. But yeah, no, it's when pets start to get older, you end up having a lot more of those kind of things where you got to worry about like getting your pet in for all sorts of shots and getting them medicine or whatever treatments they do. Some pets you do more of that than others. Like for a lot of stuff like, you know, lizards and birds and snakes and all that, there's not really nearly as much. Partly because the medicine for them hasn't come along nearly as much as mammals because of how much people care about mammals and they show emotions more and all that. But also just genuinely it's often trickier to deal with a lot of those things for not mammals. Okay, so we have planted the thing they wanted me to plant. So I'll take care of this. The echinocactus must have bloomed by now. Is it ready, friend? Can I see it? There's some cactus flesh. I only have 2 plants left to show you. Your training is almost complete, friend. I am so proud. A star bramble, which I literally have everything I need to plant. I want to share something with you, something beautiful beyond compare. Star brambles are grown from the rarest star brambles, or star bulbs are grown from the rarest star brambles found in lush worlds unspoilt by war or death. This is why I wanted to become a farmer, to tend something such sublimity. They want me to grow a star brambles. Okay, I happen to have... Excellent, I must go to speak to the overseer. Apparently, they're unhappy with my performance. Perhaps this crop will change their mind. Sir, Zoffy, are you giving the farmer a hard time? Because I think that's inappropriate. You literally stand here, and I see. Yes, I'm talking to you. You literally stand here, and this guy is like teaching me how to grow stuff from all sorts of inhospitable places. Okay, return to the farmer. The star brambles have bloomed, yes? Pass them over for examination. Then only one task remains. Mordite root. An inedible tuber that produces the smell and yield of mordite crystals. A peaceful alternative to processing and harvesting mordite from the corpses of creatures. Mordite root must be grown in a hydroponic tray. I cannot pretend to be a farmer anymore. The overseer has made it clear. I must be as the others of my species are. I must trade, sell, accumulate. But I will make a final meal before I leave, traveler. The overseer requested it. A dish from mordite root. The death element. Go. Grow this final crop. Alright. The overseer asked me for one last meal before I go. I must be ready myself. Good luck, friend. Let's see, you got Zoom when he was 7 weeks old. Was smaller than the palm of your hand. Oh, Zoom is an animal. Gotcha. It's a perfect companion friend. They were for you, definitely. But if you had to stop them with any other method, like tying their limbs up one by one or giving them sedative for calming, wrapping them in a towel feels much safer for them by comparison. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so unfortunately I need to expand my building more to accommodate. Oh, I forgot I have, like, the glass roofs and all that I can add. Okay, so you're the correct direction. And the floor is too. Excellent. So I need another hydroponic spot. And we'll want to plug you in. Starting to worry we're going to be pushing our limit on a bunch of this. Alright, so now for the Mordite route, I have to commit murder. But before we get to that, what's going to need to happen here is I'm going to need to take a quick little break here, because I delayed the ads as long as I can, and we're down to about 1 minute before the ads start regardless. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the ads to get those going. Oh, hey, Lunary. Can you play and do the Nexus? Oh, hey, yeah, no, it's, I've got, so for the record, for everyone checking out all the different platforms and all that stuff, you may be checking out on YouTube and whatever and being like, oh, there's not many people here. We got like 140 or 150 people here on Twitch. So generally I do prefer to play solo unless I'm like collabing with someone else specifically. So it's nothing personal, but the content I create is primarily solo challenge play kind of stuff. Plus, very genuinely, I would not play permadeath anything with someone who I don't know. That's asking to get stream sniped and trolled. So with that said, what's going to happen is I'm going to step away for just a couple of minutes to welcome my wife home, throw some dinner in the oven and all that, and I'll be back up here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Off by that. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT?
Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Oh, how'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on. Why would you do this, Allison? One of the prisoners over here had a shotgun. Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was that was Rita's go. I fought back when, you know, people were trying to be more aggressive in going after people for minor offenses and all that. I was like, hey man, does this really matter? Healthy baby. 1 second, let me deal with that echo you're all hearing. Is the cow? There, that should fix the echo. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like... I was like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. I should tell the sad news. No, no, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay. You know, again, we can point out that the ends don't necessarily justify the means, and it wasn't the appropriate way of dealing with it. But for a giant spider person, they just have a different morality. Right, and I am back. So my apologies about where we had that echo right at the beginning of the break. I am tinkering with a couple of things, and unfortunately what things we ran into was, with that I have like two different things going for the encoder, and when they both went to their away screen, it was playing both the audio on my side of both the different clip things. It's like, hang on, wait a second, I'm hearing way more noise than I should be. Still figuring it all out. We'll get it all settled. Yeah, we're playing No Man's Sky. You probably saw the clip reel for when I was away. Tomb's not quite home yet, so I got a timer going for food. What's up? Alright, so... Right, so I gotta kill some animals so I can plant a meat plant. Nothing personal, critter. I need your meat. Okay, looks like I'm only gonna have to kill like maybe 2 or 3 of them. That's probably enough right there to plant it. And then I might need a little bit more. Okay. And I need a little bit more diet to satisfy them that I've quote-unquote harvested it. And that's saying full because the meat itself isn't getting counted. Okay, so those all got reset. So let's chuck the leg meat and the Strider sausage out of here. And see if we get lucky and get that Vakeen dagger. And I got what? Doesn't say. It's fine. Okay. You can run over here, turn this in. You grew it, didn't you? The Mordite root is done. And the Mordite, let me see it. You have mastered so much of the botanical art, my friend. To see that others understand its virtues, well, it gives me hope. It is a pity you can digest so little of your own produce. But creating life is its own reward, is it not? The farmer has no more tasks for me. They tell me that their contract is at an end, and they are willing to, or they'll be returning to Gek territory. As they discuss their leaving plans, they watch the ceiling carefully. It is unclear at what they're looking at. Suddenly, Underling grabs me, telling me not to trust the Overseer, that their fellow Gek may not even be a Gek at all. They seem to suggest that their food was somehow drugged. But this can't be true. I've shared meals with the Overseer, and I'm fine. They would never do anything to harm us. The Overseer only wants what's best. A moment later, the farmer stops speaking. They assure me that they were just joking, and beg me to not speak of the matter. I'll thank them. You thank Underling and leave. They have been a loyal friend. I'm not feeling like myself, traveler. I do not think I should go. Not just yet. Yes, that's right, I will stay. The farmer appears to be refusing to leave despite the lack of continued payment or directives from the overseer. They spend their days tending to my crops, no longer proposing any tasks. They claim they have nowhere else to go. Smile at them. The underling smiles back, happy to be among their plants. Cool. Alright. So let's check on our logs. That's the farmer stuff all knocked out from the looks of it. So I got 2 things to kill sentinels, which will happen just on its own. We don't have any immediate things at the settlement to deal with. We need the Vakeen daggers, which are just opening boxes. Right, so we can get the arm made for our mech. So let's switch over to the Minotaur real fast. So you're gonna need ionized cobalt, which will just be going to our exosuit here and chucking more cobalt in there. That's not enough cobalt. If I need more cobalt, there's a good chance I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to go into a cave and dig some up. Oh, nope, there we go. I figured there's more. Bringing pets used to car rides and being picked up when young helps, so you figured you could be applied to meds as well. You never got any holding cat arm things to work, but you imagine it's merely a skill issue. Yeah, no, there's definitely some animals that you can acclimate them to stealth early on. It's the same thing with people, for that matter. The whole strategy where some people deliberately make sure to bring their kids along when they're going someplace where, not that it's like super noisy, but it's not quiet. But bring them along to those kind of situations so that, you know, the kid can get adjusted to falling asleep when it's not super quiet. Because otherwise you have, you know, the kid who sleeps at the house that so much as a pin drops and they wake back up. And obviously every kid's different, yada yada, but I do know that's a strategy that a lot of people employ, is to, you know, go out to restaurants. It's around the time for the kid to start winding down. We're talking like infants. We're not talking like older kids. But just to acclimate them to not needing it to be super duper quiet just to sleep. And I'm willing to bet there's a bunch of kids who that works on great, and then there's probably some kids who, you know, they just don't sleep well and they throw a fit about it, and you kind of have to adapt your strategy. Let's grab some pure ferrite while we're here. It's fine. Just trying to grab a little bit of pure ferrite while we're here. Just because I've needed a bunch of it over at the settlement. And we're at the settlement, it's kind of hard to come by. Over here, it's really easy to come by, so grab it while it's easy. Okay, so let's go over here, and I could just pull this out of my suit storage. And was there something else we want to do? Probably start processing that down. Okay, exosuit. Cool, we've installed the stronger right arm that our little sentinel friend wanted us to do. Yes, Minotaur. Yes, good. Affirm good. Oh, bad. Bad negative. The hive has disrupted your settlement. The settlers are fragmented. See them? Come with you? Alright, so we're supposed to return to my settlement that the settlers have been disrupted. So you just pop right in here. Teleport back to settlement. That's going to be where we headed next anyways, because that building should be getting done soon-ish, if not already. So it'll be good to just keep that all moving to hopefully get that settlement to be stabilized. Now, I'm assuming we're going to be in for another fight. These fights at the settlement are one of the things starting to worry me. We did get 2 upgrades to our one weapon. It's still the bolt caster. I do kind of want to get better. Settlement thing. Answer citizens' request about the century. Let's see. The citizens have grown curious. They note the sudden traumatic appearance of sentinel hard frames, and that the overseer appears to be accompanied by a rogue drone. We can demand obedience or reassure citizens. We're going to reassure the citizens. The citizens are pleased by my words. They have lived in fear of the sentinels their entire lives, and now hope for peace. They wish to assist you in your search for answers, and have prepared an expedition. So we could send them to a monolith, or send them to an abandoned building. I'm going to send them to the monolith, I think. Alright, so checking out the status of things. We have professional biologist that has increased the productivity. We have the bounty scanner, which has increased the productivity. We still have a lot of negatives we're dealing with that we're just going to need to work through. Let's go take a look at those houses. Sentry broadcast detected. Vocalization. Bad. Help. Meet you. Go. There. There. Place. Accept coordinate data. The drone transmits a set of numbers to your exosuit. They do appear to be valid coordinates. But before we do that, let's go and check on the status on this house. And open that. And continue to improve morale. Yeah, for upgrading that farther, it is an amino chamber. I don't have one of those. Domestic dwelling. Get to work. That'll take 20 minutes. And then we can take a quick little peek to see how the settlement's doing now with its brand new upgraded building. So yeah, so little by little that productivity is climbing, our happiness is climbing, the max of population is climbing. The sentinel activity also climbs. I think that's just the nature of the beast. Is eventually those continue to escalate until things go bad. Alright, so you want me to investigate the sentinel's coordinates. We've already had me attack a pillar. So there's not a whole lot worse you can throw me at. I say hopefully. Alright, so we can go to you. Toss that in the ship. Oh, do you have room for the cactus? No. Oh, you probably do have room for the platinum. Okay. We haven't been to a new system in so long. Luckily, that's exactly what this is going to have us do now. Hopefully, an actually new system versus revisiting one I've already been. That is actually a new system. Ooh, a dissonance system. Recently got cut, male 4-year-old cat from the Humane Society. The cat was terrified in the fish bowls. Put him there, brought him here. It's a slow process getting him to trust. Yeah. You could definitely tell a cat, or not even a cat, a pet who has had some tough times. And it can just take time to get them adjusted. Sometimes there'll still be ticks and quirks even after a long time. Because you never really know everything that an animal has been through, unfortunately. Yeah, it's like animals that food was a struggle early on will have tendencies that when food arrives, they will just absolutely go for it. And it'll get really combative if you try and get them to hold off eating. Alright, so we've got a thing where we'll just straight up get a inventory expansion. We won't worry about the low-level pirates. Let's go up here. I want to keep the quest on you. Okay, so you're only at associate, so we could do better. We can grab that. I'm not going to worry about the landing fuel. I don't need it. This be another thing taking stuff. Okay, didn't see what that ultimately became, but whatever. Rusted metal. Cool, man. You just packaged some rusted metal for me. Alright, let's go for a regular inventory slot for a minute. What else do we need up here? Yeah, so we only have we have the refinery Mark II, which will take some stuff we can't make yet. But that'll be fine when we get to there. Okay, so we grabbed our rewards, we grabbed our missions, we got our inventory spot, so that's what we wanted from here. We got a new rank with the Trading Guild. How are we doing on our various ranks? Was catalog. Yeah, so we've got our max on these milestones. We're at a colleague for this. If we go to the, where was it? Factions was in here somewhere. Yeah, so if we go to our different stuff, the Gek we're at 5, Valkeen we're at 3, and Korvax we're at 1. We're at 10 for our Merchants Guild. So we're at Master. We're at 3 at the Mercenaries, so we're not very high in the Mercenaries Guild right now. We're at 8 on the Explorers, and then with any real time into the Outlaws at all. Alright, we can stack that. Continue processing all the things. Okay, so we have a dissonant system here. But what's going to happen before that is about 20 minutes ago, I went downstairs to quickly throw some food in the oven. My wife wasn't home yet, so there wasn't a meeting her real quick. But that was 20 minutes ago, so I'm going to quickly run down there, grab my food out of the oven. She should be home by now, so I do. One second, there's a text from... Okay. So I'm going to run down, welcome my wife home and all that stuff. I'll be back in just a minute. So again, I do apologize for that. But, you know, double break thing, but back in just a minutes, and thank you for tuning in. And that'll be like the last break for a while. So what we're going to probably want to do is make our way to the cafeteria. Oh, sorry. It needs to hold my mouse in the window. It needs to lock my mouse into the window. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Cause these aren't, I'm not wearing pants right now. That's right, I stole the sticks off the snowman. What you gonna do? The gap to see the full damage? Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay.
No less than 50 gold. Pay. Or be jailed.
You swit. How dare you? Ulrich be damned. He can take his spine and stuff it up his backside.
I'm dying. Please stop talking.
Warned. You are now under arrest. Please, come with me.
I'll go nowhere with you, Thatcher.
Please.
Nowhere.
I'm dying. Let's see. All those Oathrin has been slain by the guard. He had led you to his old house and exchanged heated words with the guards. During an argument, he pulled a knife and the guard put him down. I should tell the sad news. No. No, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run and that's how you die. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, if after Stop shaking my screen, you giant worm. Man, giant worms, all they want is attention. But I mean, it'll distract you maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems. But him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out. So pretty much what we're looking for is we're looking for large bodies of water.
And we are back.
So I do apologize about the double breaks. Oh, good. I also noticed of the recipes in the game, all 432 of them, I know 18. We have a little bit of progress left to do in the game. Okay, so everything's topped off there. We've got you becoming more of that. I don't remember what it's doing. No, we just got back on the ship. That's right. We already did the station stuff. And I was leaving. That's right. We were leaving to deal with the Sentinel thing. We're also on a dissonance world, so this is a good world for us to put a little bit of effort into. So there's dissonance detected. It's also... Wait, what did it say? Sporal world. I'm surprised the resource it has for a sporal world. I would have expected more. Okay. You have uranium and all that. See, thanks for doing No Man's Sky, playing No Man's Sky. Let's say you got me motivated to do a permanent run for the center and just finish up. Nice! Yeah, like the push for the center. Okay. The push for the center can actually be, a pretty manageable one. Like, there is some early setup that you can put at a lot of risk. Alright, so if I remember correctly... Super chill and easy? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is once you get that initial setup phase done, it's usually not very bad from there. Warning, hostile ships approach. Yeah, what I'm checking for is you could find a couple cargo spots on here. We got the one there. Maybe just the one. That's fine. What are you... Oh, this is just telling me that the ship's destroyed here, isn't it? Just checking to see if anything else registers health damage. Does that mean I could destroy it? That's fine. Okay, and how many planets are in the system? Yes, I didn't check the last planet, which I think is that one. Let's see if we can't quickly scan the last... it's on the other side of us by the station. It'll be that little one down here. Just seeing what everything is. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that, for the most part, the permadeath run for the center is easy. It's just that very, very first planet, like where you start off, where you have your wrecked ship. If you get a really bad draw on it, it can be really rough. But I think they changed the way the initial planets you start on can roll. Because it used to be you could get an extreme planet as your starting planet. Which is the way I did it when I did my first permadeath success to the middle, which is before streaming. And then just mine everything you could reach from that. Because you didn't have the Terra, like you didn't have the terrain manipulator right away. So you just had to like kind of scurry from one safe spot to another. Which is a lot of fun. It definitely created a really, really sweaty way of playing though. Yeah, you want to try to hardcore your hazmat for protection was lasting under 30 seconds in the open. Yeah, and that was way back. Like, I have all the things maxed out, and you can notice that even not boosted up, it's not too bad. Yeah, no, you get an extreme planet, is just... I didn't end up with too many of the Sentinel extreme planets. I ended up with, like, Toxic or Fire and everything, but with no real protection against it. You know, you'd walk out, even when there wasn't a storm, you just watch your bar go down. And so you just kind of hope you're on a planet you can duck into caves all over the place. Because, like, once you got to your ship itself, it wasn't so bad, because you just got to your ship. You just have to keep hopping in and out of your ship again and again. I've got multiple mission objectives to kill, kill sentinels, and that's what I'm just doing real fast. That's good enough for me. I have to kill 8 of them. Alright, so I think that was the 8 we needed. That works out. You do like the options on custom difficulty? Yeah, facility status, intrusion detected. Production paused, awaiting restart authorization. The terminal looks like any other, another anomalous facility, another meaningless screen of data. But the numbers that scroll past me call out. If let's see, I find my hand upon the panel, a needle extends from the glove of my suit. I did not know I had a needle in my suit. I did not move my arm. Give in. I surrender to my exosuit. I am a statue, powerless witness to what is... Sorry. I am a powerless witness to whatever it is attempting. Wave after wave of numbers fill the terminal screen, pattern swirling as my exosuit communes with the data. At last, it halts upon a prompt I understand. Glass archive breached. Boundary status open. Download hard frame blueprints. Confirm download. The factory is a portal, an anomalous node no more. Through this window, my exosuit retrieves another set of Sentinel hardframe schematics for whatever world of data lies beneath. There was no need to feel afraid. Okay, hardframe left arm. So collect a salvaged Sentinel hardframe, reconditioned for fit the Minotaur heavy exoskeleton hybrid. Or exocraft hybrid. When installed alongside the Minotaur laser, it transforms the mining laser into a powerful combat upgrade with the ability to deal heavy damage to stunned targets. Okay. Network status. Additional entries registered. Laylapse, the Sentinel, deactivated unit number 4927G. Neural upgrade noted available. Proceed. Transmit upgrade package. Neural upgrade package, broadcast, awaiting remote response. Okay. Now to actually scan things and do all the other stuff that we should do. I'm only seeing flying creatures. Oh, that's literally it. There were just 3 types of birds on this planet. Alright, fair enough. Okay, we got all that. Not seeing a whole lot on here. Okay. So, we got a couple of options of things we can do now. Let's see. Well, there's copper. Because they do need metal. It's just a worm, it's fine. How's my inventory looking? Not great, but it certainly could be worse. Okay. We'll leave that for now. Alright, let's go grab some more copper, because I need the chromatic metal, as always. We can just do this while we're standing right here. Because that's what I'm going to need for the next of the Minotaur arms. Yeah, because it seems like this is just leading me on the path of, like, building out the Minotaur. Which I'm down for, because very much, I kind of slept on the Exocrats for a long time, and then when I did finally start using them, it was mostly the Roamer. Because in a lot of ways, the Roamer definitely felt like the one that gave me a lot more to, like, brought the most to the table type deal. But that's kind of before, like, I got the Roamer when the Roamer was new tech. By the time the Minotaur showed up, like, I missed that expedition for the most part. Which I think was the Settlers expedition, but it could be wrong. Alright. But it's just one of those things that I never circled back and got all that sorted out. So get all this, make it into the chromatic metal so you can make the other Minotaur arm. You'll keep doing the settlement stuff, keep unlocking this stuff. Keep getting eggs, keep unlocking more and more upgrades. Okay, we got 2 of these right up here, so let's grab those. I still need another Vakeen dagger for the weapons person. We learned the word for hello in Gek. Yeah, my ship's down there. I do have 1 cargo drop over there. Alright. I'm gonna try and dash between these drop pods real fast. Just in the off chance to get lucky. It's a buried cache, not a drop pod. The buried technology module that's right here. Okay, we're gonna just gradually work our way back to the ship. I'm not gonna go exploring the whole planet or anything. Just trying to snag a couple of these and hope for that. And check out a bit. Been streaming a bit more recently and all that good stuff. Playing some Digimon and all that. If that's your jam, you can find it over there. We all start somewhere, and there we go. Alright. But it's always nice to be able to support others and all that. Okay, we can pop onto the ship. Go ahead and get out of here. And while that sorts itself out, let's pop into our stuff here, because we'll want to get the copper going. Oh yeah, no, don't worry about being like streaming any day. It's just people are streaming, we do try and, you know, show the support we can, all that good stuff. Turn to the mission agent. Yeah, we could do it real quick. But yeah, so one of the things we're gonna want to do here is I am going to want to try to, basically what we got is I can start tracking down the dissonance stuff, which means sentinel ships, getting the staff, doing the whole dissonance storyline. Or going back to working on the base. Sorry about that. Now the catch is that dissonance stuff does take a lot of inventory space and all that. And it's a pretty involved quest line. So I'm not sure how manageable that will be with our inventory in its current situation, because it'll be staying in system for the most part. Alright. I do think, regardless, it's worth me, like, favoriting the system. And this is within one jump of my settlement and my base. Okay, scan for materials for a cargo inventory thing. That'll send me to a very specific system, which is my only hesitation with those ones. I'll still grab it. It'll just be a low priority thing. You can also grab this one as a low priority thing. The other two I don't care about. Alright, let's make sure those didn't get set as my primary thing, because I'm not dealing with that right now. You have construction underway. You need a circuit board. We need Valkene daggers. Let's pop over here. You get the magnetic resonator. Was there something I need the magnetic resonator for? Ah, it would be the geology cannon, but I don't care about that. Right, I also needed wiring looms for a lot of stuff, because we wanted to make the pulse splitter to maybe be my main weapon. But I need a bunch of stuff there. We have a whole bunch of stuff that needed wiring looms. Alright. We're gonna probably spend a bit of money here that I'm not super excited about spending, but we'll want to get there. One thing I need to do is I need to get to the point of a bunch that's not floating around in my inventory as just random debris. Okay, so you got a suspicious mining upgrade. Cool. So we got yet another mining upgrade. I'm surprised it's not maxed out and complaining. It'll get there, don't worry. That's fine. Let's go up here. I'm pretty sure we already hit this person up, but just in case we didn't, we'll double check. It looks like we already did. Nothing new to donate to them. We turn in our quests. Alright, so we are going to Oh, it switched back to this one again. Don't do that. So yeah, construction underway. Access the facility terminal. We did that. Oh, proceed to planet surface. Alright, it's fine. Ooh, S-tier ship. Hang on. Don't go. I'm gonna talk to you about your ship, buddy. Okay. Trade friend? The pilot's eyes bulged slightly when I approached. Ultimately, they decided to allow the trading negotiation. They gestured towards their starship, that they might be willing to sell it for the right price. First, let's check out your actual goods. See if you can save me some pain. I could just buy the wiring looms from him. They're not at a good price, though. Really not at a good price. I'm going to just sell the rusted metal to get out of my inventory because I'll just keep using it. All the other stuff I kind of want to hold on to for right now. Some of this we're definitely going to want to get like our long-term storage. Make an offer for your ship. Oh no, you're not an S tier. Oh, you're not even a exotic ship. You're just a sail ship. Yeah, get out of here. I thought you had something special. I didn't realize you had a big basket of letdown. Okay, so they want me to go to the surface of a planet. It has a hard time talking to you when you're hyper-focused on a game like that. Yeah. I've definitely been in that situation where like your brain is just super engaged with like one kind of track mind. Toom has humored me through that more than once, where I'm into something and she realizes like it's fun and important to me, even if we're being honest, it's just a video game and she doesn't really particularly care about the game in question, but she'll humor me with it and try to understand and whatnot. Okay. I don't think we're gonna go through the whole dissonance stuff yet. I thought you could still get like the regular settlement kind of stuff on these, but I'm not seeing any. Oh, wait. That was something we're stopping for. There you are. Okay. So we can test the drone and scan for the nonsense here. Alright. Network purge complete. Restoring basal cognition layer. Feeling better. Feeling fresh. Greetings, Telemon. Ask who Telemon is. Perhaps I married an error. Yes, error. Apologies, traveler. Please accept my fault. To establish a better bond, install hard frame blueprint into own Minotaur. It you compute more. We have the planet of bubbles, apparently. Okay, and how many creatures are on this? There is one. Cool. We found the creature on this planet. Alright, so grab your trash. 16. Feed lost circuits. The 16th, 1001101. Oh. Yeah, I don't have the other things going around to support that. It's fine. But yeah, so these dissonant worlds have lots of really cool stuff you can get on them. We will want to do this eventually. It's a whole thing. So what I'm thinking we do is we mark this system as one of potential interest. Again, because it's a dissonant system that's right next to my settlement. Like one jump away. So we could just use that. So let's go ahead and... You want me to go where now? What? Install... Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about that. Don't do that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to space station, and I'm gonna use its teleporter to go back to the base. So not the settlement, but the base. Actually, I should check both. Because most likely the settlement will be done or just about done. But I want to mark this as a favorite, as like my go-to dissonant system. I could see eventually setting up a base here, so anytime I want to do dissonant stuff, I literally just teleport to this area and go do. But I think for that, I'd probably wait till we're actually working on the dissonant stuff so I can go and put it like right by one of the dissonant hubs or, you know, other point of interest kind of thing versus just arbitrarily wherever. Okay. We can go here. Alright. So we'll want to go to the Bluegrass Farm. And I do believe I should be checking what system we just left before we left it. It's fine. We'll want to make sure to mark those as favorites. I actually didn't use the teleporters nearly as much as I should in the past. Because hopping between a bunch of these places can be really useful. Most of the time what I had is I had my my base, and then my second teleporter was just dealing with the dealing with the words are hard. Yeah, so it was like the base and the freighter. So you could use like my freighter as like my forward ops. And then I had the base as well. Alright. So let's go here before we do anything and see if we can't favorite things. So, we have under our favorites, I've got my settlement and here. And for the recent... Check our discovery catalog. So let's see. That's the system we're in. Yeah, because I don't think they're in any kind of alphabetical order. I bet you it's because I didn't scan anything on it. Alright. Let's see if we can't get the name of the system real fast. So, we have our recent ones here. I've got you. It's not that one. Yes, unfortunately, I can't really tell with a lot of them. We did land on the surface. Yeah, so I have this one is the only one I have. Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. So it's Ifjar Hama or whatever it is. So it's IAF. So we want to go U, add to favorites. So that way I can find my way back to the dissonance system easy. Alright, now that that all is over, I want to grab the Minotaur, hop out, grab you. I need to make the left arm. I do not have a hydraulic wiring. And can we make the regular mining laser? No, I need more chromatic metal and wiring looms and all that. Okay, so let's look here. What would it take for me to make the hydraulic arm? 2 carbon nanotubes, that's easy. Okay, so I can go to you now. I'm glad I was. Could you stop putting electricity directly over my home? I would like to go inside for the teleporter, but that's looking like how the run ends. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright, so now we go to settlements, go back to our settlement. Okay. Hiding in your ship won't entirely protect you either. I believe if you're sitting in your chair, you're safe, but if you're just standing in your ship, I don't believe it helps. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong. It's one of the reasons I don't like to spend much time on planets that have those effects. But I didn't realize that planet had those. It's fine. They almost all do have some capacity. Alright. Debrief Sentinel Expedition. The citizens who went seeking answers about the settlements have returned from their expedition. They report they found a Sentinel hardframe blueprint, but the atmosphere is subdued. So I don't know if I should be questioning them or thanking them. Let's just thank them, because regardless, we should thank them. The question of it, like, without knowing the intent of the questioning, whether it's going to be accusatory questioning or being like, hey, are you alright? We don't know the tone. The citizens murmur their appreciation, but their mutterings, swirling rumors about the water. The citizens are reluctant to speak farther. They do not seem to be quite themselves. Ads feature, creeping, spreading glass, or we can quarantine them, which adds feature, quarantined explorer. Well, I'm assuming that has a negative. Release the explorers. So we're gonna have creeping. Cool, now our town is full of creeping. So we got hard frame legs that we can put on our Minotaur. Installation significantly improves the Minotaur's engine and mobility systems. And we could turn this one. Just keep on building. Alright, so we got another house upgraded. And I already had the materials to upgrade it again. Okay. So, what did those effects that we just caused ourselves do? View the greater area. Creeping, spreading glass. Do not drink the water. I don't know what that means. What I do know is I'm not sure what changed, but our productivity went up by almost 60,000 since the last time we were here. We're almost at the point of breaking even now. It may very well just be the climbing happiness. Alright, so with that, we need to immediately hop right back over to our base. Because then we can go and add the legs to our Minotaur. We got a lot of stuff we need to do to make our exocrafts so I want them to be. It does seem like you can get the roamer to be impervious to just a lot of the normal environmental factors. So if we're just driving around collecting materials, it definitely feels like the way to go. Okay. Alright, so we've got the fancier legs installed. Okay. So where's my little buddy here? I am thinking about names. Telemon, not Telemon. Places have names. People have names. Even clothing. But I do not possess a name. Why? I do not know. Because I could tell them they're a drone. They don't need one. But I'm going to say I do not know. When I was part of the Hive, I did not require a designation. But where is my Hive now? I know. I will give myself a name. I will call myself Laylaps. That is a good name? Is it not? Refuse to use the name. Say hello to Laylaps. Lights flash within Laylaps' carapace. They are delighted to hear their name. Now, there was the implication that someone had freed a drone in the past, named it Laylaps and all that, and it seems to be we're going through that. Your Minotaur friend needs a mind before it can flourish. I can help. I can help. I can see the big walkers. I can see where they walk. Obtain brain of a walker. Bring it to your anomaly. Bring it to the Tessa, not Telemon. Is this for the achievement or a full-blown playthrough? A full-blown playthrough. I've already got the achievement. Accept directions to the walkers. But I do not want you to die. Telemon, not Telemon. I can help. Plans, blueprints, upgrades, technology. My gift to you. Accept blueprints. We are doing so well. Paralysis Mortar. A non-violent projectile launcher. Launch projectiles will incapacitate nearby targets with a burst of electronic energy, effective against biological and electronic things. And before you tell me to make it, I will be going over here. Okay, you did not. Alright, cool. Alright. This is not a smart move. But progress must continue. It's going to be a real sweaty fight, and if anything goes wrong, we could die really fast doing this. But my goal is to do all of the different quest lines and missions and all that. And you've been working on the settlement stuff. So I guess we're going to be taking on a walker, which can kill you really fast. And we're not exactly particularly hardened for it. Well, it's a little ominous seeing things explode down there before we even land. I saw it off to the left. Yeah, we don't have the stun locking thing though, because I don't have the room for it. Okay, that is the big murdery one that I'm not really equipped to deal with. And this isn't exactly the best terrain I could be asking for. Lots of rocks to get stuck on. We're still gonna do it. At least try our best. Oh, that's danger close. Danger close. Okay. All right. Just give that a moment to sort itself out. It's not too bad. You don't seem to be doing anything anymore. Those are also having a terrible time keeping up with me. Alright, so let's give him a moment to lose track of me. And we're gonna deal with that. I think the smaller ones that walkers are deadlier. Know where you can just shut him down. The big thing about the big ones, from what I remember, and maybe they got adjusted over the years, is I remember they could just get, I think it was that laser. If they actually caught you with the laser, it would just rip you a new one. Pristine brain. Cool, we got the... the walker brain. Didn't bother looking around at all. Is this a lifeless planet? Yeah, lifeless planet. Well, that went pretty smoothly and easily. Alright. An ancient knowledge passed down through generations of a keen warrior spills from the marker stone, filtering through my mind along with long-forgotten memory. None hamper the path towards Dragin Dar as the Sentinels. They must be destroyed. Their time will be ended. So it has been written, so it shall become. This the Vikings swear. Alright, give me words. You remember that fight, though? Yeah, no, it's the thing. It's deadlier than the dogs, but less accurate. Yeah, no, I remember getting caught out by it once or twice when they first introduced them. Admittedly, I've not ended up fighting that walker that many times just because I haven't needed to. It's like not been a thing drawing me to it. I know the walker brains serve purposes, but never found it being a huge deal. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. But yeah, and that was the thing. I feel like it was more accurate historically, and then they must have nerfed it, because it was those things that I definitely felt it was almost like the dogs about if you don't get something between you, it was practically pinpoint back in the day. Okay, let's get out here. You farm sentinels for glass, so it got really good at fighting the walkers. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like one of those things that if you get yourself in a combat setup where you can just hit them really hard, you can just kind of like systematically disassemble the parts. I do appreciate a good game that has that kind of mechanic where you can fight an enemy and pick off stuff to kind of choose how you want the fight to continue. Like back in the day, you'd have all your space sims and you could like cycle through their systems and like knock out their shields or their engines or whatever. I always liked that approach to combat where, sure, you could just hammer at the whole thing till it was dead, and if you had enough damage, that was fine. But for like really dangerous targets, it'd be like, alright, what do I want to prioritize getting rid of? And mobility, getting rid of that was almost always a good choice. Because it'd make it harder for them to chase you and good aim on you, and also put you in a position where you can kind of get under their guns or whatever was your strategy. Or, get out when you're starting to get hammered if there's not really a maneuvering around shot, so get in, do some damage, get back out, recover, repeat. Just chip away at them. So I like the idea that there's an enemy that we can, like, pick the legs out from under it. Or, like, if you have, like, the shots that go up in the air versus the laser, say the laser's the biggest threat, you could rip off the laser. Still alive, I see. That is a good start. Usually run a maxed out pulse splitter in first-person view, so instantly get thrown back to old shooters like Quake and Unreal Tournament. You credit that nostalgia for the skill, yeah. Well, that was, one of the guns I was always really good with. Let me check one thing real fast. Oh, okay, nothing I need to worry about right this second. One of the things I always kind of, sorry, I'm just adjusting a couple windows, got moved around on me. But, there's not been many games lately that have had, like, the slow-moving, high-damage projectile. I really always like that gameplay of, like, leading your target with this really slow projectile that if you catch them, that's just, it's not necessarily, like, one shot, one kill, but it's just really high damage. I always liked that, otherwise the classic of just the gun that pours out an obnoxious amount of ammo and is not very accurate. Because that was always fun to just troll people who are like sniping with just throwing bullets at them. Alright, this is doing their best to appear aloof and unconcerned, but it's clear to me that they are struggling to contain their excitement. Before I can reply, they explode with questions. Did it work, Traveler? Tell me, did the drone live? Where has it led you? And what have you learned? The drone is doing well. Excellent. We have done well. Done well indeed. Oh, I do wish I could see it. But I cannot leave this anomaly. And this anomaly is the one place the drone can never be. Say the drone gave itself a name. A name? It gave itself a name? That is unusual. That is beyond simple engineering. I should have looked more closely at these beads Polo gave me. The Gek are always up to something. Reveal the pristine brain. I've seen a lot of these things in my traveler, but never one so beautiful. And you say your drone friend told you to bring it to me? Remarkable. So, we want this to go in your Minotaur. I like how you think, traveler. Bring the heavy armaments to the fight against the Sentinels. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. There are very few vulnerabilities in these things. Should be simple enough job to bypass a few circuits. Yes, this won't take long. There, done. I've done the hard part for you and rewired the brain. This schematic should take you through the rest of the process. Hard frame body. But traveler, this brain, it won't be enough. It needs something else. Something crimson. Well, look, you'll find out soon enough. The signature I've encoded in the brain will draw its attention. Head out in space, you'll know what to do. Fly well, traveler. Alright, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I always liked, and not like necessarily the full room one, like for Elite Dangerous, the plasma cannon, where it's just a slow projectile speed, so it takes really leading a target or a really slow target. Do you have the other Minotaur parts from the Quicksilver vendor? Curious if they're just cosmetic or worth getting. I believe the stuff from the Quicksilver vendor is always cosmetic. I could be very wrong about that, though. I mean, some of it can be, like, cosmetic in the sense that it's functional, but just is the same as something out in the normal game. But I can be very wrong about that. I'd be disappointed if they weren't just cosmetic. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been doing any of the Quicksilver stuff because I usually don't care about the cosmetic stuff too much. Like, I'll... The other's beacon drifts through space, impossibly silent and impossibly loud. It knows I am here. Present the hacked brain. I definitely understood anything you just said. Alright. Previously embedded Sentinel Walker and semi-organic computer has been altered by both Tethys and a messenger of the Atlas. At one point, figurines improved spaceship performance. Was that intended, or was that like an unintentional byproduct? The words of the beacon ring a crimson echo in your ears. Their terrible music has stirred something within the hacked brain. It pulsates with new and radiant life. Let's see, you've gone from Quicksilver so far was a Void Egg and nothing but base decor. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole idea. It seems to have been nerfed, though. Yeah, no, my guess is that they're gonna try and keep all the Quicksilver stuff being effectively cosmetic, because even the stuff from the expeditions, from my understanding, are mostly cosmetic. Because we got the we got, for example, the ship that very much was like inspired by Mandalorian. That was the thing that we got from the expeditions. Sure, it's a new ship, but I mean, I want to say it started at C rank or whatever, and you have to go through the upgrade process anyways. We need antimatter and a life support gel. So we got the antimatter and the gel. Alright. Laylaps is delighted by the transformation of the Minotaur. There, Minotaur is not robot machine anymore. It is friend. Or not friend? They can choose. I am so glad you agreed to help. Telemon, not Telemon. Ask who Telemon is. Laylaps is amused at my concern. Of course. You do not know, do you? Well, it does not matter. I am glad we are friends. Lights chitter again at Laylaps' Shell's hesitating, halting pattern. They appear to be considering something of importance. I will prove we are friends. Erase me from the pillar records. Attack the hive. Attack the sentinels with my blessing. We are a team. Laylaps is like, murder, 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 blood. Oh no, wait, I'm doing this for you. Now you have the most annoying thing to have active while building or trying to take a cool screenshot. Oh yeah, because you're just trying to get something done, and the whole time you're just walking around here and clomp, 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 and then occasionally at fighting something or whatever. Yep, it's like the big thing, like the big bean things in Satisfactory, where you're just trying to build and they just get all up in the way. The Minotaur is notorious for stepping on what you're trying to harvest. Yeah. I mean, you could just not bring it with you kind of thing. Okay. Man, I could definitely see that being a thing. Having an elevated base is the worst of the Minotaur, because he loves to just leap onto the platform out of nowhere and scare you. Did not realize you were playing a horror game. You were playing a horror game. And stuff's already scanned, so we've been here already. We got a bunch of things all bunched up again. Grab the checkpoint. Okay. Come on. I vaguely remember those used to be like your primary source for a lot of stuff in early to mid game. The crash stuff. A lot of your modifiers. That's where you got them from. Like, they weren't the only source for them, but they're the one things. Lost track of the walker, and I do not like that. There we go. See the repair one behind there. We need to back off because I got my shields roughed up a bit there. Because not only did they shoot me a bunch, but then I smashed myself into the ground. Okay. The big thing is going to be eliminating the walker. A big part of that's going to be eliminating the littler guys too. Okay. We need to back off and recover. Oh, goodness. Let's go. It's time to go. I got my shields up. I didn't see what else hit me. Was it another walker peered behind me or something? Yeah, it seemed like another walker appeared behind me. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. We got a second walker showed up behind me, so it was just sandwiched between them. Yeah, no, we lost all our shields. We didn't actually take a health hit, and we didn't lose any systems, surprisingly. Hey, don't worry, I'm your buddy. Okay, so we're no longer in combat. Warning, boundary node exposed. Once again, I find myself in the terminals of the Sentinel's glassy archive. Once again, I am passive in the face of a hostile interface. Laylabs has requested a total severance. I will make it so. Perform network severance. Severance packet broadcast. Remote response. Confirmed. Entity erased. As Laylab severs themselves completely from the hive mind, I see flashes of light, images of a world where everything is like glass. And I finally understand. This is my fate. The inevitable after, it's just an archive. The completion of data. Pillar control nodes operational. Boundary node archive. Secure. Rogue imposter. Purged from archive. Extract weapons technology. Compare with current one. I will take it for free. And I will shut down the Sentinel forces. Localized control routines untrusted. Immediate shutdown required. Warning, boundary node exposed. Access the logs. Imposter detected. Override code. Manifesting personality protocol. Voice of the Hive. The Atlas that we had form. And thus, we had form. The Atlas dreamt we had a home. And so an archive became a universe. A depository for the accumulated data became a haven. And a hell. If you could live there, you could only see light. You would see only glass. Okay. So that was our first near death that we had. Now granted, in practice, I don't remember which one's my, I think that's my actual weapon. Now in practice, I still had 2 hits of life left, and I don't think you can lose more than 1 health at a time. But with some of the things like the rapid fire weapons, each hit takes a health sometimes. And I believe there's like a momentary reprieve where you can't just get insta-killed. But I do remember that sometimes under different situations you can lose your health really rapidly. So we did lose our shields, but we did not take any health damage. Just by the luck that we got slapped by the explosion. And there wasn't like the follow-up, I was already gone by the time it came up. Because having another walker appear behind me and just sandwich me was not my favorite. The one I remember getting myself in trouble with these is where they put these pits in there. I remember I'd try and maneuver around those, and sometimes I'd like get caught in the pit and trying to get out and get slapped directly by an explosive. I don't think I ever died to it, but I definitely got pretty roughed up from it more than once. Hey, now let's not do that. course the inventory is full. The inventory is always full. I'll deal with that all in a minute. Okay. So let's get over here. But yeah, so far, honestly, with all the way we've been playing, that's the only time I've lost shields. And that's both as the ship or as the person. That said, if you're losing shields at any reasonable frequency, you're not going to survive permadeath. Alright. Let's get in our ship and evaluate what we got going on. Okay, so inventory is unsurprisingly an absolute disaster. We do have a walker brain available. I do also have the quad servo available. Seeing if I could stack any of these things away. There we go. We can pop that, which stacked really nicely. Yeah, and you can use the glass to get valuable materials, as well as the glass will also sometimes give you upgrades for nanites and whatever. Alright. So let's take a look in here. Got a bit more copper I could process to get that out of our inventory. Okay, we're looking at our actual log, though. Fulfill the Sentinel's wish. So we did that. We do have that set. I probably just have to talk to the Sentinel now. This does not have to be our destiny anymore. Telemon, not Telemon. It doesn't have to be the end. It won't be. We have died once. We won't die again. We will have such fun. We will save the worlds. Our chance of failure is practically null. I mean, null is not zero. Null is the absence of a value. So that doesn't actually work in that context. Agree. I knew we would do it. We have all done so well. Oh, no, 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 no. Stupid storms appearing directly on my ship, trying to instantly kill me. There we go. All right. So, let's get on our ship. I think that quest line is probably done. The inventory part is what I hated the most. Yeah. All right, so we're not gonna worry about the anomaly right now. So the settlers, we have construction underway. We're waiting on a circuit board. We need Valkyne daggers. And that we just have to wait on stuff. So that one requires me to go to a specific planet. And that one requires me to take on pirates. So we will go through that. Let's see here. The other stuff here I don't care about right now. Oh, also, I just noticed that you already finished processing your things. Yeah, I've got so many big things here that we should be moving around. For right now, let's move the glass over there. That's that full. Okay, so let's go check out these other systems where I got stuff to do. Since we are now free from immediate consideration of other things. Oh, they're all way down there. That's fair. Okay. That's my settlement side. Alright, so what we can do then is go to the station. Oh no, we can just land on the planet. So we can land on the planet, check out our base. Maybe plunk some upgrades into our various exocraft. Teleport over to the settlement, chase down these individual tasks to get ourselves more goodies. And then honestly, it's looking like we're probably finally getting down to the point where the things we've been chasing down on the side, we might be getting to main story stuff. To be fair, what I could do is we can deal with the 2 quests we got here, and then I can go to that dissonance system, whatever, and start putting that quest line through, because that'll give me some of the stuff I want long term. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Hey, big guy, how you doing? Okay, they're all doing their thing. Alright. So. For the circuit board, what am I missing? We're missing this, which is 200 star bulbs. So if we do end up on a planet that has star bulbs, that's what I'm gonna need for that. Is there anything we want to make here? So need the magnetic resonator and 3 quantum computers. What do we need for a quantum computer? We can do that. I'd have to get rid of the other refinery. But it's definitely a doable thing. Starship, no room for anything. Multi-tool. So for the multi-tool, we want to go for the pulse splitter. We'll still need to get access to that stuff. I'm not really worried about this. So we can leave that alone. For you, we have the stuff here. Yeah, so I'm gonna just have to get like a stack of wiring looms, because like everything here is expecting me to have a wiring loom for it. Alright, we can go to you. There's the nanites, chuck that in there. Top off your power. At some point we'll want to make that glass. Alright, let's just take the teleporter to the settlement. Not a whole lot for me to do here. Okay. Because the settlement's over by where we have the quest for the killing the pirates and scanning the data. And then, like I said, I could see us popping over to the dissonant world and starting that whole quest line. I actually don't remember what triggers the start of that, and don't remind me, we'll get there. I want to say you just putz around and you discover stuff on the planet, and it starts it. Like, it might be like mining the materials, or as you run around to stuff the stuff in your inventory, you get a scan. Alright, so we have... yeah, settlements in debt. We're almost breaking even. There's the one. So you're done being upgraded. big thing we need to do is we need to seek out nitrogen. Because I'm going to need that for upgrading a lot of the stuff in this place. Yeah, we'll need amino chambers. Do we know what we need for an amino chamber? An amino chamber, yeah, so we'll need chlorine. That's not actually that bad to get a hold of. I don't have it handy. Alright, upgrade you. Let's take a little peek at how we're doing now. We got another building upgraded. Yes, we're at 14% happiness, population 19, and we're only slightly in the deficit now. We're getting real close to being positive, which would be great when we get there. If we could get the nitrogen for upgrading the farm and all our production stuff, I imagine we would be just flat out in the positive, and we could start working off our debt. And then I'm curious, like, if it'll just give me straight up credits, or we will get materials, A or B. This is the one thing I don't want spoiled because, excuse me, it's not how you land, friend. Because that's just one of the only things I haven't done. Okay, so galaxy map. So the scanning stuff mission is a new system, whereas the pirate mission is a system I've already been to. We start by docking up the station, expanding our inventory, doing that whole shebang. Then we're going to start checking out the planets. If we see a planet where we can get star bulbs, we might want to detour there to get the circuit board made. Because if we get the circuit board made, we can get the main overseer stuff back on track. We're still also in the market for a Valkyne dagger. I need 2 of them, and I got 1. We're just going to be popping boxes. Alright, so let's look at you. So we can kill sentinels. I'm sure that's going to happen whether I want it to or not at some point. Kill 2 predators. That's fine. And I don't want to deal with the other ones, so we won't. Now we can run up here. I'll start by donating stuff. Okay, so we got the suspicious thing. So a cryogenic pump and platinum. And that gave us a larval core. Cool. Interloper, give me, and I will you. I don't understand half of what you're saying, but we're getting there. Nothing new we're going to deal with there. Not going to trade for any of the reactors or anything right now. Let's expand our cargo. Okay. Nothing else for us to do with you. Let's pop down below and sell the larval thing. And also just... That's not what I wanted. The warriors guys keep shutting as their breathing labored and broken. They suddenly appear to notice me and jolting to attention. Request dialect help. They nod and they present me with a list of language symbols. Aggression. Teaches me a word of their language. Battle. I didn't mean to talk to them, but I guess we'll just take a word while we're there. Okay. So I keep keeping all these materials that will potentially have use later, but they are really just taking up a lot of space. Alright. We'll sell all those right now. Should also be checking on what they're selling. Because a number of times I've skipped kind of annoying stuff by just snagging things easy. Like, I know I need one of those for something. But I do not remember what. Yeah, so we want to do the split fire. Yeah, it's the Urtrium. Okay, that's fine. I also remember when I was doing the permadeath run for the first time where I was going for the achievement, you would go to the station and to, like, avoid threat, you would just kind of talk to the people to, you know, buy your copper or whatever once you started getting your money stuff. That's also in the era where you could just cheese the game the first time I did it, where you'd go to each station. I can't remember what the thing was. There was something that had, like, a decent amount of value. I think it was just one of your higher manufactured goods. And you could go to a station and you could buy everything they had there, which would explode the... No, as you'd sell everything there and it'd crash the price, and then you'd buy it all back, and it would explode the price. And it was just kind of the way you dealt with it. And it would just... It had like a dynamic market, so that as they got lower on stuff, they would have a higher price and vice versa. So you'd go and you'd sell things at whatever the starting price was, get the entire stack sold at that and get your money worth, which would completely crash the price out because you had now just flooded the market. And so they would sell it back to you at well below what you paid for it, and you'd get more of the material, and you just jump system to system repeating that, and effectively get yourself all the money you could possibly want. Okay, there's another one right behind here. But they fixed that. They kind of made it so instead of just selling it all at the same price, I want to say it would adjust as it sold. So if you sold 1,000 units, you'd only get the maximum price in the first couple, and then it'd like gradually taper down to whatever was appropriate. I think that's how they adjusted it. Either way, they got rid of that exploit. Because it used to be you'd do it unintentionally sometimes. It's just really strong. That said, that trick didn't help you with the nanites, just the cash. But still. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So you already finished that mission objective. Alright, is there anything else we could deal with while we're here? There is killing some sentinels and killing predatory animals. Yeah, there's an underground one, so we're not going to track it out of the way. Okay. So I shouldn't need to kill too many more. Did you stop going orbital? Alright, so we'll just kill these last two, then we hop underground. Dig it away. That should satisfy the need for the mission objective to kill the sentinels. Okay. Alright, with that, chat, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker, not the. Hang on, I thought this was just some like inappropriate, you know, like just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to like talk up the science because she knows like we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Pretty sure we just pushed him and it counted as a spear stab.
Fuck it.
Wait.
Why don't you hop in this car with me? Let's go look together.
Oh, this is a bad idea.
Hold on,
Alright,
I think I
I'll
gotta
let
unlock
myself
the
in.
door. Oh, there you go. All right. All right, let's go have a looking around. Ooh, this car is kind of fucked. Hold on. Hold on, it keeps pulling.
You, Sir? Sir? Alright, I forgot. That was Digwood. We were doing a, we were on a server that the whole point was it was me, Digwood, Snoot, Brildane, and, Killadrix. That we were all on a server that we were the unfriendly neighbors. And it was basically we were playing Project Zomboid. The gimmick was we had to kill each other. But, you know, murder's just uncouth. That's just... nah. So we had to, like, use subtle ways to put people into situations to get them killed, that kind of thing. And Digwood had gotten bitten and was dying. And as you heard me at the beginning of that clip being like, this is a dumb idea. But, you know, part of the fun is to put yourself in that danger and try and get out of it. And so he tried to trap me. Like, he pulled the car up to, like, the fence to try and trap me in the car while he turned. It's just, unfortunately for him, the reality is zombies in Project Zomboid can't sit in cars in any capacity. So the moment he died, it ejected him from the car and put him underneath the car. So I could just get out and walk away. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, so this planet doesn't have the star bulbs. We're not going to go for the underground one. We did kill the sentinels for that objective. Alright, so what else do we have to deal with on our log? We've got the kill the predatory creatures, which is going to be happening to run into those. Locate and destroy the bounties. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do the bounties real fast. Because if we kill those real quick, we can turn in all 3 of those missions. And the predators I'm just going to keep on the log, and then when we have an opportunity to show up where something's coming after me, we can just wipe it out. Oh good, and this is the dissonance system. This will actually work out fine, because what we could do then is we can go to the dissonance system, and we could start trying to check into the dissonance stuff. Oh, looks like we're going to be in a fight. Okay. Been trying to do like it's on straightaways where this thing just chooses to aim terribly. Ah. So I end up actually getting hits. Alright. So I accidentally hit friendlies there. So we want to avoid just continuing to fight the want to avoid fighting the sentinels because they'll just keep escalating more and more and more. So while we can get goods doing that, it's just going to increase the risk. So those ones just run away. I accidentally hit a friendly. Alright, come on. Yeah, that'll have gotten the sentinels off me completely. So let's try this again, hopefully without hitting friendly ships this time. So the thing I'm trying to be careful about is that the other ships behind there okay. Two more. It'd be so bad if we weren't getting all these other fighters crowding in on it. See, like I just hit friendly there. Okay, luckily it wasn't enough to aggro them again. Alright, because we still need our freighter. Friend to Gek. The life form who must be captain of the freighter looks greatly relieved. They gesture a welcome on board. So we got like the big old Star Destroyer style fleet carrier, which is one of my favorite designs. So beam down, because trying to fly down is how you die, because you get stuck in the hitbox and all sorts of garbage. Alright. Where are you? There you are, Captain. Or Commander. An air of wary authority clearly marks this being as the freighter's captain. Offer to buy the freighter. So we've been getting nothing but the C-Class. This one has a little bit more inventory than the other, but we do actually have the Star Destroyer style here with a spoiler. I think I'm going to just finally say yes. This is the third chance they've had. All three of them have been basically the same. I don't know if they normalize it, but I actually like that model. So that makes this freighter ours. So I can manage our fleet. We do have a mining ship available. Happy day, Captain Friend. We have a plan many expeditions together, but first, you're going to need to build a command room, and so that you may talk to your fleet as they sail. Let's see, Navigator Titorp has prepared an expedition for your fleet, but the freighter lacks a fleet command room. We need to maintain communications during the voyage. Alright. So it'll go down to the main area. So what I want to do... Oh, you actually have a storage thing? Oh. Well, that's convenient. They already have one. Alright, that works out for me, because I don't know if I even have the stuff I need to do all that. Okay, so they have two of them. So that's cool. So that's going to basically give me free chromium. This is not a bad setup. If I had known it had all this stuff to begin with, I would have gone for that much sooner. Okay, but the point is, those are going to slowly give me chromatic metal, and then they also have the exocraft room and a storage. So what we're going to need to do is make a fleet command room. So that's at that elbow, so that'd look really bad if I put it there. If I put it here, it should look fine. Calibrating command post to new master signature. Success. Master profile indicates one support frigate available. Profile indicates no frigate fuel blueprints aboard. Download? Download data. Okay, so we can now make frigate fuel. And so we're going to end up needing to do that. And so frigate fuel is dihydrogen and tritium, whatever, the thing. And for right now, I'll go ahead and drop you in to keep you powered. But the plan here is I'm mostly going to use this just for fleet stuff. We already have our own base down below. Hello, Captain Fred. Joyous day for Expedition Fleet. I have charted new expedition routes. View potential expeditions. So we have an industrial vehicle that has no skill whatsoever. We have a mining vessel that has 19 mining skill and is crap at everything else. So let's focus on a mining thing and see if you can't pull it off. I do not have a strong opinion on if something goes wrong with this, so best to luck of you. Alright. So yeah, so we now have the freighter. So we make contact with the fleet. Fleet Command online. Calibrating to Fleet Command for Berkvi of the Apostle of the Otash. Speak to the commander. Greetings, Captain Friend. The expedition has covered 198 light years, and I estimate our plotted route to take a farther 56 minutes and 22 seconds. All systems nominal. Alright, leave. Okay, so we inspected it. We got those things done. Alright, so I don't think that'll actually have us... Yes, that's just waiting for the expedition to finish. You have construction underway. We need to locate and destroy the targets. The other thing that'll happen is, I think our wreck ships can show up on the freighter up here. I'll still have to fix them to get them back out of here. I gotta remember how that works. Because I know there's a way to retrieve them once you've left the system and all that. It just takes a little bit of finesse to get them to the station. So we'll get our bounty targets over here. And they'll be able to turn in the missions we've got there. Oh, I need to... There. Balance stuff out before I get trashed because all the stuff is not in the right place. Okay. Cool. And another one down. Okay. Eventually he'll stop kicking out pirates at me. Okay. All right. Are we done? You gonna leave me alone now? Cool. So with that, we can jump to station. Alright. Now, downside is as I'm gaining these ranks in combat, the things they'll throw against me are going to escalate. But it's one of those things that's going to happen anyways. I might as well do it on my terms. So hopefully I can get some rewards early on before they all get too much. And plus, a lot of times running from a fight can get you killed just as easily as sticking in it. With the space. On ground, you can just dig a hole and get away in seconds, so you don't have to worry too much about any of that. That's the big thing with the Sentinels, is like earlier where I almost got plugged by the 2 walkers jumping on either side of me. That's how you die to those. It's just suddenly a spike in damage that's enough to take you out. Okay. So this is a station we've already been to before. We're not going to worry about trying to get the inventory upgrade and all that. Hand in quests. Kill creatures for a multi-tool upgrade. And we are not going to worry about the other ones. And more Gex standing. Nothing to donate. Alright, so let's look at our inventory because we got... It begins. So, Nip Buds can be useful to us for, certainly legal purposes. Considering you'll notice it mentioned it was smuggled contraband. Where did I get a high energy shield from? Storm Crystal's a pretty good one. Okay. Right now, I'll just store that there. I don't have anything for it to work with. But if we do go for the Blaze Javelin, that's an upgrade for it. Suspicious Photon Cannon. Okay. Alright, so we can go up here and trade that for some nanites. Alright, and... So, what we're going to do is we already have the system marked. I want to teleport back home to my actual base. And the best thing is if I keep my freighter here, I now have the ability to like be able to easily find my settlement, my base, and my freighter, and we can get to like the distance system and all that. But I'm gonna go ahead and use these Nip Buds to start, you know, certain economic trends. So we can get into smuggling and stuff later. Because I should be able to go here. Oh, do I need to research it first? I think I need to research it first. Build technology. Huh. I'm guessing I have to research it first. I thought I already had it available. Yeah, because you require a bunch of advanced stuff. Right now I got all that. Yep, so it looks like I'm gonna have to go to the anomaly. Research that. There isn't like just jump. Yeah, no, because it wouldn't jump directly to the anomaly. All right. So recent. Well, actually, we can go to all. Go back to our carrier here. The grab ball's the most expensive item to grow. Yeah. They also have a much longer grow period. Alright. So not here. Let's go downstairs. Okay. Yep, and there's the trash ships that we never did fix. So we definitely don't want to fly that out while carrying stuff that's illegal, while it's also non-functional. So I'll need to go over here. Metal plate? No, it's the hydrogen. I don't have what I need for that one. You can worry about that later. But yeah, so you see I got a bunch of wrecked ships here. I want to get all those fixed up, because then we can fix them up, fly them to the station, and then have them scrapped. And I need... it was the stuff for... yeah, I'm gonna need a bunch of dihydrogen, because the dihydrogen's also what I need for, it's also what I need for the fuel for my freighter. Or not freighter, my frigates. So let's see if it was, can you have multiple freighters? No. Freighters, I believe you can only have one. Your ships, your corvettes, and all the other stuff you can have multiple. The exocraft, I do not believe you can have multiple of those either. As far as, like, you have one of the Minotaur, you have one of the Roamer. You can have, like, one of each. But yeah, the freighters, I believe it's a one and done. Unless something's changed. There wouldn't be much reason to have multiple, just because, like, there is not... like, your ship, you can actually get upgrades that kind of specialize it this way or that. So there's a reason to have different ships, like having the fighter, having the cargo ship, having the whatever. But that's just not really the case with the freighter. The freighters are all kind of generically the same, they just differ in cosmetics, if I'm not mistaken. Well, and rank. Well, class, whatever you call it. So let's run back here and see if I just need to unlock the Nip Nip. It'd be under the base stuff over here, wouldn't it be? Alright, so Nip Nip is 3. Yeah, so just hadn't unlocked it yet. So I've got what I need for the Nip Nip. But I still got 17 salvage. Let's get the electromagnetic generator. And I don't have enough salvage data for the rest of the stuff over there. We'll grab the auto trap because we can. Buildable storage for multi-tools. Sure, why not? I'm gonna want to grab everything. Let's just start grabbing junk. Oh, learn the survey device. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I kept anything for the survey device. Yep. Oh no, wait, it's nanite, so yeah, we can grab that. Let's keep grabbing all this stuff. So there's the surveillance device. I still got a bunch of stuff here. Okay, now it wants me to learn an industrial unit. Which, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I do not have at all what I need for that. Yeah, so it wants me to get this, but I need 10 salvage data. Alright, either way, we're going to use our nanites, we're going to keep unlocking stuff. Let's go over here to the plans. Keep that going. Okay, and we're out of those. Alright, so we're not going to be able to get the mineral extractor stuff yet. We're waiting for that to finish. The exosuit upgrades. Activate that. We'll deal with that later. Wait for the additional data to be restored. We're waiting for the daggers. I need star bulbs for that. We have a management decision available at our thing. Kill predator creatures, cull creatures, install the waveform thing. Unpin that. Okay. What we will want to do is go into our multi-tool. We have this thing. The survey device we will want to do. That's going to be a wiring loom and a survey device. Yes, it's be quantum computer and the resonators. Alright, for a quantum computer, what do I need to make that happen? You need one antimatter and then you're good. Okay, you need how many of those? Just one or two? Just the one. Alright, so now I need 3 of the magnetic resonators. So a magnetic resonator is going to be a whole lot of ionized cobalt, but otherwise not that bad. I also just realized I still have the shield generator that I'm guessing I got that from defeating the pirates in my inventory. Oh right, we still have the nip on us. Let's teleport back home, plant the nip so we can get that going. With a plan to escalate our stuff here. Oh, those are community highlights. I don't care about that. Alright. You're thinking how some freighters are considered small. I could see you wanting to replace with something better later, or in this case, you upgrade size. Yeah, no, it's I believe all the freighters have like the internal storage is the same, or you like maybe it's a couple slots here and there, but when you max it out, it gets to be the same. That you can fully upgrade it. That it's not distinctly like, oh, that's a hauler freighter and it's got more space and will always have more space. Ooh, you have no power. That is not what I want to see. Okay, we have achieved nip. Alright, so we need to start sorting out power. So unfortunately, I don't have the scanners yet. Alright, what do I need to at least expand our power? Okay. Let's go and make a metal plate. need a battery. Put up another battery. And we can get another solar panel going. Alright. So we gave ourselves a couple extra solar panels and batteries to help all that out. And all the power's back on here, so that's good news. Okay. So hopefully that'll be enough. We don't have to worry about the power cutting out more. Wait, how much power does it say we're using? So we're using most of our power production. Okay, do I have enough for another one? I do not. Alright, so we're starting to hit that point where the power consumption is beginning to be its own issue. Alright. So regardless, if we check our log, what do we got going on here? We want to get that built. I need 3 of the magnetic things, which means cobalt. I don't believe we have that easy here. We can kill the stuff that's just here right now. We're already on the ground, so let's just get some murder onto local wildlife. And I'm curious if the Striders, for the purposes of this, will be considered a predator. Because I do know they go violent when harassed, but I haven't had them hunt me. Like, just unprovoked, which makes me think they're not. I do know stuff that does stalk you. Usually they're the rare creatures, as opposed to the ones you find really easy. Okay, and we just hide from the sentinels real fast. Alright. So we got a bunch of that garbage. Meanwhile, I can check the log and it'll be cold creatures. It shouldn't be that many usually. They're still managing to re-aggro me again. Okay. Alright, so I gotta kill 5 more creatures. Skill distance from them. Okay, we also still need a Viking dagger. So if we're lucky, one of these boxes will give me a second one. And we can finally be on to continuing the weapon stuff. Because that's been like a while we've been stuck in that one. They've watched for people to trade with for it and all that. As they've only kind of started putting a little bit of focus on trying to hit these cargo things this stream. The question is... Okay, that did not count as a predator. That's the big thing I'm trying to figure out now. Okay, you did not have room. Let's see. Do we have ferrite? Yeah, we got the silicate power. Come on. An ion battery, not quite what I was hoping for. Not to worry about the Strider meat we're not getting. Okay. Alright, so we've culled the creatures we need to cull. We can go ahead and pop this. Alright, is there an easy way to see what creatures would count as predatory? Take care of approaching. Spores are a valid food source for many creatures. Yeah, so I also wonder if we do stuff like where you go to the ruins where they have the monstrosities, if I pop those out, will they consider those predatory since they do attack aggressively? Okay, I tried killing one of those. I don't think it'll be one. Nope. Very technology. Yes, inventory is becoming quite the issue. And really, I don't have a great way of managing it beyond processing what we can process. Yeah, that'll just stay there, won't it? Okay, well, I don't care about the leg meat and all that. I can get those out of my inventory. Gives me a little bit of space. We are hurting for the salvage data, partly because I keep giving it away for standings. Once we hit like maximum standings with the various guilds, there's no reason for me to do that anymore. I also need cobalt for a bunch of things. You're way down there. Yeah, another glitched one. I've been seeing, weirdly, a lot of buried technology get glitched. Where it either spawns at, like, way, way, way below the ground like that, so you can't actually reach it. Or, like, you'll dig underground, and then you won't be able to find the actual, like, action point. Yeah, I saw that. Already killed a bunch of those. There's also some plants you go to where the animals are just broadly dangerous, and that'd be another place to potentially snag the predators. Alright, I don't actually want that. Come on, Valkene Dagger. Alright. I didn't see what you gave me. Alright, pretty soon we'll head back to our ship, probably teleport to the settlement. See what the next thing to do over there is. Work over our way to the dissonance world and see if we can't find anything working over there. Okay. So get rid of more of the silicon powder, which I'm not seeing in my inventory. Get rid of the scrap. Alright, looks like we're heading back to the ship. Good, I also need the dehydrogen. Okay, so we can get a bunch of the cobalt we need. Because I need a bunch of cobalt for ionized cobalt, both for the settlement, and then there's something else I wanted on my end that I needed that I don't remember what the heck that was. Because I forget, and I don't bother pinning a bunch of stuff, and that is a mistake that I keep making. One second, let me check something. That's annoying. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Cool. Sorry about that. Just had to re-up some stuff. Okay, now is inventory full. That's for stuff that was other than cobalt. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, because we'll get the cobalt. Like I said, I know we need ionized cobalt for a bunch of stuff. So snag what we can in here. And we should have a full inventory fairly soon. There we go. Alright, so we got all that sorted, so that'll be good news. Actually, that's weird that's still saying full, because I still have about 70 or so spots left. I must hit something other than the cobalt. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? I bet you it's trying to give me the geodes. Is where it's coming from. Alright, so now we're just full as in completely full. Yeah, I bet you it's trying to give me the cobalt geodes. but because there's no space left, it just wasn't succeeding. Okay, and we can keep running on over here. Alright. I'm gonna need to build storage things in my bases and all that. The only thing I wish the storage units you'd get for this place, these ones, I wish they would snap onto the wall, like the ones in your Corvette, so I could have like those kind of things. Or like, you know, the ones that, you know, like the various ones you have on your ships and whatnot. Alright, so let's see here. So I've got that to drop off. We dropped off the stuff that was illegal, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. We can pop over here now to teleport to our settlement, because the building should be done there. We could turn that in. Because they had something on the computer, and then there was, we can keep upgrading the buildings. Okay. They do snap to the right pieces. Any prefab room? Prefab? Gotcha. That's good to know. Let's see. Fuel Settlement's professional biologist has volunteered for additional duties. They submit themselves to whatever the overseer sees best. We can improve the citizen contentment, or we can reduce the maintenance cost per day. The maintenance cost is the thing hurting me the most right now. So that's a pretty big win. So to go turn you in. And you need the iodized cobalt, which conveniently timed. Let's see here. Is there stuff we can sort this out a little bit? We can get rid of the tiny little stack here. We can teleport over the unit of antimatter. We can pop those 2 crystal fragments. I need to go to a station and drop that off. Ditch the extra silica powder. We do have what we need to make one of those. Make one of these. Alright, that should give me enough room to snag you out and trigger this upgrade. Pushing glowy slots in the multi-tool? Oh yeah, I could show you. So the glowy slots in the multi-tool, and there's for the record, it could be on your suit here, your starship, like everything has the glowy spots. If we go, where do I have one of them? Yes, this is a supercharged spot. So let me go ahead and move this to a not supercharged spot. That actually is giving a bonus to something. So if you look at this right now, that's going to give me 1% to damage, and just the other numbers, don't worry about them. But focus on that 1%. Now this is an overcharge spot. Whatever I put there is going to get a bonus. So if I mouse over that now, it's doubled. Now granted, it doubled whatever there. But, so those are spots in whatever it is that you will get a bonus amount of power. So you can see, like, my rover here has 3 spots. My freighter here doesn't have... Oh, actually, it has a spot right there. You'll have the same with your exosuit, as you'll have overcharged spots. Yeah, so there's one right there. So kind of put your best modules in the overcharge spots, because it is a multiplier kind of situation. So you kind of want to multiply the best to get the most bang for your buck of your multipliers. Let's see here. Got plenty of sodium, so we don't need more sodium nitrate, I mean. That's all fine. Alright. So we got that upgrading. That'll take 20 minutes. Checking on our log. Nothing else to do here. We need the circuit board, which is star bulbs. We have to wait for that. We have to wait for that. We have to wait for that. Exosuit upgrade chart. I don't want to upgrade. I wonder if that's going to keep staying there forever until I actually use it. Because I've been using those for other things. Yeah, Exosuit always has the same ones, the other ones are randomized. Yeah, I believe you get roughly the same number. I could be wrong about it. So it's not like one of those ones that you know, roll the wrong place for them and you're just screwed forever. I don't think it's anything like that. Yeah, number of spots depends on the class. Yeah. But the point was more along the lines of, you know, you'll get what you get, but there's not a reason to be like, oh, I got the wrong one. Do that, because you can upgrade the class and stuff. Let's turn in the mission. And then we can teleport to our freighter. I mean, I've got to clear out space. It's the reoccurring problem. Is I've got to either expand my inventory or clear out space, which means visiting new systems. And we've been trying to just work on stuff here, which is keeping me kind of tethered, which is fine. Okay, so we can go over here and drop off that shield generator that, like I said, I think I got it from the combat. Either way. Turn in our quests. Do I have the inventory space? Yes, I do. Okay. Expansion slot for that. We can worry about that when we get a chance, because multi-tool expansion slot's good. Multi-tool expansion slot's good. And we're not going to bother with the raid. Make sure... Yeah, we're just stacking them in the other inventory. Alright. Check the trade stuff here real fast. Get rid of the Gek relic. The rest I kind of want to hold on to. Let's check if we can buy a thing we care about. Alright, I know there was a bunch of wiring looms we want. Like a bunch of wiring looms we want. Chromatic metal. I like buying it when it's available. Let's maybe not buy 66 wiring looms. I'm gonna buy 10 though. Alright, let's go and see if we have any upgrades that I didn't finish. There's a wiring loom. We got magnetic resonators to do. So we got one. Let me guess. So I need more of both. Alright, so let's keep those going so we can grab here. So we need the pure ferrite and the cobalt. We'll keep that going. And we can run up here. Fully expect you to already be done. So interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure they changed what they were offering me. But that's fine. Okay. So, before we worry about the mission target, I mean, the mission target's fine, actually. We got a little bit of inventory space. I'm gonna check to see if any of these happen to sell Viking daggers. I don't think they typically will. Hello, friend. Offer to trade. I'm basically looking for any of the materials I need. I've got money. If I can get them to just chuck goodies at me, that's acceptable. The trader is clearly excited by my approach. They peck a list on the cargo carried in their hold. They make clear the starship might also be up for sale. That's the magnetized. So let's grab a stack of that because that saves me doing that. As you can see, if you're willing to run around and you got spare money, you can just shortcut materials. Alright. There's more chromatic metal. I just bought a stack though, so let's not buy another stack quite yet. We can drop you off. Pop you in. Okay, and that should be enough for this. So I've got that all installed. Other things we'd want to do. So we want to get the pulse splitter. Increases the potential scan frequency. I'm not worried about that much. Yeah, you're the Dwitrium. We're not really worried about that. I have no space for anything else there. We don't have anything there to deal with. And then we're nowhere near the freighter and all that. We have installed the survey device, so we had finished that objective. And we'll get out of here in a minute if we don't find what we're looking for. Oh, sorry, clicked out a window. My apologies. Alright, ooh, there was something that needed the amino chambers. I don't remember what it was. I think it had to do with the base. Alright, after this one, we walk away regardless. Yeah, because we're seeing a lot of repeats here. Okay. But the point is, we just got one of the things we needed, which is a survey scanner. So now when I get down there, I'll end up having more options than this. I should have like 3 or 4 options so far as the things we can look for. So I can potentially look around my base for industrial sites to put down the autonomous miner, that kind of nonsense. Oh, I should also peek at you. Don't care. What was I doing here? Right, we were gonna go fight the pirates to get that objective done. And I do want to go for the dissonance thing. My only concern right now for the... Oh, they reset our quest. There we go. My only concern right now for going after the dissonance thing is just the fact that it is a inventory greedy thing to do. And I do not have inventory space to spare. Okay. Actually got some hits in on me, which is not my favorite. Okay. Trying to keep an eye on those shields. All right. Okay. Yeah, I really wish all this flight model stuff worked much different than it does. I know I complain about it every time. Okay. I just don't have to resort to just using a controller just for this stuff. Okay. So keep it up, because we're also getting a lot of Gex standing, which is nice. Because getting quick and easy Gex standing is certainly something I'm not going to complain about. Okay. And we got one more. Alright, are we in the clear? Cool. So that means we're clear to go back to the station, turn that in. And that should be able to get us another thing here. Alright. The communication image sputters, signaling weakening rapidly. They're in urgent need of repair, so here, have a microprocessor. The lifeform's eyes widen with gratitude. They give you what they can and spare before departing after repair. A bunch of nanites. Wonder if they're Sentinel Corvette parts? I don't believe so. Because you can see all the parts for the Corvettes from the part screen thing. They could certainly add them. But no, because I even had on a on my other save, when we were on the Dissonant World, it ended up being a salvage world. And that's where I got most of my parts, and there was nothing special about them. They're the same parts as everybody else. Let's see, there are new Corvette parts being tested right now. Mainly weapons. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I could definitely see, like, the Corvettes as a startup, I could see them definitely expanding on that a lot. There's a lot of room there. Submission in progress. Don't worry about... I'll grab that, because we'll end up killing Sentinels, but we won't go out our way for it. Just the next time our settlement gets attacked or whatever, we like that, we can deal with it. Okay, so let's look at what we got. So we have our starship. I have tons of glass I'm starting to pile up. Okay, we got a fusion core we're selling. I didn't see what the rest of that became, but that's okay. I need to clear out some space. Alright, that's all fine. Switch you. Go ahead and drop off the Gek relics. The fusion core. Okay, so let's go back to... We have the buried thing, we'll worry about that later. We have the predators, we'll worry about that later. That we're still... That's implying that the building might already be done. Search for a power hotspot. Okay, let's teleport to the settlement and check on its nonsense. And then we'll go to base, and from our base we'll look for a power hotspot. Now the thing that I found interesting, so if you find a power hotspot and you build your base on the power hotspot, it provides a really good amount of power. But I haven't found that particularly important. Okay, the current project will finish in 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and... Yes, there's no hotspot. Yeah, there is a gas hotspot. Oh wait, I don't think that'll matter because I'm pretty sure... Oh no, I have what I need. Yeah, okay. If it was that close to here, we could just set up the thing real close. If it's a gas I care about. It should trigger any time. Okay. So it is an oxygen one of B. So if I were to now switch this back to this, I can see that there is a oxygen thing here that has a potential of B. So unfortunately, oxygen, while being kinda nice, not that useful. Alright. Okay, and this should be done with what it's doing by the time we get here. Is there a missile launcher? And I don't mean the torpedo launcher. You're talking about, like, underappreciated missile launcher for the fighters? You mean for the Corvettes? Because I only knew about, off the top of my head, the torpedo launcher. Which works extremely well on armor, if I remember correctly. Where did I last upgrade a building? There we go. So get the small dwelling upgraded. Okay, so reopening the building. So that puts it at level A. Oh, it was the amino things was here. That's right, it's like, I remember needing those. It was the amino chambers were here. Okay. And what did I need to make those things? Chlorine, which I don't have handy. Yes, all the ones that are the home dwellings at A are going to require that. Okay, we're getting that building sorted. Okay. We are officially making money. We have finally reached the point that we are net positive. Net positive on the money. Okay, so let's double check what we got going on. So that's taking care of itself. We have a thing to kill sentinels, do a dig site, kill predatory animals, get the circuit breaker. Yeah, so let's go for the star bulbs and try and check for the daggers. Let's try going to our freighter for that. Oh, you know what we can do? I've got 3 ships that are wrecks that are on here. Let's see if I can get those fixed up and start selling those, because we can potentially get a lot of good stuff out of it. Because we got a bunch of trashed ships on here. Alright. So what do we need to get you up and running? I need a plate and a hermetic seal. Plate and... seal. You need a hydrogen jelly. And I'll need some more sodium nitrate. Let's get that handled. Okay. Okay, so it did take from the other ones, they automatically stacked. That's good. Alright, so with that, that'll give me the bare minimum I need to be able to get this thing back to the station and not dead. Which is ultimately the goal here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, with that, I have everything... to get us back to station. All right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, so what we'll do is we will park it there. We started playing the game a few days ago. Still beginning stages? No problem. We all have to start somewhere. This run is still relatively early because it's a permadeath run with like super duper sweaty tryhard settings. I do have a run that's pretty much done just about everything in the game. Let's see, drones deployed, so we are going to begin salvaging this ship. Claims scrap worth 1.4. I'm not gonna have the inventory spots. Alright, so I need 2 inventory spots. More than I've already got. What do I want to part with? Let's get rid of the Mordite. Actually, can I move stuff over to... No. We can get rid of the silica powder, and we'll sell the Mordite real fast. Have you ever heard of the Fog of War mod? Yeah, we did a whole playthrough using it. It's a fun mod for RimWorld to have the Fog of War, but it does have very significant performance implications. It makes it pretty upset. Okay, we have destroyed that ship for parts. We can now sell the parts. Trying to figure out how to find more planets. You just gotta jump between systems. If you're playing the game with the tutorial on, it will walk you through. It just might take a little bit of doing. Ooh, we got a Storge augment for a ship. That's a really big win. The spool of nano cables. I think that's everything. Oh, wait. Nope, I saw another one we need to get rid of. You. Subatomic regulators. Alright. Okay, so it looks like it got my other... Yeah, that's another one of the junk ships, so I don't even have to fix that one's engines. It was kind enough to just give me the next ship that isn't repaired. So it gave me the scrap. I need 2 more inventory slots, because of course I do. Oh, I see. Hyperdrive Module B, Pulse Engine B. So let's go get those for the nanites, because my Corvette already has a lot of upgrades and no more room for more. So purchase, sell. Okay. So I can go here to begin salvage. And this is one of the ways you can make a lot of money in the game. There's certain places you can get, you know, you can hunt for ships with a certain amount of reliability. In those places you can just keep hunting for ship after ship after ship. And thank you, Darth, for giving 2 tier 1 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. But thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so let's sell this stuff off. Now these ones are junk ships we got early on. But, you know, it's still money. Alright, what else did you give me? There's the subatomic things. There's the spools of nano cables. And you probably gave me some modules. You gave me a bunch of real junky C tiers. Okay, let's just get the nanites out of those. So I'll purchase this. Sell. Okay, and that is the other scrap ship we wanted to get rid of. The end of the Vikine. We'll begin the salvaging. Claims 3.5 or 3.1 million. Yup. So we will sell this. They gave us another storage module, which is a really big win. There's a residual scrap. There's the nano cables. Okay, now this should probably be my actual Corvette. What are you? No, hang on. No, okay, that is my actual Corvette. Though the image here is not remotely the same as my actual Corvette. That's what threw me off. I don't actually have landing gear on both sides, let alone is it one wide with a gun on top. So it's good. It's good to see that we can double check this. All right, so let's upgrade the starship. We want to apply augmentations. All right. So the downside is it's not going to let me put them up top. I have to upgrade the class of my ship. But that's still 2 more inventory slots on our Corvette. So we just made a boatload of money, and we got more inventory on our ship. So those are both all good news. We also got a bunch of nanites as well. Not a huge amount, but maybe like 1,000. Does that mean the Valkyne will not be a thing anymore? No, we got rid of the end of the Valkyne. So we prevented the end. Alright. So, with that, let's go ahead. We could take those and chuck them all on my ship. We'll probably need more ammo soon, too. Is there anything we want to buy here? Not really. Okay. Oh, wait. That's not true. There is something we wanted to buy. Alright, so we got a bunch of the amino chambers that we need for the base. So I got all that set. Okay, so I need to remember what on earth I was working on. So we need Valkyne daggers. We need to be able to make a circuit board. The circuit board with the star bulb things. Kill predatory creatures, the dig site, the destroy the sentinels. Alright. Yeah, that's a 2-hour upgrade. A new citizen is available at your settlement. Alright, hang on, we got a new citizen. We're gonna pop down here. Go to our settlement. We'll probably bring in that new citizen. Once we get the new citizen in, I hop back to the freighter, and we're going to the Dissonant World, and we're going to see about starting Dissonant World stuff. The goal I want is I actually want to get the staff. Are you on Twitch as well? Yes, I am on Twitch as well. It is, same username, Rual Storge. Pretty much whatever platform you want to be on, other than Kick, because Kick's awful. You could find us. We're streaming on all of it. Okay, but Twitch is my main platform by a very large majority. Okay, let's view citizen request. Facebook doesn't have a gaming thing anymore. Alright. A citizenry request a festival to celebrate coming of the Titan Worm. Though exempting all citizens from work from the event will be costly, 88% believe the cost is worth it. I mean, we can make all our people happy, or we can get a bunch of happiness and take out some debt. We're gonna go ahead and lean on the debt because we're so far underwater. The numbers are meaningless. Okay, so that still has a long time to go. Alright, so let's view the settlement. So we are up to 19% happiness. So we're getting there. Eventually we'll get that going as the population goes up. Alright, so now we hop back to the freighter. And let's land on the Dissonance World. Now what I need to remember... I thought the Dissonance thing entirely starts by just you jump out and there's a scan and they spot you and yada yada. It's fine. We'll look for star bulbs. I think it's just one of those things that as you visit the Incident World, it triggers it eventually. So Gamma Root. That's the Dissonant World, doesn't have anything super exciting on it, other than dissonant stuff. Cactus flesh. Gamma root. Alright, well let's go ahead and we will land on this planet. Gra interloper, yep. Luke Wilson, I have no idea who that is. Alright. Deliberately turn this way. I'm gonna scan around a little bit and see what we can find. And we're gonna bang into the ground, don't worry about it. We're just reminding our ship that we're the master of it, and if it doesn't like it, it'll just have to deal with that. Oh, here we go. We got another one of these things. Okay. So we can jump out the back real fast. Okay. Got the autophage stuff. Drink their foam. Feed it the Atlantium. The 5th, 100,000. You kind of look like Luke was. I still have no idea who that is. I can go ahead and grab whatever these were, I don't remember. Glowing minerals, that's fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and grab some radiant shards and a couple different things. Maybe kill the sentinels here that we need for the objective. And just see if any of that will trigger the dissonant stuff. Because I know I've done the entire series for the dissonant on past runs, but I sure don't remember the initiating factor. I vaguely remember just running into stuff in space, and then from there starting to expose everything to the junk you find on these planets. Okay. The radiant shards. Okay, so let's start looking. There is not a thing to interact with these. That's fine. We also have the mirrors. Which are a little bit lower. Okay, and I also need to keep grabbing the dehydrogen. I need that for the freighters, frigate fuel. And I need that for some other stuff too. And we can pop that. Okay. So let's grab the radiant shard, and then the mirror's the next thing we're planning on grabbing. Okay, what is the... Oh, it's a humming thing. Alright, so I know that's going to bring on threats, if I recall correctly. Come on. Give. Alright, I'm not going to mess with those right now. I think it was that thing I just looted from there. It's like a memory that... You, like, pursue the memory or some nonsense. Yeah, so it's this thing. Echolocator. A curious mesh of old world technology hybrid with two separate methods of creation. Nonetheless, there's a location tracing device that appears fully functional. No harmonies detected in current system. Well, thanks, man. We have the pod. We also had the anomaly thing. Alright, we should go back to our ship. Because I collected one of each of the materials that are available here. So it wasn't something like just having it in my inventory immediately caused anything, which I didn't think it was. I vaguely remember just running into something in space. But I do have the thing that's like the anomalous scanner or whatever the crap it is. So what we could do is try that. I was a little surprised that the harmony thing didn't do anything in a dissonant world. We'll get there. I also got that thing. So let's start using some of these locators I've been ignoring. Let's keep that in my inventory just in case that's the catalyst. Let's see here. So that thing came up empty. It could be this thing. Your hands move automatically to your weapon system, but the Sentinel does not attack. A scrambled message, strangely desperate despite the dull robotic tone, reaches my communicator. Attempting reconnection. Attempting reconnection. Offer assistance. Before I can respond, the ship is gone. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So let's go ahead and we will move you here. It looks like it jumped out of the system. Hey, finally a new system. It's been a while. It's another dissonant system. Okay, so that should get me on the whole dissonant track, which you can get Sentinel ships through it, which are pretty cool. You can also get multi-tools that are specifically unique, like they're Sentinel tools. There's like a staff you can get. And the last time when I did this, I was so far along that I kind of didn't really get to check it out. Like I was so far along on like my multi-tool and all that, that coming back around to getting a brand new multi-tool to like level up just because of this neat staff, I just didn't want to do it. Because like I'd already invested everything in the multi-tool I had. Versus this time, we're using a pretty decent multi-tool, but it's one I just kind of grabbed off a shelf. I have no real attachment to it. So it would be fun to go out of our way to get the staff and start upgrading that as our go-to for that one, since that's a special multi-tool. I don't remember if we have quests to turn in or not. I don't care about the rest of that. So let's go over here, turn in what we can to you. How do you get one of the staffs? It is a quest line for the dissonance thing. It's the thing I just did there, where I was in a dissonance system, and then, you know, we ran into a thing. Ooh, nitrogen. We want nitrogen. I am not giving up multi-tool expansions. That is a hard no. I'm not giving those up. Okay. Continue expanding our inventory. Alright, so we can just sell that. We don't need the hypnotic eye. Okay, nothing else I want here. You have a freighter with 3 stacks of multi-tool expansion modules? Oh yeah, no, like, eventually you can get there. If you just keep playing, you'll get them. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a permadeath run that we only started like 3 days ago, so this is only the 3rd day playing it. Needless to say, I'm not at the phase of the game where I'm just up to my eyeballs in expansion slots and all that. We're still fighting for every little bit of space. I have been holding on to my expansion modules for my multi-tool just for when I get one I actually care about. Alright, but we are playing permadeath, and we have a lot of sweaty tryhard settings as well. Okay. It's not that planet, it's the one behind it. So see what you're bringing to the table. You know the red and black staff? Oh, you're looking for... Ooh! This also has star bulbs, which I also need. So this is perfect, because we can get the dissonance stuff and the star bulbs I need. Because I needed something like 100 star bulbs or some nonsense. You know the red and black staff? Not really. Admittedly, I don't really worry much about the aesthetics for a lot of things. Like, I know some of the freighter ones, because those came to be... Like, freighters were still a thing that came out when I was playing through a whole bunch of stuff. But I kind of took a break for the game from a long time. And I played the last couple expeditions and all that, but I missed a lot of the ones before. But it does mean with a lot of the aesthetic stuff like that, it's just not something I've kept up with. Okay, we did get to detect. Okay, so let's get over here. Alright, so we've got a bunch of goodies to pull out of here. Okay, so I need an inverted mirror and a harmonic brain. I thought I had grabbed the inverted mirror, did I not? Did I put in my ship? Huh. I know I destroyed the mirror and then ran away. Okay. There's a walker brain we just got. We can extract them. The 4th. Yep. There's a whole thing there where you can get a code and all that. Alright, so he gave us an echo code locator. Just making sure we didn't have a recipe I wasn't aware of. Alright. Probe subconsciousness, locate the ancient site in the dreams of this mind. Oh, it's kicked over to the other spot. Let's see your log. Make the ship fit a non-sentinel pilot. Yes, the problem is I can't climb in yet. I need a harmonic brain, which we don't know how to make yet. Let's run back to our ship, or at least close enough that I can get the harmonic whatever. They don't have the basic tools I need. We got the brain, but I need to do more. That's fine. Let's get over here real quick. And we can go to you. And from the ship, pop this thing. Harmonic echo detected. That looks like it's way over there. Alright, because we have the actual mission thing for getting the ship ready, I shouldn't have to worry about, like, disappearing or anything like that. Has Florida ended daylight savings? I believe so, yes. It's one of those things I just let my clocks update and I don't even think about it. Admittedly. Yeah, so I have the marker still going back to the ship. Now, the Sentinel ships are pretty slick. They got a lot of cool Sentinel-only tech and whatnot. They're also really good if you're trying to get money, nanites, all that kind of nonsense. I don't know if it's still a really strong strategy, but it used to be a very strong strategy when they came out to just go to a planet like this and continue to do the thing that causes you to locate Sentinel ships and bring the Sentinel ship over and all that. Okay, it's telling me to get the inverted mirror. I just gotta go smash mirrors, which is not a surprise to anyone. Alright. Got tainted metal. Living slime. The recycled unit here. Still bear stamp of our birthplace. Feed the circuits. Can leave with that. Oh, we got suspicious arms. I'll take that. Another weapon upgrade. Multi-tool expansion slot. Close enough to shift to move stuff? Yes, let's get you... You're already moved. Move you up. Go to you. Grab that. Top you off. Grab you. And where was that slime? There you are. Oh, oh, that is a nice model for a weapon. I don't know if it's any good, but that looks like a proper weapon. Okay. Yeah, it seems the U.S. ended daylight saving time we started ours, which is odd, because usually they're not like that. Our shells consumed by fire, our minds purged by betrayal, banished to the glass beneath, forgotten by creation. But no longer. We are given life as gives life to themselves. We shall create ourselves in our own image. The terminal repeats this message endlessly, a loop chanted out across its circuits. A strange interface glows with familiar glyphs. Scan memory registers. So we have maths. So we have 2, 8, 14. Harmony. 2, 8, 14. Because it was just math. Wait until you find the Atlantid multi-tools. Yeah, the ones you find at the business Korvac system inside alien monoliths. Oh, are they like the living ones? Lift the lockdown. The terminal buzz discordant, but its circuits do appear to comply with my request. Whatever force is locking down the camp has been lifted. With the lockdown lifted, the terminal spits out blueprints for a hybrid jetpack technology, a fusional sentinel, and something else. Something familiar at distance. Okay. An Aeron turbojet. Warning, do not unseal the Pugnium containment chamber without protective gear. Alright. Pop over here. The terminal has ceased digital whaling. I'm permitted to do it. So let's deactivate multi-tool seal. Accord. Harmonic seal deactivated. Locate dissonance spikes. As you can see, this is the way you locate the ships. So it is a B class. So, like, aesthetically, it's pretty nice. Am I going to use it? Probably not. But it is cool looking. Alright, so before we forget, let's go here. Multi-tool. Put back on our normal one. Alright. Cool. So nevertheless, we got a couple things out of that. One, we got a free multi-tool. Two, we got some progress and all that stuff. And 3, we actually scanned for a second Sentinel ship. Could also be the same Sentinel ship twice. So we want to head over there. Yeah, it's a different ship. It's much farther away than the last one. But yeah, so that's the thing that you do is you look for those those camps and you can scan for the ships. So these things can pull in some serious cash and a bunch of upgrades and all sorts of goodies. You can also just go looking for them to see if you can't find the model you want if you're trying to get a ship that has a certain look. Because at the time that the Sentinel ships came out, they were definitely one of the more sought after ships for the aesthetics. Same with the living ships when those came out. I know I did the living ship thing, but man, it's been a long time. I think that's one that just, as you progress the story, you eventually have them randomly show up. Hello, giant building I'm passing that I can't see anything because of the gravity effect going on. Deal with that in a minute. Destination reached. Okay, so I need radiant shards, inverted mirrors, and a harmonic brain. And I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the details on the harmonic brain. Remember, that's the hard part. I don't think it was that bad. I want to say you just a pietable hive mind. Oh, I don't have the stuff you need to make you happy. Oh, not the right thing. That's a regular Sentinel drone. You don't see those on these planets. Okay, won't worry about you. You need more than that. We need to just collect a bunch of this real quick. We need to get an inverted mirror. And you end up needing an absolutely obnoxious amount of this stuff. Luckily, it's pretty much everywhere. You just go to a dissonant planet, it'll just be anywhere you want to on the surface. Alright. Our microprocessor. Oh, it's trying to show me where to find that. That's fine. We have the space for it in my inventory, I assume? Barely. Let's go over here and try and get our inverted mirror. It is a solid wall of trees. Alright, relatively soon I'm gonna have to make a run for oxygen. Why are you not responding violently? You should be attacking me for this. Is turn over a new leaf? Yeah. Okay. So let's head back to the ship. So the thing we still haven't gotten sorted is we did not get the harmonic brain sorted out yet. We'll just follow what it's telling us and go from there. Yeah, because we can go down to you. All right. Okay, we can give it more of the stuff. Alright, so we're probing its subconscious. So I should check what that big facility is right there. I'm assuming it's as well as a place where you can trade stuff up and all that. Okay, so let's run over here really quickly. All right. Where is the way up top? Here we are. Okay. Restore the archive to harmonicize whatever the brain. We are going to need to continue moving stuff around. I'm gonna have to break some of these things I've been holding off to get the goodies out of them. Alright, and you have blueprints and components. Yeah, so you are learning a bunch of these as we go just by doing other stuff. There. So I've learned all of them, so hopefully it'll leave me alone. Let's go on to log. I do not want to worry about that formula. Make a ship fit. Alright. Okay, so we got all this stuff, we got all that stuff, we have the trade post, we have the quest board. Okay. We've already got most of this stuff sorted. That's fine. We can do the galactic trade. Okay, so for selling... Gonna get rid of the rusted metal because I don't actually want it. So nothing really for me to worry about here. Okay, so we had that one triggered over there. What I'm not entirely clear on is that both the different ships... The brain has yielded memory, whatever, of its ancient self. Restore the archive to harmonize the brain. I was required to pilot the override. Okay. Come on. Cool, so we got all those scanned. Alright, so what we need to do is get over to the other location so I can get our harmonic brain. Doesn't seem like it's very far away. Okay, so we can get a harmonic brain, and that'll let me get the sentinel ships. Kind of hoping I'll be able to make both brains into harmonic brains. Okay, so let's shift stuff around. We'll start with Starship. I'm gonna want those radiant shards. You can have the glass. Can drop off that. That was not the play. I should not have been breaking those up. Alright, so I gotta give up some inventory, something or other. Okay, so for Starship, what can we do here to clean up some space? What is something here I absolutely do not care about? One thing I can do is I can move the nitrogen up that we've got in our inventory here. That'll free up a spot. That frees up a spot. Give me this. Put that back in my inventory. That frees up a spot. Don't touch these things, it's making a bunch of other junk. Alright, so I think we're good. I got at least 2 spots open. That was some weird vertigo. Alright, learn some words. Okay. The ancient site stirs as I approach, the stone scraping against stone. Warmth radiates from the haline brain within my pack, as though in response. The mind of the ship child is interlocked with the hive. Current instructions: seek and eliminate anomalies. Enmesh archival sentience with surrogate entity, present brain. I fumbled the ship's brain, almost dropping it as it glows unbearably hot in my hand. The pain radiates far behind my hands, an unearthly heat, a heat that melts glass. Its circuitry shifts and grows still. The brain seems to have accepted my presence now. Harmonic brain, status, docile. Okay. So it does look like it is a one and done, that's fine. Because now I can pop onto our ship real quick. And I should have everything I need to get the Sentinel ship onto my team. Now if I remember correctly, I want to say with the Sentinel ships, you don't have to do the whole repair. You said you're permadeath, but it sounds like you're voicing over a walkthrough. Is it your first time, or are you helping viewers? So, when you're dealing with different types of content, this is not my first time at all. I'm not following a walkthrough or anything like this. Generally what happens is on Twitch, you'll tend to walk through what you're doing to keep conversation and all that going. Because otherwise you're just awkwardly sitting there playing in silence, and nobody enjoys that. I shouldn't say nobody. It's not particularly something a lot of people are into. So explaining what I'm doing is kind of just, you know, a thing of keeping the conversation going, keeping people entertained, that whole bit. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain half of what I'm doing because I wouldn't already know. Wifey! Why would you do something like that?
Because I love the puppy.
And I love the wifey more.
No, I love the puppy.
I do not seem to be able to interact with the ship. Okay. So it doesn't look like I can interact with the ship. This kind of thing happens. We will have just saved when we got out. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly go back to mode select, because you'll see like my last restore point will be just seconds ago. Yeah, it'll be like less than a minute ago. So we're going to go to mode select, and we're going to hop in, and we're going to pop back out, and do that. That way you can jump down and be able to interact with the ship. You like listening to Rual chatter away about the game while you draw? Yeah, that's kind of the ideas. For most people, when it comes to watching streams, a lot of it, you're their second screen. You're the background noise. You know, you're not the main focus. There's nothing wrong with that either. Have you already made your own town with that update they did? I have been doing my own town stuff. Are you still not gonna let me interact with this? Okay, return to the salvage site, which we have. Maybe if I actually read the dialogue. The thing that's happening is I keep having the log hopping back and forth between stuff. So it's not going to give me that. That has the same thing. Return to the salvage site, complete the pilot interface. So the problem is, I'm having it keep detect on the light. Oh wait, we had the spot for a second there. Yeah, so I'm having issues where it's triggering on the light, not on the ship. Because what's supposed to happen is, like before, I'm supposed to be able to look at those various things and then shove it in the ship. Interestingly, that's also reset. I did remember that I already fed at the stuff. Yes, that's the light. Well, that's not what you like to see. Because if I can't interact with it, I can't finish it, obviously. Alright, let's try a slight change of plan. Let's hop back in the ship. Yeah, and I was going to say, I'm going to fly up, and then I'm going to actually land, because I've noticed there is a bunch of quests that if I do jump out of the Corvette like I've been doing, that sometimes it's actually using the landing as a trigger. So you just won't get like the next objective, the next thing to pop up. So I'll actually properly land this time. Okay. Still targeting onto the light. That is a real bummer. So I keep hoping that where the model is, where versus where it actually is occupying are different spaces. That if we can get to the right spot, it'll trigger over here. But it's not looking like it is going to do that. Because I've run into that in weirdness as well. I've also run into where sometimes I have to dig under stuff to get to it, or fly above it. Can you load a save? I did load it. I'll try forming ground underneath it. Oh man, it's been so long since I've changed this. Alright. Okay, so I think that might be a wee bit super bugged. Let's quickly try this. Hop over to the other ship we have. I honestly don't know where I'd even send the bug report, but yeah, no, that kind of stuff happens a lot in No Man's Sky. I shouldn't say a lot. It'll happen from time to time in No Man's Sky, where you'll just run into an issue where some things like hitbox won't be right. Like, you probably noticed once or twice I have gotten to the point where I was getting a, getting the salvage data, and that I can't interact with it. It's just salvage data is low value, so when it doesn't trigger, I just ignore and come back. Okay. So I'll try interacting with this one instead. Maybe that's what it is, like, because I have two of these overlapping, it unlocked this one and not the other one, but sent me to the wrong one or some weird nonsense. I'd see a lot of stuff with this kind of thing. There we go. Alright, pilot interface. A class. We are going to compare it with mine. I'm definitely going to at least claim it. Now, if we look at that starship, some of the stuff cannot be taken out, but these are all equivalents to a lot of the other stuff we normally have. So we can get the Sentinel cannon. You got a bunch of weapon upgrades as well. So it's a pretty cool ship. We're probably not going to worry about too much. Okay. Just making sure get registered and everything. Okay. And from here, should be plenty of that as well. Oh, it's because this is says my active ship. Right. Okay, so what we can do here is that was one of the brains. So now, let's change our mission objective to the other ship and go to our exosuit. Oh, I need 3 rain. They'll probably have 2 of the exact same matching Sentinel, which means definitely scrapping one of them. Good chance I'll scrap them both. I do know for a long while on the other save we have, the Sentinel ended up being my main ship. I'm pretty sure I still have that Sentinel fully kitted on that save. It was a more compact design than this one. Just super cruised way out here. It's fine, we're almost there. So then we can get both of these. And go for that. So I need a couple of radiant shards. Oh. That's fine too. Okay. It's weird having those on a dissonant world. Usually it's the dissonant sentinels or the regular sentinels, but not both. Alright, grab you. Alright, so now we go back to the ship. Need to be careful with that low gravity. It's a real easy way to kill yourself. And we need to pop the brain. That would tell me to go back to place and do it again. Then, like I said, we'll end up taking both of these up, and I'll probably salvage them. But they do give really good mods and money. It's also probably worth it for me to check their various systems to see what we can get out of them, too. I need to be being very careful with that low G. Alright. So let's get over here real fast. And do that whole harmonizing the brain thing a second time. Yes, this is like the whole, this whole cycle people used to do was, you would go, hit the harmonic place, go and, detect a sentinel ship, run over there, do this stuff. And you could get, for, like, the good sentinel ships, it was something like 30 million or something like that. For the less good ones, I want to say it's like closer to like 14, 15. And then you get a bunch of nanites and a whole bunch of other goodies. Then you say, yeah, so it's literally the exact same dialogue we just did. Present the brain. I follow the brain, the ship's brain, almost dropping it as it glows unbearably heart. Yep. So you harmonize the brain. So you can do that. And this time I only have the one quest objective for doing the ship up at the same time. If this one does not work, we'll just kind of abandon that second ship and just write it off as bugged. Regardless, we did get our sentinel ship. One thing I'll probably do is go out of my way to fly back to the station with the sentinel ship, because I do remember there is a lot of stuff around this dissonant stuff, but I don't remember what half the triggers are. Okay. This one's only a C class, so we can claim that one. Let's pop in and out. Now, in case this bugs out, I can be ready to exit the game real fast in case it's stuck in the ground. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I also never did grab the star bulbs from the surface. It's fine. We'll deal with these and... Oh, wait, the star bulb was the other one, I think. Either way, we'll get the star bulbs while we're here, because I need those for stuff with my base, not the settlement. We're going to go ahead and get rid of these 2 ships, I believe. I'm not used to being a smaller, nimble ship after doing the Corvette for so long. Okay. So we got inventory nonsense to deal with. So the brains by themselves have no function. And you get one every single time you find one of those ships. So go ahead and get rid of the brains they have there. Right now I'm not going to keep the Radiant Shard as inventory space. Get rid of the silica powder, get rid of the granite. Get rid of the dirty bronze. Okay, let's see if we can't turn in anything up here. I should have checked that before I ran around, but that's okay. Alright, so what I want to do here is let's check on our starship. Is there anything we want to take out? Because there's the Sentinel gun. Let's go ahead and store that. I don't care about the missile launcher, and none of the rest of this can be removed. Alright. So with that, let's salvage this one. This is our crappy C grade. Like I said, since they're the same model, there's no point in me keeping both. Okay, we will begin to salvage the ship. 16.4 million for the C grade. Okay, we can sell those. There's the eye valves and those and these. And we probably got some modules. All of them are C grade modules though, so we'll just pop right on up here and get rid of those real quick. And we can sell these. Alright, so let's check out this one. So this one has a... What's that? Yeah, so we got the Sentinel cannon again. Now you got all this stuff. I actually don't care about that, so I might just scrap it with all that in there. It's probably not the best way of dealing with it. But honestly, I don't want to really deal with that at all. So I'm going to go ahead and scrap this one as well. It's not a bad model, but I am kind of just dedicated to the Corvette right now. $39 million. Because with all this, I might be able to, you know, get myself some upgrade stuff. Alright, so we have all that. And plus, sometimes when you salvage those, you get like S tier upgrade. Yeah, so we got a storage upgrade for free out of it. So we got 39 million plus a storage upgrade. So there's that. And that. And this. And I realize I still got the glowing crystals on me. Oh, that's a gold nugget. And pop the gold nugget and get this. Okay, we can sell those materials. We actually got a crystal sulfide. We end up needing that for a bunch of stuff later. I'm gonna have to stop hoarding because this stuff is just taking up more and more inventory that I don't need it to be taking up. So now we're onto our actual ship. And we got another cargo upgrade, so we can go ahead and upgrade our starship. So I can get that. Right now, that's just buying it one more inventory spot, which is still something. Alright. So this one gave me a bunch of A-tier stuff, but we've already got all of that filled in. We could, in theory... What you can do is, like, I could go to this engine, remove it, put in the A-tier thing here. Instead. Yeah, so you got a shield and all that. Yeah, so what we would probably want to do is take off one of our shield generators, take off the middle engine, so we can start putting the A-tier stuff in there. Because the A-tier stuff will rank up better than those individual modules. Okay, so let's modify the ship. So grab you. And grab you. And apply that for right now. And with that, we can go in here and go pulse engine. We slap that up there. That should be, let's see, it's 17 and 9 versus the thing we removed. I really wish this stuff just showed its stats. It's fine. We can easily check it like this. So if we were to go and put you on here. Yeah, so it's 17 and 9. So that'd be 26 total. So technically this actually gave me slightly more than the A-class module, despite being a B-class. It's honestly very frustrating the way this Corvette UI works. Yeah, the hyperdrive module and the shield module. Okay, so I can't actually do that one because it does overload it. Okay, let's quickly go grab. So you're 17%, you're 15%, you're 17%. For right now, let's put you back away for a moment. You're 22%. Okay. And you're 9%. Like, I wish I could also toggle these to be cosmetic versus not cosmetic. Does it make my life easier? Alright, so let's go to the workshop here. Drop you off for a minute. Modify you. Yoink that. Apply edits. Do this. Ah, okay. Interesting. So that means I want to store this. It doesn't do me any good. And we'll want to put these shield boosters back on. Yeah, so that one's the 9%. Oh, I see. They have diminishing returns for each one you put on. I understand. So each one of those I put on, I get a little bit less out of them. So they do allow me to put multiple, but they don't work well together. That makes that make more sense. Meanwhile, I can grab you, plug you in right there, and that'll be perfect. That's more warp, and that's 100% warp cell efficiency. So that's 2 of those I have. The knees are better than that. Okay, so I think that's good. So we did basically give up one of the shield boosters on the outside to make room for this, but that was a better modification all around. I don't really see, is there anything else we want to yoink off here? Because you can't yoink off the photon cannons, unfortunately. We have all our warp drive stuff. And I can't get rid of the landing gear. I think we're just stuck with what we got until I get this thing to a higher class. Meanwhile, that does mean I have... Okay, I have no more of the actual modules here. Okay, I think we're good for right now. That'll do. Make sure we put everything in here. Cool. Okay, so with that, what is our log situation? We have to destroy sentinels, the dig site, kill predatory animals. A new visitor has arrived at our station. We haven't got the daggers. We can debrief the stuff there. Alright. So, let's go back here. And just because I can, I'm going to try and check to see if we have any Vy'keen daggers. I don't expect the Gek to have them for sale. Offer trade. Sell. Actually, oh, that's my stuff. What am I doing? I was like, there's amazing stuff here. Okay. Right. So we have the freighter thing is done. How is my inventory? It's fine. So let's do the freighter first. Because of the freighter, there is a chance it just gives me a Vy'keen dagger. So we'll get that going. We are going to need to make sure we keep having the fuel, which is going to be needing a lot more dehydrogen. Alright, so let's go to our debrief room. Fleet command online, calibrating the fleet command, that's fine. Debrief. So we arrived in the system. Scouts learned a prime investigation opportunity at the planet ISV Alpha. Purchased a large share in an interstellar company, so we made money. We made money. We got 2 superconducting fiber. We got a crystal sulfide. And that'd be it. Alright. So let's go from here. And run back up here real quick. And dispatch them yet again. Alright, now keep in mind, it is a very ill-equipped industrial ship. We will try to send them on the balanced one. I'm not having super high expectations because it's really only good at mining. But you know what? That's fine. The worst that could happen is utter tragedy. Let's see. And the freighter has some fuel in it. That's just worth some money. I'll just sit on that for right now. You're continuing to get me chromatic metal. Now the question is, if I run over to the side areas... Yeah, so it's just going to keep filling itself up with chromatic metal, just with me leaving it right here, which is really nice. Yeah, and it's because of the star. I think it's going to give me a little bit of all of that. We'll see. But the point is, I'm getting that for, like, no effort, which I appreciate. We can go down here, and I will need to teleport back to my ship. I always forget that the freighter, I can't do that. So we got that sorted out. Really fast before we go anywhere. Freighter is out of range. I'm literally... Okay. No. That's... You can get glitched out that way. Okay, so let's stand right here. Freighter. Is there installed technology? That's fine. So we can keep you here. Exosuit. Is there things I want to chuck on the freighter and ignore? Right now, let's toss the tainted metal there. I'm probably not going to need that on anytime soon. Starship. Let's see. Things that I could toss over there and come back for later. Oh, I still have that to get rid of. The B-class reactor for our ship here. Honestly, I should be tossing over more of this. But without the freighter having the things that makes it easy to move around, it's kind of hard to justify. It's chromatic metal. Yeah, we'll keep you there. All of that stuff can stack, so we'll leave that over. The rest of that can sit there. Okay. Yeah, so we got some stuff to drop off at a station. That inventory may be full, but it's full of goodies. That can also stack over there. That can also stack over here. Okay. So I think we've stacked away what we can. Alright, so with that, let's jump back in here. I'll need to go to the station. So freighter probably doesn't need to stay in a dissonance system anymore. I don't know where I'd even take it. Right now, I'm just going to keep it where it is. For when we get like more objectives or whatever to do around here. But that's fine. But yeah, so now we'll teleport down to the settlement. At which point I have the nitrogen, so I should be able to do the farm, which will help our production a lot. We will also be able to do whatever the talking to the person there is. All that stuff. Let's check on you. Okay, I don't want to deal with the quad if I don't have to. I don't really need that. That's fine. So moving on. So we'll teleport to the settlement. Keep the settlement coming along because that's been going well. So settlements. It does make me curious when you go in the game and you unlock like 3-4 settlements kind of thing, because there's been talk about how you can get multiple of them. I could see you effectively just doing that full time, just like hopping between the settlements, because the longest upgrades seem to be 2 hours. But I could see if you're rotating through like 4 or 5 and needing to resupply and yada yada. You could make it take quite some time. Alright. Don't be plotting. Okay. Greet settlement visitor. Unprompted settler, I'm gonna call you Knave, announces that they come in peace. They express gratitude for the settlement's impact in the local economy and offered blessed glass in thanks. You can exchange gifts. Unknown outcome. It'll increase our debts. And we'll get the living glass. So either way we get the living glass, but one we get an unknown outcome and a little bit of debt. I'm going to exchange gifts. Okay. So what do we actually get on our settlement from that? Blessed by the stars. Improves happiness. Nice. Oh, you're still going. I thought you were done. You still have 30 minutes left in you. Okay, so we won't worry about that. still. What was worth the debt? Was it worth the debt? Yeah, because the debt is a very temporary thing versus the boost, I think, is permanent. So we gave ourselves like a happiness boost for just a very momentary monetary thing. I don't know if those fall off, like they decay after a couple of days or whatever. I would say even then it's probably worth it. Now, I have other events that'll probably cause unhappiness and all that, or we'll make choices to improve our production at the cost of happiness. I'd really expected to get there, and needing to do stuff to kick things over. Okay. Oh, right. The thing I needed the star bulbs for is that thing. Alright, so we need to make the star bulbs happen. Let's check our list of all the things we got going on. So destroy sentinels, locate the dig site, kill predatory creatures. Honestly, this kill predatory creatures one, I'm just gonna abandon it. It's kind of annoying to deal with. Actually, let's just clear this crap off. You don't take a penalty for it. I just want to clear up my mess. Okay, so we need the Valkyne daggers. We gotta wait for data. That's going to keep harassing me forever, I think, until I actually do it. And I don't want to do it this way, but that's fine. We don't care about the guy, because that's another one that, like, I finished this. Yeah, so we need the star bulbs. I want to say you are in a system with star bulbs, I believe. So I just need to go out of my way to do that. Because I could keep sitting there and pulling up the star bulbs little by little by little, but I'd like to just kick it off. Okay, now we can run down here. And pop over here. Anything on here? Nothing I super care about. I mean, that would be a way of getting the circuit board immediately, but I already made the other material for it, so I'm not going to do it. You tried playing this game, but you felt overwhelmed by too much things. It is a thing that the game just keeps throwing more and more at you. Let's grab that. That'll just give me the thing and I won't even have to worry about the star bulbs. Start mission. But yeah, so the game will just keep throwing more and more and more at you. And so yeah, you could definitely get yourself overwhelmed with that. But at the same time, it's kind of realizing you just don't have to do a lot of the things. You can just choose to ignore a bunch of them, and that's fine. So it's kind of choosing one of the things and just kind of running it down. Because you can see what I'm doing here, where I'm trying to juggle a bunch of stuff, and very much a lot of stuff doesn't get done. So it's kind of just following something until you... No, you're a completionist, that's fine. It's like looking at Steam achievements, and where you have that giant list of Steam achievements, so you try and look at the giant list of Steam achievements right from the beginning, going, I'm going to do all of these right now. You won't work on any of them because you'll have, like, decision paralysis. Versus if you're like, okay, here's the first one on the list, let me get it done. Okay, now that one's done, let me go to the next one on the list and get it done. You still do them all, but you have to do it in kind of, like, order of operations, choose, I'm working on this one. Or it'd be the same as if you're playing a game where it's like, okay, you know, win a run only using melee. Okay, win a run using only ranged. Okay, win a run, you know, doing whatever. You like, mapping the planets, natives, lights, or... Yeah, you can do that. You just make that your focus, that you're like, okay, I will scan everything on the planet. Okay, once I'm done scanning the stuff on the planet, then you move on to the next thing. But that's all it is, you just choose something to work on, and you work on it. And then when it's done, work on the next thing. And scanning everything on a planet is a completely acceptable thing for your first thing. Now granted, it's a little hard to tell when you got all of the minerals. I don't think it lists how many minerals. I know it lists how many, like, fauna there are. Because a lot of times, unless it's a rare underground thing, I'll usually scan everything as well. The rare underground ones can be pretty frustrating to get at times, because they take so long to show up. You just gotta do circles underground. Yeah, and if you're feeling overwhelmed, it's just one thing at a time. It's just what you gotta do, one thing at a time. You'll get more and more objectives that get listed up. That's fine. A lot of those are story things that once you do them, they're gone. They're finished. So you need to sweat them anymore after that. Yeah, no, it can definitely be daunting when you first start and you're just like, oh my god, it's another thing, it's another thing, it's another thing. Absolutely, I do 100% get that feeling. That the game does just... Oh, that's a knowledge stone, that's not what we're here for. Fragment piece, over there. That the game will just keep giving you more stuff to do for a while. Eventually, like I said, you'll hit a point where you start wrapping up things and just kind of ticking them off the list one by one. There are, like, the agent mission kind of things that are repeatable. They keep coming back more and more. But those you gotta kind of walk over to the person that very clearly that's kind of what they're there for. Yeah, but even if someone wants to go one system at a time and scan everything, there's nothing wrong with that. That is a totally valid way to play. That's way, there's a lot of people who play Elite Dangerous that way. That they just go out into the black, into the, like, the nothing where no one is, and they'll just go systematically and scan each and everything. Did I not get the thing? Oh, it's just weirdly keeping the marker there, that's fine. Remember this game though? Yeah, no, it's fun. It's just definitely one of those things. So, yeah, no, I hear you saying the launch was rough. My experience with the launch, as someone who I wasn't listening to any of the hype around it, I hadn't heard any of the, like, you know, promises that were made or any of that garbage. So, like, went into that where it's like, oh, hey, there's this space game. That looks pretty cool. I'll play the space game. I had a really good time, and I was actually caught very off guard when people were, like, really, really upset with the launch. Then I'm like, I don't understand. Like, don't get me wrong, it's no Elite Dangerous or one of these other games, but, like, I was very happy with what I got. You know, and then later on, I got to see the footage of, you know, because, like, I was curious, like, why everyone was upset, and I got to see, you know, the devs behind it being like, oh yeah, you could meet your friends, but it's really big, so it's really unlikely that's gonna happen. Like, basically promising a whole bunch of stuff that just wasn't remotely true. And so, like, I was like, oh, yeah, no, the, people being upset is absolutely valid. And I know some people were unhappy with, like, how some of the stuff worked, that it can be very slow to get certain things going. That didn't bother me as much, but I can understand people not liking, not liking how slow or how grindy some of the stuff was. Remember with this backseating, do you know about changing the terrain manipulator size, causing more resource nodes? Yes. I have done that. I always shrink it. Yep. But now this isn't a game you gotta worry about backseating me on. Like, there's only like 1 or 2 things I haven't done in the game, and usually when I'm doing it, I'll immediately be like, hey, this is something I haven't done, like, don't spoil. But this is a game I've kind of done most of what there's to do in here. Flickering embers appear on the stone, although I do not recognize the language. Somehow, I can read the history of this strange planet, and the Gek who once resided here. The foul scent of the Gek cannot be opposed. First Spawn commands all it surveys. We are the masters of the stars. Our rule shall endure eternally. The Vy'keen and the Korvax cower and despair at our name. Seek help with the language. My knowledge of the Gek increases. What's the star over there? Ancient data structure, that's fine. There's the cactus, there's the cactus. More junk I don't care about. Oh, remove the beacon. Where's my ship? Oh no, I got another building over there. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, I'd rather you ask and be like, no, you're good, don't worry about it. Than someone to be like, hey, did you know this person dies at the end? And be like, what? Or, hey, did you know the proper ratio of this is 4 to 5? I'd much rather you ask. It's super appreciated that you would. So don't take my response as being like anything negative about you asking. It's pretty much just saying it's like you're good. For this game, you don't gotta worry. But yeah, no, it's really easy to accidentally overstep with backseating. It's also those things that what people do and don't consider backseating varies channel to channel. Like, oh sweet mercy, we finally got our second Vy'keen dagger, and then oh, that's finally we can get the weapon guy going again. Because that's been stuck for like a whole stream and some change, because even popping all the boxes, I only had found like 1. Okay. There we go. Did we already scan all the creatures on here? Yes, and we already turned it in. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and run on over here and get this dropped off, because that means we can go back to the base. We can give the 2 daggers to our weapons person, and do all that. We could turn in this quest for whatever the heck the reward was that I don't remember. It's probably something I wanted. Okay. I'm sure there's a much more efficient way to get the dehydrogen. But this way, as I do frigate stuff, it'll be good. Those sac venom and the gravitinos are the things that make the Sentinels the most upset. Yeah, you touch them, and just everything from all around just beelines to you. The other thing I was looking at is like, because it's been a while since I've seen a sac venom on the ground in the game. Just they don't stand out nearly as much as the graviton things do. So just that momentary being like, are these the ones that get me in lots of trouble? It's still not that big a deal. Getting the Sentinels on you, you just grab them and you just duck into the ground real fast with your terrain manipulator. The only time you get in really trouble is when you're counting on that and then realize you have no ferrite and your terrain manipulator runs out right then. I've done that one where you're just like, oh crap, I'm in it. Okay, which is usually still not a problem, it's mine. That better not given me the thing because my inventory was full. I think that's exactly what probably did happen, though. Okay, cool. It still gave it to me. I was about to be like, I wanted that. I wanted that a lot. And then the computer became available at the base as well. Alright, so I got like 3 things to do back at our base now. And by the time that's done, the settlement will be ready for me to upgrade one of the farms or whatever. Alright. That should be good news. Now, some of the quest lines, like probably more of the dissonance stuff and all that, likely is unavailable to me right now because story-wise, we're still right at the beginning of the main story. Alright, you want to trade? The trader just happily pleased to make contact with a fellow spacefarer. Okay. What do you got for me versus what do I got for you? So I could finally, like right after I don't need the star bulbs anymore, I could trade for the star bulbs immediately. Thanks, game. The living glass, we end up needing a lot of that, and it's kind of a pain to get, so I might hold on to that. The fossilized thing there, give me my 2 million. Give that up. Give the effigy up. Yeah, I'm holding on to a lot of those things for turning in. But soon enough we'll be in good shape. What I'll probably do is I'll probably make it a point that when we get our chance to upgrade the ship and make more of a room, I'll probably start putting the storage things on here. And then take stuff we got surplus of like carbon and ferrite and all that, and chuck it in there and whatnot. Okay. So I already turned in the quest. We're gonna run over here and see if there's more quests we can grab, but we're not gonna focus on them. Do I still have... Yeah, so we still have modules to get rid of. Also, has more dehydrogen, so that's excellent. Okay, so let's go and grab the quests from the ancient person, see if, or the agent person, see if we got anything else over there. Because that's worth doing all the way up to like your maximum rank in all of them. And then occasionally coming by and just checking because you can get, you know, multi-tool upgrades and all sorts of goodies. Okay, don't care. So you can pop over here. Not yet. I literally just said I had things to give up here. Alright, we don't know half what you're saying, so we'll go here and sell. The extra shield deflector. Alright. And then we can pop back down to our base. So one of the things we'll end up needing to do when we pop back down to our base and all that is we will want to get the 3 different objectives we got there, where we have the circuit board thing, we've got the, I know we had the circuit board, we had... There was another one. Oh, and the Viking things. So we get those 2 turned in. Will be in order to upgrade our farms on the settlement as we have those timers run down. And trying to figure out where to go with some of that from there. So let's start with you. Before we accidentally sell your stuff. Come on. I should let the Viking go get with their business. Oh, Starship. Grab you. Put it in my hands. Make sure our quest is set to the Vikings thing. Alright, 1 second. Return to the armor. I'm just going too fast. I have not been idle in your absence, interloper. I have crafted another upgrade module for your ship. But the daggers. I can smell the battle ensign from across the room. Give them to me. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, give the daggers. The Viking takes the dagger and plunges it into their arm. They immediately revive, their spirits restored. Okay, so we got the Infra Knife Accelerator. Now we are ready, interloper. The Sentinels are here, and you shall head out to meet them. This day shall be glorious, traveler, as it has been before and shall be again. The Viking looks at me with pride. It seems to have provided them with a renewed purpose. For this, I am glad. But placing my world under threat, getting me to summon so many Sentinels for a pointless battle, when I am back, I'll need to speak to the armor about the future. The armor warns me that multiple Sentinel forces have arrived near our home. I must defeat them. Okay. Let's see. We have the Cyclotron Blaster, powerful ship-to-ship weapon. Yep, that's all fine. Okay, so that's before we get all that sorted. I do not want to work on installing those things. A couple of them just vanish from existence. Okay, so I only need to destroy one more, and then we can kind of just peace out. Okay. That's there's a very little tunnel down here. Probably from a previous time I dug down below to get away. Hey, Sentinels, how's it going? You looking for that guy you were just fighting 2 seconds ago? I'm sure you'll find him sooner or later. It's like GTA, you get away from the police. You know, the last star drops off, and you immediately turn around and walk right back into them, and they're just like, oh, okay, that's cool. We definitely don't know where this person is anymore. Meanwhile, let's go to the oxygen harvester. We've been getting a little bit low on that. As you earlier, none to see here. Yep. Okay. So let's make sure we got all our stuff moved over. Can drop you off. Right now, I'll move the walker brains over there as well. Probably the living glass, because we're not going to use those anytime soon, I don't think. You survived where Herc fell, traveler. Forgive me. I was wrong. My whole life, I was wrong. It is not the dead that deserve our service. It is the living. It is you, traveler. It is you and you alone. The Vulcane promises to not cause more trouble for the base, apologizing profusely, telling me that the living deserve service more than the dead. That I am especially worthy for their aid. The armorer rewards me with a token for my great victory. It has been an honor to serve you, traveler. Go on in glory. Alright, so he gave me the Blaze Javelin. Aggressive weapon attachment to the multi-tool. The Blaze Javelin delivers instantaneous damage on targets. The plasma charge process creates ionized gas. We don't care about lore right that much. It's basically like a railgun. Traveler, you have been inspired by your actions to craft a multi-tool of great power. Exam multi-tool. Behold, traveler. Hey, you know what? At least this one's an A rank. In the past, I will take it for free. In the past, when he's had that, he's been like, I've just, been inspired to make one of great power. And then he'd show me, like, a C rank weapon. I'm like, I'm pretty sure my first multi-tool is better than this. And also, my friend, you gave me one that's already damaged. You crafted me a broken multi-tool. Gonna say I'm a little upset about it. Alright, so let's look at our log. So, next is expanding the base. Factories and... oh wait, that's... okay. Yeah, so I didn't wait long enough, that's still the old dialogue. There we go. I trust our scientists have been able to meet your needs, friend. They have the circuits we demand. As I approached the Overseer, I was almost certain I heard them talking to themselves. Spitting, but seconds later there was no trace of the venom I thought I heard. I must be mistaken. Tolgek, Zophie asks me about the circuit boards. You have the circuits? The Overseer is strange, but no more than any of the other beings I have encountered. Indeed, they have been more helpful than most. I hand over the circuits and receive my reward. Okay, so we got the trade terminal. Ah, friend, you'll be happy with Zolgek Zophie. I have drawn up plans for some starship technology, but I cannot yet sync my design with your ship. I shall need a gravitino ball to perfect my device. The Overseer predicted I would be pleased, and once again, they are correct. They have been ceaseless in their efforts to improve my lot. A gravitino bulb is required to finish the starship technology. The farmer may be able to help me acquire one. You'll not regret it, friend. It is good we work together so well. Alright, so I need to first go into our inventory real fast. And I'm going to need to go to this. And we're going to drop in some pure ferrite. To make some more magnetized. Gravitina. Or gravitados. I mean, we can actualize this dream. We can make it into a tasty potato dish. I also have not looked at all what I need for the Atlas 2. The Atlas 2 key is cadmium. Or cadmium or whatever. Alright, so it's probably not enough magnetized. I might have to go collect more pure ferrite. The trade thing should be here somewhere. Did I overlook it? I probably did. How's the weapon rack? I'm not too worried about that. Where is the trade beacon? Ah, it's way down here. Okay. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite so significant. Alright, we'll want to move that in a minute. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff we can buy, not too worried about. Then we got a bunch we can sell. Do you happen to have ammo? We're going to need to wait for an opportunity to buy ammo, because that's getting kind of to be a problem. Alright, so do this, grab you. There we go. Yep, that's what we did. Like, right now I don't have much in the way of ferrite. The planet we're on right now is kind of crap for ferrite, which has been an ongoing problem. Whereas we have another... It's actually, this planet's good for pure ferrite. It's bad for regular ferrite. So we need a Gravitino ball, which sadly I just sold one a little bit ago. You'll probably grow another one relatively soon. Meanwhile, let's grab a little bit of pure ferrite while we're here. Okay. We got a bunch of those big clusters over there on the left. Which also give me dehydrogen. So that's good. Now once we grab this, we're going to go check on our settlement. And like I said, we should be able to upgrade the farms and... Sentinels are so annoying. It's one of those things, you almost feels like if you're going to spend time just exploiting an area, just go kill the Sentinel pillar and just move on with your life. That's fine, I don't feel like messing with it. We got a bunch. Okay. Because a lot of stuff at the settlement's been taking a decent stack. Hey, X25, how's it going? Okay. Alright, we'll want to expand this more later as well. I'm curious with the farmer how much we'll end up doing after this. I don't remember how all this base stuff ends. Because the base stuff is all the stuff I usually neglect a lot in my runs. Because it's always running around exploring the next thing. I remember this thing. that as you move around bases, it'll let you recover stuff. And the other ones will have to go to new systems. We actually already have... Oh, I don't have the large refinery built here yet. Oh, I see. I got that. Yep, so I got that. Yeah, actually, a soldier ship. What's going on with the audio game? Entering the freight's landing bay always sounds definitely loud. Yeah, that's a thing that can happen, is you can get to where things sound obnoxiously loud. I'm also remembering, I don't actually like the big refinery if I don't need it. Because it's the ones that, like, when you're at these bases, that you can just have the issue where your stuff vanishes when you leave it in there. But yeah, I haven't run into it in a little while, but there's definitely an issue sometimes where you'll go to, oh, view the variants? Ah, I see. But, you'll definitely have the weirdness where, like, it'll just get loud when you're docking and stuff, which is super annoying when it happens. Okay, so we do have what we need for these. If I could find something that could use the autonomous mining stuff. We can get the plates. It's actually very close. Does reboot fix it? The things being loud? I don't know about that. I think it's just some of the carriers when you're docking, or the freighters when you're actually docking with them, with the smaller ships. It's been a bug in the game for like ever. The Corvettes don't do it because you don't actually go in the thing, it's like going into the door that it's super loud. Okay, so what do we got here? We need to change freighter? I don't think so. I think it's just generally an issue with freighters at large. Okay, so that's oxygen. Like, it's always been a thing, unfortunately. You might be able to find someone who's got a guide, or be like, oh, this particular freighter's a problem, or oh, use your Corvette, or whatever solutions people have come up with. I feel like for me, I just turned down the game sound a bit, and then just kind of went with it being that way. So the atmosphere thing was making oxygen. I can't remember if these stay detected when you leave. And that is the paraffinium or whatever. Alright, so let's see. So we got the autonomous miner. I just need 2 plates. Oh, you're not the one I'm thinking about. You're one I actually put on the ground and it mines it up. Right. I'm thinking a different one. Because, yeah, you don't go right here. Because that'd be the spot for that. There's a more advanced miner. This one I would go to a place like this, the sodium, and I'd plunk it on the sodium. And then I can feed it power, and it'll pull up the sodium. So I can go like that. And you'll notice it'll like slowly dig it up. I'm not gonna bother with it though. I say, not sure entirely. There we go. Yeah, so that's one I actually put on a node. The one I'd be looking at would be, there's a different one that you can put up where its head said there's like a deep ore. I believe those autonomous miners, though, they'll give you way more material if you just leave them going on it versus if you do it yourself. So that's kind of a whole thing. Alright, let's get back to our settlement. That should be more than ready. We can go ahead and get the farming thing upgraded. We'll chuck the nitrogen over so we have the stuff on the other side. You got my stack of oxygen. Take a quick peek just in case that grew. It did not. Okay, so let's get to our settlement. We can then go, like, there's the Gravitino balls, so we need to get one of those. You can find those on a lot of worlds, you just have to pick them up. It's just, you pick them up and you gotta run away from the Sentinels or whatever. It's not a huge ordeal. Gotta upgrade the mining module, gotta upgrade a lot of things. Okay, so let's get over here to you being fully upgraded now. Well, not fully. We gotta upgrade you another level. So we open the building. Cool. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna run over to where our farms are. Not there. Our farms are, because that's like the main thing this is supposedly producing or whatever. So we're going to want to go to these buildings and get these upgraded. Okay, so 120 nitrogen. And that should give me a bunch more material. Okay, we can kick you back over the ship. Pop the geode. Cool. Alright. And let's view where things are at now. Yes, our debt is very slowly going down. Happiness is slowly going up. The Sentinel alert level is gradually climbing, which is not my favorite. But, honestly, that's slowly coming together. Yeah, and my assumption what'll happen is after a certain threshold, we'll go from being a C settlement to a B settlement to an A settlement to whatever. It's just probably going to be a significant time investment. Okay, so let's look at our log again and see where to be focusing from here. So we need that. That's fine. Oh, we have the base computer stuff. Because that'll kick me off to the next thing. Your bases, do this. So we should also check to, see if anything else is coming up. One thing I need to also do is go to the anomaly. I've got all of these different multi-tools we're starting to collect, that most of them are utter rubbish. I should probably be destroying those to get my other stuff. Or I'm not sure we can do that yet. I think Tethys is the one that'll... I think it might have been Tethys that's the one who destroys multi-tools. Alright, so let's go to our base computer. Okay, automated recovery and process. Yes, I believe this might be just looping now. I don't really need to deal with it this way. Okay, so it's off-world on the galaxy map. If this ends up giving me something I don't really care about, then we'll stop worrying about that. B-class reactor. Okay. That would let me really, really jumpstart. Alright, hang on. Minor delay. We're gonna be committing some violence. Because they just promised me that I could start my my Nip Nip empire. Where are you? Are you inside my building? What's going on here? No trespassing. The real problem I'm going to run into is ammo. I say as it immediately becomes a problem. Alright, well, we're out of ammo. So what I'm gonna need to do is find someone who can trade for ammo, or I might be able to craft it. I actually don't remember. I think there's a recipe? Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Keep falling into holes and all that. So basically, I'm gonna try and keep this going. When the things that show up start to get a little bit too dangerous, we duck out of the fight, and we pick up at that stage. Kind of resetting the threat. Okay. Sentinels are searching, but I don't actually see them. Okay. Oh, did no one spawn inside my building? Alright, so we did get... Where is it? I think it's stuck inside the mesh. You got two of them. I think they're stuck inside the mesh here. Okay, so we got destroy more sentinels. Because that's going to give me things I need. I don't remember what it's getting me. It's something that I saw and was immediately like, oh, let's get it done. Alright, well, the sentinels will aggro me here anytime now, because they always cannot help but leave me alone. Because this planet, they're, I think it's attentive or whatever. Also, the sentinels, they don't just attack on sight, but they constantly show up to harass you. So you have to keep, like, moving around if you want to not aggro them. So we can get that pure ferrite we wanted. Yeah, so it's 7 more. So I got the ones that are stuck in my terrain. Let's see if we can't find other ones. Okay. Yeah, so we're far enough up. So between the little sentinel buddy I have and this mech walking around helping me, it's fun having, like, support now. But granted, I'm a little worried that they might be able to attack and destroy the stuff. I honestly don't know. There. I noticed he wasn't sitting around anymore. It's definitely noticeable that wifey, I love you too. You heading to bed? You sleep well. I figured. Because you hadn't headed over here and it's getting late. Love. Okay. So you just hide out for a minute. I wonder if over time doing this around my base again and again, if we'll just like carve the whole area underneath and just have like a big mess by our base. Worst case, I can actually put the ground back. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Oh yeah, no, that's right. It was, this is gonna give me 6 Nip Nip. So it's like, okay, for getting our Nip Nip Empire set up, you're just gonna beeline to having a large starting amount. Okay, meanwhile, we'll switch our exosuits real fast to force that thing to not run around and cause me grief. Oh, I have to actually turn it in. Right. Okay, so we can get that sorted real quick. Anything else to care about? Not really. Let's pop in here. So we need more of that. We can go to our ship. You do not have more of the stuff the animals are made out of, unfortunately. We could probably... I'm gonna need to start processing this glass. Gives you so many good things. Okay, we will store that for nanites. Okay, that's the life support and all that. So shield strength and all that. Yeah, so it's life support tanks and all that. I thought those were going to combine with each other. It does give shield strength. But those are the hazard shields. Sentinel boundary map. Fuel efficiency and shield strength. Alright, and that's those ones I just can't make this work in a meaningful way. Hazard protection battery. More resistances, hazard protection battery. What's the best weapon in your opinion, No Man's Sky? I have not experimented nearly enough to really give a good answer on that one. I've been pretty tame on my experimentation in the game. Alright, so let's get over here. I need to make this storage thing. We can make 2 more metal plates as I desperately seek out more inventory space. We can temporarily drop you back in there. Then go to you. So I'll have that. I'm gonna also need storage. Alright, so we gotta get some stuff out of my inventory. So right now, drop you off. And we'll need to drop the nip off for right now. We'll plant some more later. We can drop the cactus off. Let's drop you into that storage. Drop a stack of the... Drop you off into storage. Drop the frost into storage. Drop this into storage. Drop that plant into storage. The living glass we can put into storage. The quad thing we can put in storage. The storm crystal can go into storage. This thing can go into storage. Those we might want at different places. We can drop the multi-tool expansion storage. The walker brains can go into storage. Exosuit. Grab the leg thing, drop that into storage. They'll be able to give to stuff. Salvage they'll be able to give to stuff. Pugnium I will move you to the ship. 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 And you. And you. And you. Okay. Then go to the starship. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, I can get the stuff for the nip by killing local animals. Because I believe I can take the meat stuff they give me and process that into the other one. Okay, so I believe if I take that and to refine it. Yep, okay. And how much of that did it give me? It's probably like nothing, right? 3. I need how much to make you? 20. Alright, so it's not that bad. So what we're going to need to do is kill some stuff. And we can convert that into more stuff I need. So I can get the nip up. Okay. But I know the scattergun, the shotgun, I know that one's a very popular one. Which isn't surprising. Anything that you can slap something with a whole bunch of projectiles usually is good damage in most of these games. Like even the bolter, like the bolt pistol thing, or not bolt pistol, even like the bolt caster does a relatively good job. Apparently murdering the local wildlife. I must have a mission I forgot I had. Okay, so let's see how that does for us. We didn't get a ton. We don't need a ton. So that should be enough for another nip. We'll deal with that. Okay. And we do have the thing where we have the plant that will give me the stuff I need for all that. You killed a lot of some wildlife ages ago, and they ended up turning permanently hostile to you. Interesting. Okay, so I need to grab you out of there. You'll need to go in here to grab some nip-nip. And we don't have enough power. Okay, so you just need a metal plate. You need to be more magnetized. So let's see about getting a little bit more of the pure parade. What happens if I put you in there? You don't do anything. You can go to storage. Yep, because we'll keep expanding the power and all that. Okay, so all these batteries are hooked up and have tons of power and storage. You're not connected. There we go. I actually didn't have the problem I thought I did. So let's stop you before you use up all my pure ferrite. I just had a wire that wasn't quite connected. So that's fine. We still did add to that power grid. Be good to make sure it is all connected up. Okay. So there's the nip-nip. We can grab you. And for right now, we can chuck the meat in there. And plant the nip-nip. Okay. There's more frost crystals. We can go to your refinery again and place some more of the mordite in there. All right. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll put the nip-nip and all that back into storage. We do have the plant that does give us the stuff that we need to plant more nip-nip here as well. So it can just be a thing we pop in every once in a while and, you know, get that all sorted. We can drop you in here, drop the nip-nip in there, drop that in there for right now. And that'll be fine here. Alright, so the other thing we can do is let's go here to the ship. Transfer you over to the exosuit. You just get to start spitting out a bunch of goodies. Because we could have done this a while ago. Because there's a lot of value in this. I just didn't do it. Okay. We can give us a bunch of parts towards different things we can make, and a whole bunch of upgrade modules. Okay, so we got a couple of hydraulic wirings and all that. Those will be good. The other thing we'll want to get rid of. So you, I don't care about. And you're waiting on magnetic resonators, 2 of them, for the Mark II. Can I make those happen? Magnetic resonators? I need the magnetized ferrite. We could definitely make that happen. So let's go here, drop you in storage there. And we can go down to this stuff. What I'm looking for is my pure ferrite. So yeah, we can make those happen. That requires 2 of them. Also need iodized cobalt. Do we have cobalt here somewhere? It's not looking like it. Okay, because then we can get the better refinery up here. I don't have immediate need for it, but we're going to want it eventually, so might as well get that ball rolling. Okay, what are you missing for a second one? Iodized cobalt. Okay, and then the other thing you need for this is iodized cobalt. Alright, so we need to find an underground area for me to yoink a bunch of stuff. I actually don't know where we've got an underground area nearby here. I know our settlement has some right nearby, so we can pop over to settlement real fast for that. So let's pop over to the settlement, because I believe there was a cave right across from it. Then we can go and grab ourselves a bunch of cobalt, start making the iodized cobalt. That'll let me get the better refinery on my backpack, get rid of the old refinery, and that'll be another upgrade sorted out. Which we don't have a big need for it yet, but that's where you make some of the more exotic materials. View citizen request. A group of adventured citizens wish to leave the settlement with Prospector Ustik as their leader. They have been cooped up inside the settlement walls too long. They simply wish to experience the thrill of adventure, the excitement of stepping out into the unknown. I will authorize the mission. Okay, and that won't be done, but right over there, we got an underground area that should be able to hit for some quick cobalt. And some pure ferrite. Okay. So we're gonna work on getting ourselves like a stack of cobalt real quick. We turn to iodized. That'll probably be enough to do what we need to do. With that said, chat, give me just a minute. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So just going to go ahead and leave the game running, but I'm going to do this. That's not the right one. We're not doing a charity thing right now. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. It's got some slope to it, so... Okay. We're alright. I don't know how we unscrew this, but... we're okay. Alright. It is not a channel name? How is Questionable Decisions not a channel name?
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Ah, but this key, you can only use it once. Once you have used the key, it's done forever. And you're like, but why? Is it a very poorly made key? And I understand it's game mechanics to make you have to go back and kill the boss again, so you have to do the tough fight. Because otherwise you get into the Escape from Tarkov thing where you get your hands in the really good key, and then you just farm the really valuable place. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Still, I'm glad you moved here, Farmer Rual. That is too incredibly freaking adorable. I'm gonna need you to tone down the weaponized levels of adorableness. You never played Stardew Valley? Do you think you'd like it? Okay, and we are back. Okay, so game should come back up on the screen for you in here in just a second. Let me also check something else going on the other screen over here. Okay. Okay. So I got 45 minutes on the expedition. That's fine, whatever. The base terminal... Oh, wait, that's fine, I don't care about that. We need the Gravitino Ball. I have long since forgot what the heck I was working. Oh, right, we were getting the Cobalt to upgrade my backpack thing. That's right, that's right. And then while we were here, we're going to grab some pure ferrite because we used a ton of it to make some magnetized ferrite. You just realized you could change the exosuit voice to male to female. Feels so weird, but good. Yeah, no, that's I don't know when they added that. I don't think that was a thing originally. But they also made it so you could turn off the voice, which I did have people eventually ask me to do. Because, like, you know, it's fine. But, you know, when you're scanning, you hear, units received, units received, units received, units received. And just like, you know, what, I can't remember, it's like, toxic, compromised, or whatever. You know, toxic stabilizing. And just kind of going back and forth. It's important information when you're playing. But when you're watching, you're just kind of listening to it in loop. And I can understand why people are like, hey, could we tone that down like 10 notches? Alright, so we're gonna get all this collected. We got a bunch of geodes and all that as well. It's like watching StarCraft 2 streams. You require more minerals. You require more Vespian gas. You require additional pylons. Yep. Or, playing Elite Dangerous. Flight assist off. Flight assist on. Flight assist off. Flight assist on. Flight assist off. Because when you're playing Elite Dangerous, you have where you can have it fly like a plane or fly like a spaceship, and you can switch between them. And people argue at no end which is better, and like, what's the better experience, what's the true and real experience, and yada yada. The reality is, like, the best is to use a combination of both. Because there are pros and cons with each of them that are situational. So in a fight, you know, you go to start turning real hard. You know, you want to switch and all that stuff. And so it's like that back and forth could do some pretty wild things. And the action per minute's a constant, so they press so much. Action per minute, yeah. Yep. Yep, all of that can get to be a lot. Alright, so let's get inside here. Because we did put a lot of junk in our inventory. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to start by going to you. And we're going to grab this cobalt. We're going to chuck a big old stack of that cobalt right in there. Make sure you're topped off. Okay. We can put that on the ship. I don't need it on me for right now. I'll take that and put it on the ship. We got all these upgrades that I don't have space for. Drop that on the ship. That should go on this ship for that stuff. We don't need that on me. Okay. We do have enough for a second one of those, which is what I believe we needed. Yep. So we can make that. So all we need now is when this spits out its results, we have to take out the personal refinery that's already in there, because you can't have more than one. Then we can put the Mark II refinery in its place, and then that takes care of that. We'll probably want to start going into the other systems. I actually already have my ship able to go into the red systems. And, you know, just do the thing where you go in, you land, you mine up the material, and you go out for the next area. Because I have a few things that require the cadmium or whatever it is. Actually, we might even have all the engines there. So we can go into the cadmium systems. No, we can go into the cadmium systems, but not the others. But yeah, until we get our ship to be a higher class, this is at saturation. I can't do much with this. I could definitely see getting rid of the habs for counting here, which would be an interesting thing to try and work around. But we'll see. Meanwhile, what can we toss in here worthwhile? Leave the rest alone. Okay. So, dismantle you. Install the Mark II. Cool. So I got that upgrade to the next higher one. We don't care about that. So looking at what we've got here, we've got the potential for health and shield stuff. So that's a good one. The problem is I don't have the space. Shield and solar. So this is a good one up here. So let's put the good one up there. That's decent. Could say we could do better than that one. I'd say we could do better than this one. We can do better than that one. Let's disassemble one and see what we get. I couldn't tell. That's a good one. So plan to hold on to those two. We can do better. That's I would say for right now that's a pretty good one. Yeah, I'd say these three are the ones we want to hold, or those four are the ones we want to hold on, the bottom ones we want to get rid of. We have the starship, which is full. The extra craft and freighters and all that. How much time do we have left before the settlement's done? Probably a while. Okay. Let's go to our base again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those 4 good ones, and I'm going to shove them into the storage for safekeeping. That way I can delete the rest for nanites. And obviously that's already pre-allocating my next 4 inventory slots for my my exosuit. But all's giving me rocket pack running and all that sort of stuff would be good. We're gonna need to genuinely start moving around space more and not just staying attached to where we're at. Maybe just exploring the surrounding systems or whatever. Okay, any of these interactable? Nope, nothing there. Why was I coming here? Why? Oh, right, it's gonna go up to the storage to store the 4 ones as, like, these are ones we're gonna hold on to. So store those. The rest I'm gonna consider fodder. Okay. So pretty negligible. Alright, so this one's worse. So I'm gonna put that one aside. Honestly, a lot of these are pretty underwhelming. Okay. Almost all of them are like 1% more damage. Okay, honestly, pretty underwhelmed by most of them. For the multi-tool, we can go ahead and move you here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That was a bad one. I don't remember. One of these ones on the left was one of the better ones we had. Yeah. Okay, so those are pretty awful. Oh, we can also grab you out of here. For right now. How good were you again? Time to full power. I have no idea if that's any good. Let's go to our multi-tool. Let's move you down. Move you down. Move you up. Move you down. I don't think any of that affects the terrain manipulator. We can go to our exosuit here. Grab you. Chuck you in there. Okay, it's officially overloaded it. So put that back away. And for right now, I'll just chuck you in there. Okay, so we got all that sorted out. So what we can do now is let's hit a station. I don't think we need to go to our freighter for anything. We can hit the station real fast, drop all of that crap off for nanites. And then genuinely, let's just move to a new system. We're gonna move to a new system, we're gonna explore. Or immediately have someone... hi? You know what? I don't like whatever you are. Okay. So it's just like sapping my ship. Okay, well, hate that. The good news is it wasn't really doing any meaningful damage. Alright. Yeah, so things we're going to need is pretty soon we're getting into the point of where nanites and money are starting to be a pain. And we can use the money to upgrade inventory size on our various stuff. And you can use nanites to upgrade the class of various stuff. But all that's not really helping us. I don't care about your rewards right now. We don't have anything for there. I also was just thinking I should not just roam randomly. Let's go and start the actual main story a bit more. Okay, so purchase upgrades. I don't actually want your upgrades. Take all this crap that is taking up my inventory. Okay, is there anything else we want to ditch before we start chasing around the anomaly? I should be ditching stuff, but I don't think I'm going to actually ditch stuff. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so let's change our quest objective. The space anomaly and Alone in the Stars. Yeah, so let's go back to space anomaly because both our main quests that we've been utterly ignoring since the beginning want me to go there. They're gonna make me go to different systems anyway and do stuff. So that should be a way to get us to explore a bit more, get ourselves more inventory slots, all that good nonsense. Because we've honestly been running ourselves pretty low on side missions. Because, like, this is base. Like, these are just waiting. That's waiting. That's effectively waiting. That I don't care about at all. So it's pretty much the anomaly. It's also funny because I've talked to Nada a bunch of times. But because that isn't the objective we had selected, it just didn't do anything. Alright. I remember when the anomaly was nothing like this. There was just like a little room that it was just nada. You'd have your multi-tool off to the side, or sorry, you'd have Polo, you know, the multi-tool right there. That's where you'd find new multi-tools. You'd have nada there, and it was mostly just, you know, you get a little bit of story about Artemis or whatever. And then it was just Polo being like, do you want me to show you where the next black hole is? Want me to show you where the next Atlas thing is? And for the record, in this game yet, we have not gone to an Atlas station. Just the gem, the 2 NPCs, and the landing pad. Yep. Then there's a room behind one. Each one? Yeah. And the one was a multi-tool. I don't remember what the other one was. Okay. Do they still have random derelict stations in the old layout? Yes. You can find some of the old abandoned stations, which kind of feels more meaningful now because you have like the old station. Like, I remember that. Nada and Polo drift between worlds and worlds. There are many. Have you seen them, traveler friend? Nada wishes they could. Nada regrets much. Ask what to do. Traveler entity must free to make their own path. Find Artemis entity. Explore with others. Travel to great sights. Proceed as you will, traveler entity. We will aid you. Others will aid you also. Even if you seek the Crimson Lyre. Ask for help with exploration. Of course. Nada will mark your map with a great wonder. But take your time with your journey. Find your pattern. Speak to others on the station. have things to offer you also. Return to us whenever you please, Traveler Entity. You are always welcome. New mission, locate a black hole. Okay. So we can continue to search for Artemis, we can locate the Atlas interface, and we can just return to space in general. Okay. What was the thing that he was giving me though? Yeah, okay, so he just gave me the objective to a black hole. Alright, well, let's return to space and continue Artemis stuff. Oh, let's also grab new stuff here. Did you ever let them take them over? No, there's no, like, you can't do anything around space stations. I could see this as a natural progression thing they could give us. Like, in the future, being allowed to, have your own space station. Feels like a natural progression kind of thing. Okay. We got a bunch of milestones, so you should have more nanites for me. I should have done this before I went back there. Salvage technology. Oh, for 10 nanites, you could keep that. Alright, so it gave me 610. Ah, young one. You still roams the boundaries of the universe. How I envy you. My time out in reality is long past, but I miss it greatly. Perhaps you might help an old soul by sharing the things you've seen? I yearn for the stars, for the glory of discovery. Here's planets. Thank you, little one. You have no idea what this means to me. Please, take these nanites. They are nothing, but they're all I have now. Okay, so we got about not quite 1,000 more between the two of them. That should be enough to get another research thing done. Because basically I'm just trying to go through and unlock all this. Which is a shame I'm doing it this way, because for upgrading the class of our ship, I need nanites. Which I'm spending all of them. And that's not really helpful. But I want all the things. And that's just going to take time. It'll take quite a few of fully exploring planets to get the nanites we need. There's also other ways to get nanites. A lot of people had different strategies. I want to say one of the common strategies was just to cook up a bunch of the fungal mold into soup or whatever and give it to the guy, like give it to the cook. But it is obnoxious amount of clicking. I would rather search for the animals. At least I get to put my name on something, and when it kicks out your pay on the other side, it just hands you like 2,000. But that's the beauty of it. There's so many different ways to go about doing these things. You can also use the mission radar. You can use the missions. A lot of times I'll be like, oh, here's 400 nanites, here's 300 nanites. That is your way. It does get tiring making the food for the chef. Yeah. I always find it weird when you leave the station and sometimes it does this. I mean, this is clearly the loading screen for your solar system. Supercritical planet. Where? Is anyone there? Out there. It's outside. It's something wrong with... Identify yourself. I tell the stranger I could hear them. There's a moment pause. The only sound I hear back is the hiss of cosmic radiation. You found me. There's so little light. I thought I'd never hear another soul again. I really did. How did you find my voice? Say you found a crashed ship. I tell the stranger about the abandoned shipwreck and how I found their communicator ID in a distress beacon. I begin to mention the anomalous space station. They cut me off. It's outside. I think I'm safe. There are 16 of them. They look just like... Ask where they are. Fear and confusion dance within their eyes of the stranger. A few moments of silence, they turn to me, imploring. You don't know who you are, do you? It lied to me. It lied to all of... The sound cuts out, but their face lingers on, silent before it too fades into nothingness. This must be Artemis. And I clearly need help. I need to find a way to boost their signal. Okay, we got the terminus up here. Alright, so nothing on this particular planet I'm super concerned about. We could start getting the fossils. I'm going to avoid doing that right away. The fossils are cool and all, but they're more, like, unless I'm missing something, they're more about, like, you can get, like, the display of the fossils and or a bunch of money. But you've been playing your save for 4 hours, half AFK, and the station looks cool now. Almost could not find the entrance. Oh, yeah. But yeah, no, definitely there's, like, a lot of cool stuff going on in the game. I'm glad we started this permadeath run. Like, very genuinely, the other day when I started it, it was just kind of one of those things that I was like, oh, I'm going to be able to do an extra stream here, like, Tomb's nodding off. So I'll just go ahead and do a stream, because I don't have anything else going on. What am I streaming? I got, like, 3 minutes to figure it out. And a lot of other games I was debating streaming, it's like, oh, this isn't a good time for that game because they got a big update coming and it's not out yet, like a whole bunch of stuff like that. And then it was just like, oh, I guess I could just do some No Man's Sky permadeath, because I've been watching like So Everdream do a bunch of it, and a bunch of others. Like, you know what, I'm in the mood for it. But I just didn't want to do, like, I got my existing save that's like really well established, and it's getting to the point like my character's inventory is maxed out. I don't have other things to unlock in there. And so it's just kind of one of those things being like, what do I do? Like, I've got all the stories pretty much done in that save. My ship's pretty much juiced out. Most of the stuff I am missing is just a matter of grinding the nanites or grinding the cash. And it's not like it'd be the worst thing in the world to stream, but it would be just me hopping around various planets, mostly like scanning creatures or whatever. Because I'm not one to do the whole thing where you figure out like the min-max strategy and just, you know, repeat the thing again and again and again until you have what you're looking for. Not if I don't have to. I mean, unless I'm enjoying what's going on specifically. There you go. I thought I saw Encyclopedia. But, like, the old meta strategy of, like, getting the ship, scrapping it, that kind of thing. Like, that works, but just sitting there scrapping it endlessly is pretty rough. Okay. But yeah, what we can also do. Is there an option for permadeath, or you just start... there is an actual option for permadeath. They also do the different things, like we're permadeath, the save gets deleted when we die, but you can have it where you lose your stuff when you die, so you keep your milestones, but you have to like rebuild. There's a couple different tiers of how it works. You went to the hub and someone just transferred you without you wanting it, 16 million or 16 billion worth of stuff. It was so annoying, you ended up throwing it all away. Back then, it was not an option to not accept trades. Yeah, no, I remember that whole debacle. I didn't run to myself because I generally just kind of avoided people and didn't, like, avoided the hub entirely. Hollow terminus activated. Multiple signal sources available. Tower hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication across long distances. The extra power will allow me to re-establish a connection with Artemis. Tune into Artemis's frequency. You try to locate Artemis's frequency, uploading the data from her previous communication. Who's there? You. It's you again, isn't it, you? You really are real, aren't you? You aren't a dream? Say you are real. I'm sorry. It's hard to think here. Something's wrong with the... It's easy to create a better reality when you have to. I thought you might be a dream. I'm sorry. I haven't heard another voice in so long. Not since I cut the speaker from my exosuit. It said such terrible things. Ask who they are. The stranger smiles through the static. I'm just like you. You are a traveler of worlds, aren't you? Ask what they mean. They do not respond with speech. They transmit a vision, a red star, and a fragile world. I do not understand the shapes within the whispers. I see life forms scattered to far reaches of the galaxy. I see the stranger's first breath, yearning for the stars. I see myself, slumbering in the crimson void, waiting for a dream of worlds. And through the darkness, I hear it said. Anomaly detected. Designation, Traveler. Awaken. What I showed you just now, it has haunted me since I awoke. You must recognize it too. We are the Travelers, discoverers of world. From the moment you opened your eyes, you must have known you were not like the others. So did I. Mostly because all the others fall within just 3 distinct races, and you are not one of them. Before I became stranded here, I was on a journey to finally meet. I cannot be coincidence that you have found the signal. Tell me, do you still have the data log from the crash ship? Upload the data. I upload my exosuit's records, including the strange transmission I received, and the data I found in the crashed vessel. Much of my equipment is damaged. I am alone on foot, stranded on a sunless world. I don't even know how your signal is reaching me. But this ship you found, it belonged to me once. Perhaps there is hope after all. We need to work out where we both are. If we build signal boosters across the system, we should be able to triangulate your position. I'll be able to find my way out, and you'll be able to get the answers you seek. Agree with this plan. Thank you, Traveler. You're going to save my life. You're gonna find me. You like the grind of games slowly sometimes? Oh yeah. You heard of that? People giving stupid amounts of money? Yeah, no, that's always a thing. And a lot of it's one of those things that there's certain mistakes that people make when they set up multiplayer that get repeated. So for a lot of things, it's setting up situations where you can dupe items very easily because of just how you're handling the server and client side. That's a very, very common mistake. That there's a gap between like the item disappearing and all that, or you do the reverse where items vanish from existence. And it's like a really hard thing to manage, unfortunately. But one of the other things are the ability for people to troll each other by throwing items at each other. And it can be things where they could throw items that get you in trouble with the local authorities in the game. It could be items that they kill the progression for you, kind of skip you to the end. And all of those ruin the game. They just ruin the game in very different ways. Like, it's one thing if a person asked for it, but he'd even say then, having someone just like hand you success, at least for me, is a very big negative for my experience of the game. I would much rather have to fight my way through the game than slowly make progress. It's one of the reasons when I play games like Path of Exile, which I don't do hardly ever anymore, as much as I love the game, it really, really hurts the channel every time I do it. People be like, oh, I can help you with that. It's like, no, I genuinely don't want it. It's appreciated. It's not me being like, oh, I don't want you to help me. It's very genuine. It's like, the game is the grind. You take that away, there's nothing left. Okay. So with that, we can make the plate. And then I need the nanotube. And the signal booster. Triangulate position. Okay, so you want me to hop between some planets. That's fair. Okay. Alright, we can go in here, go to the next stop. Working all that. And we can just plop down the signal booster here. Man, there's definitely ways that can be the grind that can be fun. Like, I remember I played Warframe for a very long time. Like, tons and tons and tons of hours into it. And I really like being able to choose the different mission types. And I remember people used to get so frustrated with the game because they'd be like, oh my god, I'm just doing the same thing again and again. And the difference for me was I had like a spreadsheet of all the different things that could give me things I needed, you know, and I would slowly tick things off the list. But it would jump between the game modes as I want to break from one mode to get into another. But I'd have all these people who pop in and going, I am seeking this specific item, and they played just that game mode. And it was just one of those things that they would grind them, like they'd just grind until they couldn't stand anymore. They'd be just doing like, you know, the sneak mission after sneak mission after sneak mission, and they wouldn't enjoy it, and they'd keep doing it because, oh, well, I want this specific thing. And, you know, that's just what they had to do to get there. You can go ahead and tag this while we're standing directly at it. And it was always one of the things that a lot of us who were like, if you want to enjoy the game, it's like, you've got to stop doing that. It's like, by all means, work towards objectives. But the moment you start feeling like it's going from, hey, I'm having fun to, hey, I'm grinding, it's like, alright, do something else. It's not until you got super duper duper late in the game that you played for a ridiculous amount of time, you started to get down to the point where you're like, okay, but no, really, I only have these 2 game modes to get stuff. Alright, so you need an antimatter housing and carbon nanotubes. And another inventory slot for us. Took you 10 days to kill 3 mechanical bosses in Terraria. You can get caught up with watching streams. Oh yeah, no, that's I actually really liked that achievement, the killing the 3 mechanical bosses at the same time. I always felt that was a really well-made achievement. Oh, it's counting me as in the ship. Triangulate. Bubble world? Yeah, this is a dissonance world. Dissonant world will have all sorts of trippy effects, like the bubbles going on. Some of them will have like the world itself kind of have like a rippling effect, which is kind of cool short term, but gets really obnoxious long term. There's one where it's almost like a laser light show, and that's another one that's like cool short term, but after a while you're like, you know what? I'm ready for not being trapped in the disco 24/7. If the disco could calm down, that'd be great. The bubbles probably wouldn't be as bad, because at least they're very slow moving kind of thing. Alright, so I could drop onto this one, which is back to the previous planet we were just at. Unless it's a moon behind it that I'm missing, I can't tell. Oh, we need to refill our engines. Yeah, it would get like that. But you love Hello Games for that are still updating No Man's Sky. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic. Like that's still one thing I will always give credit to them, is their game got very mixed reception at the beginning because of over-promising and under-delivering, which the belief now is that Sony told them, you know, roll it out ready or not, is the heavy implication we've seen. And Sony also has a history of doing exactly that. You know, whether or not it could have been their own choice, who knows? But the point still being what it is, that ultimately, you know, they have continued to maintain it with so many companies. If a game releases and it's not an immediate hit, they'll do just like the minimum they need to, you know, avoid absolutely pissing everyone off of their user base, and then scrap, like, just moving on to the next one and just leaving in the dust. So, you know, props to them, especially since Hello Game didn't have, like, a whole lot of stuff to fall back on. They got their money and they're like, no, we're gonna keep working on it. Versus getting their money and just cutting loose. The life form sits in a foul-smelling funk of their own creation. The trading screen behind them is empty. Their equipment is old, uncared for. Their suit looks on the brink of failure. I am... and... units... friend to trade? The demoralized life form looks up to me with hope in their eyes. So, they could be saying, I have units, and that they want something that's there, or they could be saying, you know, they need units. I'm gonna give them the units. The lifeform's eyes are widened up with prospect of trade. Grateful, they take my units and scramble around for something to sell me. Scooping detritus from their desk, they proudly complete the trade. They literally gave me 2 units of dirt. Reminds me of Alta 8. It was forced to completion after being sold, and the devs wanted to delay the release to make the game awesome. Yeah. The beacon is sent light years away, flickers tantalizing on the monitor, awaiting a response. But what response do I give? Okay, so let's see what we've got. Is it one that's just translating to the left? So we got 9780. Yep. So then it would be 8 in the last position, and then 0 in the first position. So, boom. Your instincts were correct, and your efforts are amply rewarded. And all I was doing is just moving the characters to the left and then bringing them back around. When you do those codes, a lot of times they'll either be left or right like that, or they'll do something like each one doubles -1, or each one is, you know, the previous one, but like subtracted by a number and then down one. It's got like a whole formula or whatever. But there's a bunch of different ones. Most of the time, they're not particularly hard to figure out. Okay, now before I get too distracted, signal booster. Triangulate position. And give it back. There you are. Part of me feels like, wasn't it back in the day, signal boosters, you would use it once, and that was kind of it? You'd place it down, you'd use it, and that was the end of it? I might be misremembering. You don't usually put them down at your first base. Yeah, well, I'm thinking back in the day, like right at the beginning, it was certain things you had to use the signal booster to find. I think it was, oh, if I remember, it's for the inventory expansions back then. You didn't get a free inventory expansion all the time, so you had to like go and seek them out. And so you'd use the signal booster to do that. I think that's what it was. There was something you needed the signal booster back in the way it was the only way to do it. Because I remember you needed a... No, see, you need the... No, that wasn't it. You need the signal booster to... You need the signal booster to locate the communications tower, or was it observatory, to locate wrecked ships, I think it was what it was. When I first reached out to the heavens, I had no idea what to expect. The beauty, the mystery, the adventure, the danger, and here we are, aren't we? Go to the Hollow Terminus, upload your data, let's find each other. Remember finding an exploit with the signal booster? Finding like 20 suit upgrade pods in the same planet in some sort of interaction loop? Yeah, no, there was things you could do, like, I remember once upon a time there was a way you could go to a ship, you could take the ship, and I can't remember the details on it, but you could basically keep taking the same wrecked ship again and again. So people would go out of their way to find, like, a really big hauler ship, because those ones were worth the most money. I don't know if they still are, but they were at that point. And they would just sit there and do that, kind of set themselves a save point, get the ship. I can't remember the details on how it worked. I didn't exploit that one myself. The only one I did any abuse for... Oh, that's fine, we can make this work anyways. The only one I abused was the whole thing where you'd take, like, you would craft something really valuable, and then once you crafted it, you would, go into a system, you'd sell the whole stack of stuff, which would crash the price, so then you'd buy it all back at an increased price. Sorry, you'd buy it all back at a discounted price, so you'd literally make money on the exchange. Oh, I have to discover creatures here. That's fine, we can do that. But you do that whole, like, juggle back and forth of sell everything, buy it all back, go to the next system, sell everything, buy it all back, and just magically make money appear. The surface of the plaque shimmers and shakes, with the screams of people who lived here long ago. The words are unfamiliar, yet they sound the sounds of Gek anger and outrage. I can hear meaning. With each conquered world, the first spawn's resolve strengthens. None shall oppose the Gek, for fear their planet shall be shaken to dust. We will weep when there are no more worlds to conquer. Give me a new world, or give me a new word. And it said my inventory was full, but it's very not full. Okay, so let's take a look at the discoveries, because apparently we need to discover things here. And thank you, Serverlord, for giving a Tier 1 sub to Panderific. So, Panderific, you now have yourself a nice Tier 1 sub. So, hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, you remember doing that with some, like, full stack of rare things? Yeah, it was, I got some, like, manufactured good. And I think it was, like, per stack I could get some odd million or whatever per round. But it took a lot of setup. So what are we doing here that is giving me credit for that? I don't have a quest to scan everything. Oh, is it just this was giving me? I don't care about that. We're not exploring this whole world. Water worlds are fun, and I could certainly see at some point going out of way to do water world nonsense. But right now, I don't want to begin yet another thing. Oh, that's cool. It makes like a little inflatable floaty thing. You love this? Oh yeah, the tomb taps and all that. those are still the most popular emotes on the channel, surprising literally no one. Okay, so we can get the liquid here. Make the most cash by salvaging Sentinel interceptors. Yeah, no, that's that was the one I believe is the one now, because you could pretty reliably get them to show up by doing the whole you go do the thing to scan to make it appear, then you go over, grab it, run over to the place, grab the brain, come back, that kind of thing. It's not a very difficult setup to do. Okay, so now we need to go to locate the terminal. Because we'll follow this for a little bit until it has me dock at a station of some kind. And then when we dock at a station, we'll do the whole thing where we jump to the settlement, get it to do its next thing, go to the base, get it to do its next thing, and kind of go through all that stuff. You worked on a worm farm. The liquids secreted from the worms go into the drain from the beds. Liquid gold, they call it. Good for any crops. Weird. Like, I know it's always a big thing to like even here with you're going to be gardening, getting a thing of worms to release into your garden was always seen as a good thing because they would process a bunch of the stuff in the soil to clean it all up. The big problem being, like, a lot of people with flower pots and all that, the soil gets too hot for the worms after a while. Or nutrient issues. I don't actually know a specific problem, but there was things that if you have too small of a container, the worms wouldn't fare that well. Okay. Alright. I'm probably gonna go a little long tonight, because I'm enjoying what we're doing. And this is probably what we're gonna be working on for tomorrow and everything, so why not? Grab this. Yeah, and this is the, for those who hadn't played this back in the day, this quest has always been in the game. Like, from the very beginning was the Artemis quest. You know, between Artemis and the Atlas and Nada. Now, granted, some of the specifics, like going to the anomaly and it being this giant elaborate thing, that changed where it used to be just like a little area with like 2 rooms on it. They did add more onto the tail end of the quest. Where, again, it used to be just like... It used to be you finished the Artemis thing, and that was just the end of that. There was no additional thing, and you did the Atlas thing, and that would lead you towards the middle, and that was kind of the end of that. Hollow Terminus activated. Multiple signal sources available. The tower hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication over long distances. We can activate it. Have you triangulated your position? Let me know when you're ready to receive some data. Confirm. Excellent. We're really getting somewhere. Hold on, I'll just... Artemis transmits some data of their own, a star chart showing the skies around their location. I don't have any equipment. I don't know where I am. I don't even know how long I've been here. So I've taken the old-fashioned approach. I've sketched the stars. You should find plenty of locales able to match our star patterns. My ship was nearby, so we can't be far apart. I'll patch my translator through so that you can understand what they're saying. You'll need to calibrate it first, but that should only take a few words. Good luck, or maybe see you soon. Artemis translator, and we need raw copper, and I don't have raw copper. Because, of course, and I'm not climbing down the stair ladder. Let's see. Do we have... Oh, there's another holographic platform over there. Unknown building. It's just a trade hub, so I don't care about it. Pyrite, copper, really far that way. And there's better copper. Sorry. Had to sneeze. Had to be done. Alright, so we need to get 100 copper because I turned all my copper into chromatic metal. Wait, what was that? Oh, just unidentified. That's fine. Let me look up. There we go. Alright. We used to get 20 kilograms of worms every week. Paid your wages and paid for the workers. It's kind of fun to work with worms. Yeah, no, it'd definitely be an interesting job. Okay. And go ahead and get all this sorted. It's also just thinking, because we can get the chromatic metal just from the freighter for existing in our world, because it came with 2 of the things that pull materials that's just parked by a place where it gets chromatic metal. I probably should not turn the copper into chromatic metal and just keep it as copper. Because I've had a handful of things that do expect me to get copper itself. Let's see, wish they'd still do something about the mining size trick. Let you get the whole node with a big brush. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a deliberate decision to do it that way. Because they also have, like, the automated miners and all that. It is one of those things I feel like once you get past the early game, you don't end up needing to mine this way too much. But I could certainly see an argument of, like, getting yourself set up, being like, okay, here's the planet I get this material on, toss down some automated miners, you know, on, like, a little throwaway base, come back. I don't do that myself, but I could definitely see a pretty good way of doing it. But for me, just stopping here and spending like 1 minute, 2 minutes mining this up is not too bad. Plus, there's a lot of these materials, like the copper, if you don't want to deal with this, it shows up frequently enough for trade. Now, granted, some of the other ones, like the emerald and the cadmium and all that, those ones you have to mine for them, but the good news with those ones, you really only need them a couple of times. Versus stuff like the chromatic metal you end up needing again and again and again. Alright. Now, the other good news about the chromatic metals, you can actually get it from a lot of stuff. There's a lot of the, almost all, like, the important metals can be turned into chromatic. There's a couple that go to, like, an activated... No, actually, I think the activated was a separate thing. You know, I want to say almost all the metals that you mine for in this matter, like the metal metals, ultimately become chromatic metal when you refine them. So even if you're, like, on a way later plan and you're tossing down automated miners, you can still use that. You can also get stuff like chromatic metal directly from your freighter, using the automated things as well. And we'll need a circuit board. So that'll require you. And you. And I just realized I had a whole bunch of those in my ship. That's okay now. Words translated +1. Alien life forms speak a variety of languages, none of which you initially understand. Learn their languages in order to communicate. Speak with aliens on space station dialogue. Learn from the ancient ruins and historic site. Install an auto-translator to translate conversations. What's your favorite meat? I'd definitely say that's one of those things that it kind of depends. That said, a lot of times I'll end up going for chicken over other things. There's not, like, of the normal ones, there's not any that I'm, like, super not into or whatever. I will say, I'm not big on ham. Like, it's fine, it can be good, but between all the different ones, if I have other options, ham almost always loses that exchange. Oh, I should probably... Is no good. That's literally all we got. Okay, so I obviously wasn't paying attention to the objective. Yeah, no, roast pork could be good. Calibrate the thing. By investigating... Okay, so we need to calibrate it by having some conversations. I think the way we're going to do that is we're going to get out of this system and hit the next one. Or we'll have... You're playing the thing like I should have a communication. Oh, bring news to not up. That's fine. One of the downsides of the new anomaly thing is I do miss that you used to be able to just like run in really fast, talk to Nada, talk to them, and go right back out because it was such a small place. But this one you kind of have to like run the whole way back. I agree if you get it from the right place, but it can also be very ordinary. Like I've had good ham though. Like that's the thing. Like I agree with that statement. You can have some pretty ham and you can have some pretty good ham. But even good ham would definitely be one that like genuinely it's not really my favorite or my go-to. Like like I said, I tend to go for chicken most of the time. Every once in a while I'll do like, you know, beef or pork or whatever. And I do enjoy good seafood. But yeah, most of the time it's chicken. Partly to kind of watch my own health and all that, a lot of the red meats and all that, but also partly I do prefer a lot of the way people do chicken, you know, stuff like jerk chicken and Cajun and all that stuff, and you don't see nearly as much of that with the others. And at Big and Seafood, that's totally fine. So no going ham? Nope. Ham is just... ham is the plain chicken breast of the pig. It's really there to put flavor on. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. It's usually like you do other stuff with it to add to it. Not a saw signal, travel friendly. Did you connect with Artemis entity? Tell not about Artemis. Artemis friend wishes to meet other travelers, but they have... It seems Artemis friend has forgotten Nada. Curious. It is good to help this entity, traveler friend, but Nada advises caution. Ask who Artemis is? Artemis entity is a traveler entity, one like you. Nada had made them safe. They are known to Nada. This entity may be Artemis entity, but different iteration. Another way for Artemis entity to be. Or fraud. The universe does not like our little home. We do not acknowledge their rules, and they wish to punish us. Okay. So. Continue to help Artemis. Alright, so for these, we're probably going to want to go to the station, but before we do that, we're still in the system with our freighter. Like, we haven't gone anywhere. We keep just doing circles in the whole thing. Big fan of your recent archaeological work uncovering the mythical sea of El Dorado. Okay. I have no idea what you're talking about with that.
New donation from Server Lord.
And thank you, Server Lord, for the dono. I can't see the amount right off the top of my head. Let me try and check real fast. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I need to get that fixed, because like every other time, it's so infrequent that I always forget. Oh, let's see. We can't get in here real fast. But I do really appreciate the direct support and all that. It means a heck of a lot. All right, I'll have to do that later. But thank you so much for it. I really do appreciate it. I wish I could see what it was off, off that. But thank you. It means like a lot. Can I just click on the link? It's not gonna be that easy, right? Because it wanted me to log in and it was being like giving me the whole setup thing. Bought a snack, go buy some chicken. Thanks, Server Lord. It's not showing me the amount until we get into it. But I do really appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. You used to get this chicken near where you worked in the 90s, deep fried tenders. Sadly, it no longer exists. $15? Nice, thank you. I really do appreciate that. What that will almost certainly become is that will almost certainly become either chicken enchiladas or chicken tacos. Because we got a place nearby that does those for almost exactly that amount. So that'll be perfect. And I'm looking for the building. We were making the farm, which was behind the admin building. Mexico can't go wrong. I know, right? Okay. Yeah, so an extra 2,000 something to productivity. But yeah, for those that didn't catch, we do have a Ko-Fi and a Patreon and all that. For those who'd rather, go directly and not through Twitch and all that. I don't do enough to, like, promote it or whatever. There's not, like, a whole bunch of extra special things going on with it. It's just, an alternative option. I do get a better rate when people do that, because I get something that's, like, 95 or 97%. Versus, with Twitch, it's, I get 60%. Alright, so, and that's for tier 1 subs and prime subs and all that versus higher tier, well, tier 2 would also be 60, but tier 3 is 70%. And yada yada yada. And then bits, I get all of the bits you send. You pay the part where they're higher or lower on your end. Okay. So I got the next construction project going here. I'll deal with that in a second. Alright, there's nothing else going on here I gotta worry about. Debrief settlement expedition. The citizen expedition returned safely to the settlement. They set out with a mission of pure exploration, travel for its own sake. They are laden with valuable goods and data and they wish to share the bounty. For those little nanites, give me the, put the cash towards making this positive. I had a person when I went to Utah, Salt Lake City, who was like, I'm going to show you to the best Mexican place in town. And I've told this story a few times, and this man was really excited. There's like, I'm going to show you the best, it's going to rock your world, you're going to love it. And it was some of the blandest food I have ever eaten. It was like, going to like some chain like Chi-Chi's or something would be leagues ahead of this. Like, Mexican pizza at your elementary school cafeteria would outshine this. It was, like, I didn't say anything mean about it, but it's like, what do you think? It's like, oh, it's like, you're kind of like, it's okay, like, you're trying to be diplomatic, but also not lie about it. But it was definitely like, look, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, your bar for Mexican food is not good. But it's kind of one of those things. It's Mexican food adjusted to local tastes, and that's true anywhere. Like, you go most of the U.S. and what is marketed as Mexican food is Tex-Mex, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's a difference. What objective am I looking at right here? It's why, for whatever reason, we have sugar in almost all our bread here in the U.S. Because we have terrible taste and we should be ashamed of ourselves. I mean, local tastes? Question mark? That's ominous. But yeah, I know you'll just go and like, for example, actual Mexican food almost never uses yellow cheese. They tend to use crumbly cheeses. I've had Mexican in Australia, so you've not had the real thing. Yeah, no, it's, I can't speak for Australia, because I've never been. I do know when I was in New Zealand, I found only a single Mexican food place while I was there. Now, granted, I wasn't exactly looking for them. It was when we were leaving, and it genuinely upset me. Because every single item on their menu had mayonnaise on it. And it doesn't matter what you think Mexican food is or isn't, but mayonnaise on Mexican food is the incorrect answer. Because that's just not a thing. But it was like, enchiladas with mayonnaise. And I'm like, what? It was basically they were using mayonnaise kind of as a proxy for sour cream, and those are not acceptable alternatives. Usually the problem you run into with a lot of Mexican food in a lot of places is they're scared to season it. That you get a lot of Mexican food abroad and, or not abroad, just not in the area or whatever. And you get it and it's just, they give it a little dash of, a tiny bit of cayenne and some pepper. And they're afraid to do more. And you're like, no, man. Like, for one thing, that sucker's gonna be drowning in cumin. Okay. Me on Mexican? That is wrong. Maybe Greek yogurt on Indian or Mexican? Yeah, no, I didn't end up getting it because I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Friend, I am Gek Trade Federation. I help. Request dialect help. Releases a sweet scent and teaches me a word of their language. My brain feels refreshed. As I turn to leave, Freegek Riplin pulls at my sleeve. They must have appreciated my interest in their history, as they hand me a chart with directions to ancient relic. Cool. Is there anything you want to part with? Take the relic. It's dirt. I know you could get slightly more money, but also, it's still dirt. We could drop you off into the suit. Pleasure to friend. Yeah, so we got a little bit more. We shouldn't have any blueprints available on most of these. Please don't actually make it. Let's go ahead and cancel that. Okay. They don't want to make it. We got the bones and all that. So they gave me a thing to one of the relics around here. That's the settlement. Okay, let's see. Knowledge stones, anyone nearby? Oh, we got animals that we haven't scanned. Okay. So you can run down here, grab the beacon thing. I was hoping to find a knowledge stone along the way. Alright, we can grab you. Check you into the inventory. I'm not very big on avocado. I can see why people like it. It's never been a big one for me. Like, it's fine. It's not one of those things that, like, if it's on my food, I'm gonna make a big fit about it. I think it's one of those things that a lot of stuff like avocado, mayonnaise, and a big part why I tend not to be huge on them is because a lot of places will just make that the entire characteristic of their dish. That, you know, it'll be like, oh, we're gonna have this sandwich or whatever. It has avocado on it. And then, you know, it's just an avocado between two pieces of bread. And if you really, really focus, you might find some other ingredients in there. And I feel like that happens a lot. Where it's just, okay, you're gonna put mayonnaise in there. Oh, here, let me just fish the piece of chicken out of that bowl of mayonnaise. Oh no, we got the second one a while ago and turned that in. It's a minor settlement forever away. Oh, there's a knowledge stone. There we go. Yeah, no, we got. It's funny. We got the second one, and now we found like 3 more since then because we actually just sold 2, and then I grabbed another one right there. The classic with all these games. You struggle really hard to get something, and then you can't stop finding it. Okay, how are we doing towards the discovery? I've got 2 more. Ah, that's the reason we didn't finish this planet. Rare underground. Yeah, I'm good. Alright, so let's get back to our ship. Get out of here. Just spread like instead of butter. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, I think that's why some of those things I grew to not like them. Is just, for me it was stuff like going to Wendy's. You know, I'd have all my friends when you're trying to, like, and this is like high school. You know, you're going out, you're gonna grab like fast food real fast so you can, you know, get over to the other person's house to play games or whatever. And a bunch of them would want to go to Wendy's because it was kind of convenient to the area we were at. And of the burger places, Wendy's the one I liked the most. Even then, it's because I could get a spicy chicken sandwich. But it became such an annoying thing that I actually started keeping track of how often they got my order right, which was simply a spicy chicken sandwich, no mayo. And I think in the end, out of all the times they ever went there, they only got it right twice. Over all the years. And it was like dozens and dozens and dozens of times that happened over the years. And it wasn't that they just put a little mayonnaise on it. It was when they put mayonnaise on it, they bathed that sucker in mayonnaise. It was like someone worked there, felt like they were on a crusade that everyone needed to have at least their own body weight in mayonnaise eaten per month. Wendy's here in Australia was just ice cream, donuts, and hot dogs. Oh, gotcha. Here they do burgers, and the whole thing was their burgers were square as opposed to round. Just because of the process they used to make them. Another one? Okay. I need to check what the objective is set to. Because every time I'm scanning, I'm finding more settlements, which is nice, but not really what I'm looking for. Oh, did I not have inventory for it? What's going on here? No, I have an inventory. There we go. Your girlfriend, your first girlfriend always wanted extra mayonnaise on McChicken, then dip her fries in them. I've known people that into mayonnaise, which is fine. Like, I'm not judging people for wanting to eat mayonnaise. That part's fine. I'm just not really big on mayonnaise. I don't mind just a little bit, because it can actually add to a dish. But it's never a little bit. Yeah, so we're just kind of hopping from place to place to place. Some people really dislike mayonnaise. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I'm not a big fan. But, like, it's one of those things that, like, a little bit's like, okay, whatever. But yeah, my issue is it's always a lot or not at all. To be fair, though, these days I can't tell you the last time I've had a place mess up and give me mayonnaise when I didn't ask for it. Been very happy about that. I think places are just being a lot better about, you know, being aware of people's preferences and people's food allergies and all that. Oh, friend, GEC trade protocol forbids transactions with beings with unknown credit history. Through the garble of Artemis Translator, it is clear that I am yet to make an impact among the GEC. I need to improve my reputation rank. Raise your rank with the GEC by 2. Well, I mean, I actually have a decent rank with the GEC already. Alright, so I guess we will just do other things until it goes. Garlic is aioli's your go-to now? Yeah. I've had some aioli that's not bad. I've also had a lot of aioli, it's like, this is just mayo. Quit fooling yourself. This is literally just mayo. But it varies. You can have some that are like, you know, a lot of good fun stuff going on, and then there's a lot that just mayonnaise. Need to get your No Man's Sky in? Gotcha. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's check our logs again here. Okay, so for the main one, increase her standings with the alien life forms, continue to help Artemis, locate the Atlas. So that's going to all happen on its own. I'm not going to worry about that. We need to gather the Gravitino Ball. If I go to my base, that'll probably take care of that. You're a big fan of aioli? Yeah, and like I said, I've had good aioli. But I've also had times where it's just mayonnaise. It can vary. Alrighty then. So I can do here real fast. Is get to the station. We can teleport back to the base. The settlement won't be ready for me to do anything. We just started the building there, and it takes like 2 hours for the ones we've been doing. We have already done the station. I'm hoping at the base we'll have that Gravitino Ball grown already. Because we already have the Gravitino Ball grown over there, we can just take care of that. If not, we might have the thing that'll let me plant more Nip-Nips. Did you just complete this by me getting here? Oh, no, you were willing to give me a mission to teach me how to use the board. Okay, we're fine. You're talking about quality caffeoli here in Sydney. Can be great. Yeah, no, like I said, there's places you can go and get good stuff. A lot of places here cheap on stuff. One of the interesting things I've noticed is as prices have been kind of going up, it's been mostly on the bottom of the pile, so like cheap food is getting more expensive, but I haven't really noticed on the other end. Like, the more expensive food, yes, it's gone up, but just a tiny bit. And it's getting to the point that the difference between, you know, getting like a fast food burger and then like a sit-down nice burger, the gap between them has just been getting smaller and smaller. Okay, so we can get the suspicious package. Continue to get more standings. We're not going to worry about any of that stuff right now. I'm assuming we've already been to the station. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I guess it just refreshed or whatever. Repair kit. I like repair kit. I can go to you. Okay. So with this, let's teleport back to the base real fast. Okay, and with the base, I should be able to get that. Do you stream from the US? Yes, I am East Coast US. I basically stream what's the equivalent of a third shift. That right there is a lie of inflation. They say the average consumer product price has gone up by 5%, but the lowest cost stuff that everyone relies on has gone up by like 30%. Yeah, that's what I was exactly saying. Is like the less expensive stuff has gone up by a lot. But a lot of the, not even nice, but like your nice-ish sit-down places, they've not gone down, they've also gone up. But like the stuff on the bottom has gone up a ton. Whereas the stuff a bit like 1 or 2 tiers higher has gone up just a little bit. So it's one of those things that you kind of look at things going, okay, I could get that, but I could also just, you know, get the nicer stuff, and I'm not really spending more. Not meaningfully kind of thing. Cool, so we got another Nip-Nip planted. So it makes the cheap stuff, and I'm saying cheap relatively here, it makes the cheap stuff like really hard to justify. Okay. You may leave, but you have not. But do not be deceived. We are all prisoners, even you. If you abandon me, you'll find another Gek with a different face, but the same soul, the same words. We are paired to you throughout time, memory, your servants, your teachers. Zophai suggests that I would dismiss them from my service. I will find another just like them, as if nothing had happened. They claim I am a prisoner. I know only that I must trust the Overseer. I know it with my heart. Apologize. Do not apologize, friend. You did not choose this any more than we did. Alright, so I didn't set the quest to your thing yet. Expanding the base. Wait for it. You feel cheap prices have saved money by reducing quality? They've also done that too. Yep. You may leave, but do not be deceived. Yeah, we've already read this dialogue. Apologize. Then return to the Overseer. Did you enjoy your adventure, friend? Your expedition to find your orb? I have waited for you faithfully. There's something about the way Zulfi speaks that, for all their kind words suggest resentment, saved only for the deepest enemies. But they would not have come to work here if we were enemies. Of course not. We are friends. The Overseer asks for the Gravitino Ball so they can finish the starship technology. As ever, I am grateful for your assistance, friend. Did you enjoy your adventure? We literally just had this dialogue. You literally, like, you gave me the thing. Have you wondered what happens after death? Between expiration and rebirth, meditate upon annihilation. Harvest Mordite from the dead. It is the only way to escape. Since the Overseer arrived, I had a reoccurring dream, a nightmare, that feels like a memory. Flesh merged with metal, a world of glass that blinks. The planet, the green skies and obsidian moon. A dream where I could see my grave. As I snapped back to reality, there was a moment before I could shake the image. That wound on the world lingering before my eyes. The Overseer asked me to harvest Mordite, a material found in bodies of slain creatures. The Overseer is certain to be well. Perhaps their task is free my mind for the lingering of nightmares. Little dude, you're intense. When's the last time you saw a 3-pound can of coffee? Yeah, no, it's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on. We can drop all you off in there. I'll stash those for now. They don't give me enough money, and every once in a while I have someone ask for those kind of materials specifically. Okay, top all this off. So let's kill a couple of creatures really fast. Let's say how much I need to grab. Gather Mordite. Okay. Yep. It's been about 30 seconds since I've had something to tell me go on a murdering spree of all wildlife on a planet. It's a regular occurrence, but it's been a few seconds. Yeah, they reduced size weight. And what used to be tasty soup. Oh yeah, and that's we wouldn't go to Panera Bread very often, but once in a long while we would, because it's honestly overpriced. But I used to like their French onion soup, which has always been a bit salty. That's just what French onion soup is. But at some point they changed their recipe and it's like, oh my god, this is just a bowl of salt. You have attempted to see if you can achieve a new maximum concentration of salt in this liquid. And, like, utterly ruined it. And, like, I had it that way twice. I'm like, you know what, I'm not getting this anymore at all. This is just bad. But it's very upsetting, because I used to like to go and, there was a Panera Bread downtown Orlando where I used to work. And so one of the things I'd do on days I had a bit of time is I'd go to the Panera Bread, I'd get a bread bowl of French onion soup, and I'd go to Lake Eola, which is just the middle of downtown Orlando, and I'd sit by the water, I'd enjoy my soup, you know, just kind of relax, have a nice proper break in the middle of the day. And then they changed the recipe, and now it's just, you know, liquid salt. But yeah, no, it's a thing. Panera used to be pretty decent, but their slow decline into hospital cafe food is sad. Yeah, I still enjoy their creamy tomato soup, but it became a joke between me and Toom that if I grew to like anything at Panera Bread, it was doomed. It wouldn't be there very long. Because I had like 3 times they changed the menu options out of the few times I went there. It's like, come on, man. We don't really go, like, there's one bias we don't almost ever go. I can see the change in you, friend. You have completed your task and have seen the world as you see it. And I have seen the world as you see it. I do not understand entirely what I have done for the Overseer, but they seem to once again be ready to reward me for my actions. Give them an awardite. Here, these schematics. May these things remind you always of those you killed to construct them. Exocraft Terminal. A research terminal tailored to technicians. Scattered Blaster. Okay, I didn't realize I had another terminal coming, but that's alright. Okay, and we can go here. I'm going to unpin that. Oh, it switched the quest on me. Yep, that's fine. Exocraft Technician. Alright. Yeah, we can do the Technician real fast. We're gonna need to wrap up in not too long. It's getting pretty late even for me. But we'll go ahead and grab the Technician real fast. Because we're getting that stuff all wound down. We got a little bit of advancement on the main story, which is fine. We've got a lot of advancement on the other stuff, like the scientist stopped asking me for things, the farmer stopped asking me for things, the weapon guy stopped asking me for things. I believe this will be the last of the people here, and I'm also wondering, there's entirely a possibility I'll get a couple more through this that weren't available through the anomaly, but there's probably not much there. But it's honestly getting to a point where we're probably going to need to start just going from place to place, getting inventory upgrades, and then following the main story till we get pulled into another branch off. Don't care anything about that. Officer Ince. I demand a place in your throne world, interloper. Acceptance will grant you the glory of an exocraft and a Vakeen mech priest to administrate its mass. Pray only that you have the exocraft terminal sufficient of my skills. Refusal. Refusal will result in my inevitable extermination. Be quick. The technician seeks to work, claiming they'll be able to build and upgrade my exocraft for my travels. Hire the technician. You are weak and unworthy of my skills, but I have no choice. I will flee to your vile world. I will become an interloper. Cool, man. Your pitch needs work. I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't. You did manage to successfully convince me by offering me literally anything at no cost. So, maybe your pitch doesn't need work. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and land over here in just a second. See if the technician has some stuff. But like I said, we're gonna be probably wrapping here in just a couple minutes because I am getting a little tired. So let's see what you got for me. Officer Ince is calm since I last saw them, though I still feel a sense of dread within their eyes, of the paranoia that has sustained them across the stars. Greet them. Interloper, I will do as promised. Build a geobay. From this schematic, and my exocraft shall be yours, unworthy though you may be. Now excuse me, I must ensure this location is defensible should my people try to find me. The technician asks you to construct a roamer geobay, from which I will be able to access their craft. Yeah, of course. This bargain greatly favors you, interloper. My exocraft will see much glory. I have one outside. It's right there. It's right there. Okay, this is awkward. Oh, we're full of all this. Hang on. Hang on. We'll just get all this junk out of here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So we got all that. We can go here. And grab the goop. In a few seconds, he'll figure it out. Yeah, if I have it selected, there's a good chance. What I was thinking I could do is grab this. Just pick it up and move it. And see if that triggers it. Alright, milestone, probably for travel. Met 30 aliens. That was delayed a bit. Alright, just waiting for it to update. There we go. Waiting for him to have his next quest ready. Any minute now. Return to the technician. Give it a second. There you go, that's fine. Interloper, have you constructed the roamer geobay? Tell me once you have. We must scan this world. We must find its signals, its secrets. Confirm. Good, here's a blueprint for an exocraft radar. Its augmentation will allow you to discover buildings and signals far away. But interloper, know that it disgusts me that you lack so much knowledge. I literally already know how to make this. Do not delay, interloper. You have the means. Now set about the construction of a signal booster. I don't know how to feel about this warrior. I do not know whether I have made a mistake, but there's nothing to be done. The Vakeen has honored their word, and I will honor mine. The Vakeen asked me to install the signal booster in my new exocraft. Okay. That's fine. I actually didn't realize I had the materials handy for it. So, yep, And there we go. Exocraft radar. Bam and bam. Alright. Meanwhile, I can go to our exosuit. And we talk to Officer Ince again. Once we have an exo radar, we can map this planet. Are you ready for what happens next? Officer Ince waits, expecting me to announce my success in the construction of the exocraft radar. Hand in. Your timing is fortuitous, traveler. Take these blueprints. Mounted cannon. In your absence, I've made a grave discovery. There are sentinel depots on this world. Urgh. They're everywhere, even in this last refuge. Track one down, traveler. Destroy the depot and bring me the precious contents to use in my work. Officer Ince requires me to use the exocraft radar to locate a depot and steal the material within. They will use the substance to create exocraft boosters. Hurry, interloper. Do not permit the sentinels to pollute your world. Okay, so we can go right here to the exocraft. Go to here. And you wanted the mountain cannon, which have all the materials just sitting in my inventory. And genuinely, I have like a bunch of things here that we can be adding. So you got like we can get the stuff to protect us from various environments. Let's just add the thing for cold directly to it. For the thing for heat, so I need 2 seals and 5 nanotubes. So I'll go ahead and get those all installed while we're looking at it. 2. Don't have quite enough of those. Oh, and let's go to our exosuit here. And see what we're gonna pop in here next. If we take that and process that, I could potentially put some more, plant some more nip-nip. I have already forgotten. Oh, let's go in for carbon. Okay. Alright. So I can go into here, grab you out. Get the next thing put in here. There should be more slime. Right, and that's for going over here and going nanotube, nanotube, nanotube. Cool. So basically we're making this thing immune to a bunch of the different environments. I won't have the stuff to make all of them. But that is now all but one of the different types of environments we now have immunity to. We don't have the storm crystals handy, we don't have that. We have the advanced mining laser. Let's go ahead and get you installed. Because this will get rid of a bunch of materials that got piled up. There's the mining laser, so I need another life gel. There we go. To get the mining laser down here. And I'd be able to get the mounted flamethrower, some more stuff. Yes, for both of those, I just need some ion batteries. Okay. Alright, so we don't have the materials for that. I don't have the materials for this. We don't have the materials for this. I can make those, but I'm not even sure which ones I'd want. I always kind of waffle on that one. Okay. So let's check on the logs. I can talk to you. Have you obtained the materials I seek? Here's the gold. Good. I shall forge Nexocraft boosters for future expeditions. Ah, so we didn't actually do the things he wanted? We were just like, yeah, we totally did it. None of us lives life alone, traveler. All of us form attachments, and I must shed the last vestiges of mine. I left my consort to spawn behind my homeworld. My crimes were my own, but I know what has happened to them. They have sent me an encrypted transmission. You will use the Exocraft boosters to reach it before my brethren inevitably delete it. In that process, we can pull mining laser technology from the network. Grah. We will kill 2 Gek with 1 blast. The answer requires me to use the Exocraft boosters to reach the terminal quickly enough to receive the encrypted transmission. They believe they will also require. So like right now I'm going to decline that for the moment. You would deny my last chance speaking to those I love? Grah. They say the pathetic are without hearts. So I'm going to delay that for just a second. Because what's going to happen real fast here is I need to be wrapping up. And I can't delay the ad much longer. So I'm going to... I didn't mean to land, but here we are. We're going to go ahead and hop in the ship and hop back to get ourselves a save point. And with that, chat, it is getting to be that time that we're going to be wrapping up for the night. So if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you. But everyone else over here, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can go to find a raid and all that stuff.